Data. No data, no data, no data, no data. Excellent connection. Okay, rename the streams. Boom. And another broadcast here. Boom, 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 boom. Saying that link's still running on the same source. Okay, cancel. Yes, reform. End. Boom, done. Entertainment. Everyone on. Boom. And we're back. And we're back. Officially in Trump's America again. Only here on Carltoon Network. In February, I need to get back on the Radio Carl grind. Because I need to start making the Carltoon Network blurbs. Can I rename this while I got this open? Edit channel. No. Edit this thing right here. Let me do that. I have to reopen it and open it again in order to rename it. Edit, duplicate, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Edit channel. Let's see here. Can I rename it if I exit and enter? Let me see. No, I'm gonna have to open and close it. Okay, I can open and close it. That'll work easier. Alright, back in that bitch. Back in the coochie again. I'm back on that gookie again. Yes, Galaxy, we have now been unburdened by what has been. And we has been in some bullshit. Alright. Ah, and I dropped my camera. The Botrix chat is synchronizing again, so if you said something before on the YouTube chat, it's not going to pop up until now. Fix the camera. Get the camera to focus. There we go. Welcome back, boys and girls. They said that I was naughty because I tried to show you your American history. Your American History X. Alright. Boom. Bop. Boom. Bop. Bow. I'm going to leave the kick outputs off for now. Try to do my best with limiting the amount of data that I use from the connections. Alright. Overall, your inauguration, not dog shit. Ah, fuck. And now, into the news! First off, over the weekend, I keep seeing people running their fucking lips in their gums about John De La Rose, and I keep seeing them running their fucking lips with a bunch of bullshit about Gurnergate, okay? I honestly, seriously, cannot begin to explain on how many levels John De La Rose, he's a bitch. So, for those that don't know, I have been mogging him constantly live on air. And by live on air, I mean like posting shit from recordings and then posting them directly at him on the timeline. Because John De La Rose keeps going around the internet acting like a little coochie. Specifically doing things like this. As we know, Phantom Pulse is posted by John F. Trent and John De La Rose. They're using it as a way to antagonize about the news. It was noticed by the almighty Lolly that people were on some bullshit. John De La Rose got mad about it, saying the articles of his that are being passed that has John F. Trent talking about the shit, is the gospel because it's good news, meaning people spread it around as word of mouth. And we're still doing it gay, God bless. To which my reaction was a direct composite of open source information about the hearing for the domestic violence restraining order for the case number of B22-04464 of Samantha De La Rose versus Jonathan De La Rose for the Family Law Martinez Patano Courthouse from the judicial official of Benjamin T. Reyes II with an active case status of dissolution with minor children on an e-file filed on November 14th, 2022 for a hearing on request for a domestic violence restraining order. Because John De La Rose cannot keep his hands off his wife. Lord knows what she did to make that nigga so mad. But John De La Rose is out here telling people that he's gonna proselytize about religion. And he's gonna proselytize about some shit. Those of you who can't see what I'm talking about inside the server, let me show you what's on my screen. There you go. He has been proselytizing about shit upon which he should not open his big fat fucking mouth because he just wants to run his gums. So, that's okay. Carl's gonna run the intellectual ones with him. Let's look at what Carl had to say in the past, because I'm pretty sure it was 2 different days that I had to record these things. The first one was his replies on January 17th, where he tries to decide that he is comparable to Jesus Christ. Christians will not be bullied out of gaming. Do you think a few words on the internet are going to stop people whose leader was tortured and put on the cross for standing up to the truth? You picked a fight with the wrong people. We have convictions we'll die for. You don't. Upon which, Carl had this to say. Let's listen. Had to wait for that Balatro theme music to kick in, boys. It's for real in these streets. You're not being bullied out of gaming. People are telling you you're being a cringe internet weirdo. And they want you to stop being antagonistic towards every single person giving you polite criticism. People have not even begun to mock you. Because it wouldn't even be about Christianity. For context, I also happen to be a Christian, and this is the issue. It's not your faith that people are rejecting. It's your proselytization. It's your pulpit. No, the movement, which is consumers buying games that they want to play, was not made for you to then gesticulate to them about politics and religion. They reject the politics and the religion. They are secular. The more that you keep saying that people are trying to bully you, the more people will actually bully you. Because they don't care. I don't know why you can't accept that. But you are not Jesus. People are going to be saying, Jesus fucking Christ, what is this guy's problem? But you are not Jesus. You want to die on a cross because you want attention for the shit. Just like I said the other day, and just like anybody else will say on any broadcast, any video, any live stream, or any podcast discussion, with multiple people in attendance or not. This shit has to fucking stop, dude. You want to be in and fetch, you probably have to stop bullying other people, being a size queen. Start there. Otherwise, you're gonna keep seeing niggas like me in your bubble permanently. Because we do not like people like you. Because we do not like them telling people that the reason that it's happening to them is because they're being bullied. and then you act like a bully to every other person you think you can get away with it from. It is gay, it is lame, it is cringe. Stop it. And then, again, on another situation, on a separate date, I believe this was also January. No, this was the day after. This one was the day before. Let's listen. People are not being cancel pigs. People are telling you to stop spurging like fucking lol cows. I'm fine. Instead of listening to these people telling you to stop spurging like fucking lol cows, you intend and continue to be size queens that will then react to other people commenting and criticizing this, and then you will continue to say that they're being cancel pigs. Because cancel piggery is when you have polite disagreements, and then when you decide to tell people that they weren't big enough to have a conversation with you, they then call you a lol cow. And then you start spurging because they called you a lol cow for acting like a gibbering AIDS pig. If pleasant and polite disagreements make people cancel pigs, oink oink. But more importantly, most people are disagreeing with it because they have witnessed this behavior and dialectic happen in real fucking time. So first off, why are you putting Hypnotic here? Why are you putting Mac here? Why are you putting Razor Fist here? Most people understand what the basic conversation is. They don't want your fucking agendas. If you push an agenda, they're going to have a problem with you. You clearly push an agenda, Dog Delawaz. Why is it possible that you can claim the whole reason this movement exists is to fight against this gay shit, when actually, it's to fight against this gay shit, ... semicolon, because we do not want your agendas. Not only do we not want the people that can't tell the difference between Bioshock, Metal Gear Solid, and a picture of a donkey dressed up in an orange wig and being called the Drumfler, we also do not want someone who's going to get onto a pulpit and start proselytizing about how titties are horrible while being flanked by a statue of original Tomb Raider. You understand how stupid and bizarre that is, right? You're not stupid, right? The constant back and forth you tried to have with Savvy is emblematic of this behavior and this discussion pattern, right? There are those people who will hear and even care to listen to this in its complete continuity. They're not gonna understand what I'm talking about. But the people who actually do, they know that you're bullshit, right? You, John Trent, the rest. What are we talking about? What are you doing right now? What are we talking about? Because it's certainly not cash money. Find new words. Stop calling yourself anti-woke. Because clearly you're just proselytizing in the direction of religion. That's not to say that you can't have your religion. But don't fucking put it in my video games. The same way that you're putting your bullshit in the video games. And they are putting the bullshit in the video games. You're losing your heads. You don't know where you're going. You are unfocused. Recenter yourself. Thanks, Pascal. Delawaz keeps going on how he is. I'm gonna start making videos about him. I'm gonna start mogging him hard. For every frame of pause, there will be every laugh of Carl. I will be making fun of them. I will be mocking you all day. Because quite frankly, I'm sick of a white beater preaching to me about religion, saying that the games are immoral and sinful. I'm tired of a near 40 woman desperately trying to get simps that go the other direction. And I'm tired of John Trent using his religion as a weapon because he doesn't have arguments.
And people going, oh, the satanic panic isn't real, but then using that as an argument later.
Oh, sorry, my headphone was off. What was that, whore?
I said, and people saying the satanic panic didn't exist, but then using it as an argument later.
Yes, exactly. Mom's actually better breathe that up. I was done pouring this water. You can't have you three, because it's the three of you, Melanie's problem is she's trying to recenter herself after having to move back in with her parents because her last husband couldn't keep it in his pants. That's why she's here. Sure, that's retarded, but, you know, that makes sense. My husband couldn't stop fucking other women, so I'm going to remove all the sexuality that I find inappropriate of my standards from my life. For her, that standard is a giant Gooner statue of Tomb Raider, while also dressing in active wear and acting like a Gooner herself. Because, one second, I gotta pull this from the other server. Because Cassie's with her audience doing shit. Give me 1 second. Copy, chat.
Indeed she is.
Sure. Right here. I don't think she's live on her channel. If she is, I don't know.
It doesn't look like it. It looks like she's just hanging out in her voice channel.
Yeah, I was in there earlier. I have to scroll up. This picture's up there for a bit. God damn, this thing was posting since I left. Where is it? There's a picture of Melanie Mac that we were talking about earlier. Where is it? Here we go. Thank you. Boom. Bop. Pow. Post this inside for everybody here. And you figured out how to make yourself a speaker. Good.
Yep. I can't really... It's harder to do on my phone than it is on computer.
I wasn't aware. But, up here, for people who have not seen, because Melanie Mac dresses the way that she does, she often goes on to places like... I'm pretty sure this is TikTok, actually. If this isn't TikTok, then this is, That's Instagram. This is Instagram.
It's Instagram. You can tell because of the little circle. It's got the color around it. That's Instagram.
You got Melanie posting arguably completely just stupid clips and shit. This is fine. You can do this as an influencer. But you know what you probably shouldn't do as a person who believes in religion, Christ is king, and chastity? You know, things that are in the Bible. You know what you probably shouldn't do?
Showing off your ass?
Shut up, for, girl. Let's put this in high definition so everybody can see it. Wait a minute, girl. Melanie! The activewear! The activewear!
Girl.
Let me take off the chroma filter.
That isn't just activewear. That's the shit that's that actually makes your butt look bigger. You can tell by the seam that's under the butt cheek and on the side.
Yes! I said this when I was talking to them earlier.
Shit.
I could tell, I told them this shit when I was looking at her. You ain't got no ass, and you ain't got no titties! Come on, Melanie. Come on now. You're not a Christmas cake, but come on now. Who you fooling? This one's even worse.
Yeah, girl. Girl, this is not Christly, this is not godly whatsoever. You need to stop.
The Lord would tell you to not ruin and tarnish your heavenly skin with the ink of the devil. Yep. Definitely would tell you not to dye your hair. And this one is just... Come on.
Girl.
Come on! Come on!
Girl.
Look.
Come on now.
I'm with Papa Uwu here, okay? I'm with Papa Uwu X here. This is definitely what we're gonna call the Christian Chastity DLC, okay? Label me non-binary. I take mine in MILF Deluxe. With extra southern gravy. With extra southern gravy, alright? Look, I'm not saying that you can't... I'm not saying you can't dress the way you want to dress, okay? I'm not saying you can't dress the way you want to dress. But do not come in my fucking house. Do not come. Do not come. I put the sheets down to make sure that you don't get it wet. Do not come. You may not baptize them in your gamer girl bathwater directly from the source.
You may also not preach that women should dress away and then dress the exact fucking opposite.
That reminds me. Savvy gave us a good example of this question. Hold on, let me pull up Savvy's account. Because Savvy asked a beautiful question. And that question is, what is religious tolerance really? Where's the picture? Here we go.
Yep.
The extreme butt Puritans.
Hilarious.
Could the extremism... I'm sorry.
Hilarious. I'm just saying it's hilarious because it's true.
Could the extremism Puritans clarify for the rest of us what they mean? We've seen the word pornographic thrown around in a manner that no longer refers to pornography. They act like every single video, like every single game is made with fan service, and more extreme literal sex when they know just as well as everyone else knows that this is not the case. We will ban your porn hobby. Drawn F Trick says to me for blocking me. Well, I don't have a porn hobby. I draw women and men, sometimes naked, but it's all fictional. I do not do the porns. He also uses we, so I assume he's speaking on behalf of the others that share this sentiment of throwing the word porn around just to mean leotard or bikini. So which is it? You lot claim to be against sin, but you only throw shit fits over a woman's body. Did you all have a council of retards meeting on the logistics of your porn and demands? Did you all agree on it? My late Nan, rest her soul, was a God-fearing Catholic to the highest degree. She never missed a service, went to multiple times a week, and was well known throughout the entire Polish community and lived in accordance with Christ her entire life. No matter what you Puritans would say it's okay, she would tell you that it wasn't. And who are you, a newer believer in Christ, to overrule her judgment on modesty? Why do you get to demand censorship and others change their ways? Why don't we live in accordance with my Nan's interpretations of the Bible? What is the punishment if I draw too much ass? Where is it in the details? To me, this is not sexual, but according to them, each of these can be fine. So gotta clarify, what is the Jesus-approved ass coverage? Well, let us all give a round of applause to Melody Mack for giving us perfect examples. Because according to her, the sexuality that is unacceptable is like that of the skins inside of the First Descendant. I know exactly which character to use as a comparison. Give me First Descendant Luna. For those that don't know, First Descendant Luna, her entire outfit can basically be seen as like directly something out of Space Channel 5. My shit went crazy. History tab, new tab, forward, and this picture. So this right here is First Descendant Luna. Her entire outfit is literally just basically a dancer's outfit, a dancer's suit, right?
Yep.
So here we got Luna, and let me bring her back up here. We've got Savvy. Or excuse me, not Savvy, but Melanie. So let's put them side by side, shall we? From the left, E-girl. From the right, there's Luna. What's the comparison here, guys? What's the high and low on this,
Looks like she's a lot less clothed than the girl in First Descendant.
Damn, that's
a lot
crazy.
less clothes.
That's crazy.
That's super crazy.
Some people could be like, Carl, I can see her coochie. No, you don't. You see her hot pants. Because the dress stops right underneath the fucking first layer. Because all of the girls have this. Let's go to another example of the First Descendant. Because they did not like the First Descendant. They hated this shit. With a passion. Okay. Let's go through First Descendant's girls. Because there are different character skins, all of which are unique. So, here we got a video. Let's get that comparison going. Let's get Melody on the side. Alright. Separate out Melody. And then put it in the mini player on the screen. Bing. Boom. Give me this in picture. We're just gonna put this over here. And remember, guys, it's all about being Christ-like, alright? It's all about being Christ-like. And for the purposes of this, just bring the sound down a little bit. Alright?
Yeah.
Alright, now tell me, chat, as we go through them. With these VS skins, skin-tight clothing, mechanical. Somewhere in here should be the schoolgirl outfit. This is one of them. I'll put this on double time. And then there's also the Paul Tassi skin, the bikini skin that he hates so much. I don't know, guys. Is this not Christ-like? Do you not want this in your satanic video games? Is this unacceptable? Comparable to what she's doing? You can get it in all sorts of colors, chat. You can get it in bronze. You can get it in red. You can get it in metallic green and teal. Let's go by chapter, shall we? That's the first Fiesta skin. Let's go to the second Fiesta skin. French maid. Still got more clothes on than her. How about skin 3? Get a little bit of professional assassin. Ada Wong would approve, especially with the updo. Let's go to skin 4, which is pretty much another copy. We've got ourselves the militant Da Hergrova skin. Let's go to skin 5. Even more clothes with very good, nice, revealing boob window. Kate Blanchett would approve. How about skin 6? That looks a little bit more like Project Number 5 and Death by Degrees. How about the ultimate Viessa skin, where her face is covered, her body is covered, and the only thing that you really care about is the skin tight design? Are tights allowed? Are tights allowed to be Christ-like? If tights are allowed to be Christ-like, then I guess you're safe, Melanie. Then I guess it's alright. How about we go to Bunny? Bunny, who's probably got most of the legs out of all of the people in the cast, who actively does wear a leotard in at least one version of her skin, which is her ultimate character profile. Which is this one right here. This is probably as sexual as Bunny gets. I think Freyna is a little bit worse, because she not only has a leotard, but also has a Scolder's bridle. A little bit of some religious iconography. But let's go through the skins, shall we? This is Bunny's usual. Skin tight. Covers the contours of the body. Might as well be a plug seat for Evangelion. Is this Christ-like compared to you, Melanie? How about skin number 2? Where you can get it in pink. How about skin number 3? Yep, misclicking. How about skin number 3? Where you now have holographics going over her coochie. And her titties. And her back. Basically, it's like see-through X-ray. It was a really weird skin. I don't like it. It did weird things to my graphics card. How about skin number 4? Which is just a schoolgirl outfit. Normal Korean schoolgirl outfit with skirts and Zeta Rogai. How about skin 5, which is also another maid skin? This one's got the fishnets. Still more skin showing on you than this character. How about skin number 6, which is a full helmet plug suit? How about skin 7, which is just darker colors in hot, bright neon pink, all over her fupa? How about skin number 8, which is an even darker version of that? Looks a little bit more like latex, if you ask me, but still more skin covered than your outfits. How about Freyna, the girl who basically wears a fucking tie-on bustier and lace-on pants?
As I say, if you want to live.
Let's see here. Do they have her ultimate skin? It doesn't look like it. They do have her skin. They have her combat attire skin. They've got her maid outfit. More combat attire. This is a full body regalia with extra belts. Straight out of Final Fantasy XIV. Still more skin than you. Next outfit, the one with her hair with red and silver. One of my personal favorites. And then an alternate of her ultimate skin, but this one is with her Skoldal on. Unfortunately, it does not look like they have the normal one. Next up would be Glay.
Beloved daughter Daya, hold on a little longer. Your mom will save you no matter what.
And then we have Sharon, who I think is probably the most sexual with having absolutely all her skin on. Because hers completely covers her face. Then you go to Volby,
What do you get when you mix water and okay?
who's basically wearing a fucking helmet and another plug suit. And that's pretty much all of the girls up to the one update where they added on another female descendant. You literally have less clothes on than the girls in the game you're complaining about being gooner bait. Okay? Alright? Shut the fuck up. Stop it. Stop complaining. Get help. Wear more clothes. You want to take pictures? You want to put them on Instagram to date horny coomers? Let them know that it's not Christ-like. Tell them they are sinning when they look at your body. That they should go to church and repent. For they are barking up a tree with dry eggs. I do not say that to be mean to you. I say that so that you can learn. Get some decency. Get some common decency. Do not darken my doorstep with your bullshit. Because you guys are fucking annoying as hell when you do this, okay? You want to be annoying as fuck? We can be annoying as fuck. We can talk cash money if you want to talk cash money. But do not come into my house and put your feet on my fucking couch and then tell me who I am and what I believe. Because it's not even about religion. No one's attacking you for your religion. No one. Not a single person that I've ever seen, a person that would put their name on it, has said a single rude thing about your religion. They have only asked you to be serious and be for fucking real. So I'm asking you again, here and now, can you please be for fucking real? Because if we ain't talking cash money, we ain't talking shit. Because when it comes to John Trent and his articles, when he was writing for Bounding into Comics, this wasn't this big of a deal because he hadn't started doing the shit that he's doing now. But with the use of the words Christo-fascism being thrown around, and claiming that the Satanic Panic wasn't real, and that it didn't happen, let me get the copy of that shit on screen. Let's read it together in his own words. See if I can pull it up on the feed. Here we go. It's already been community noted, and he has been ratioed! How surprise, surprise. Everyone's favorite snake is in the comment section in this one. Once again, doing snake-like things. It's the Act Man! Showing up out of nowhere. Giving his opinion on shit upon which he knows he has a safe opinion he can talk about. How fun. How fun. Sync my shit. Really, just we can figure out why the fuck this shit keeps disconnecting like this. But anyways. There was never a satanic panic. It was a mainstream media...
So wait, what's the next thing you're gonna say? The Holocaust didn't exist? The Holocaust didn't happen? Because that's where that's going.
Fuck me.
I can fucking smell it going that way.
Oh my god. There was never a satanic panic. There is a mainstream media psyop to remove Christianity from the culture. That's why our culture sucks now, because boomers fell for it. Don't be like boomers.
Don't be like this guy. Actually have a brain cell to rub together.
So, let's go down the list of reactions, shall we? The Act Man! There was no war in Bossy Say. It is abounding how painfully retarded you are. Honestly, a person I dislike has a great take. From my mutual, the Owl Bastard. Go to Google, plug in McMartin Preschool Case or the West Memphis 3 and come back to me. You are literally a satanic panic, little fella, where he wrote on January 18th, Dungeons and Dragons is satanic. We must destroy it for good, like we're an adventuring party fighting evil monsters. Are you ready to join the quest?
Dude, my friend Nox Archive would be pissed seeing this, because he's done an entire series plus multiple streams with me on the Satanic Panic and all the shit that's happened.
Nick, I'm a third-generation member in a black household whose sister was more or less living through the Satanic Panic. What the fuck are you guys talking about when you say these fucking things, saying there's no Satanic Panic? Hell, I was playing Diablo 2 during the secondary height of the Satanic Panic, where my mother didn't realize that the game both was not promoting deviltry, and the only reason she let me keep playing it was because I had chosen to play the fucking Paladin. And I said, look, mommy, black man is smiting demons. Man's on fucking D&D Beyond of all places, the places that no one fucking likes here. And he's being questioned by people on this shit, and he can't reply a single fucking bit. John, what's your play here? First you're saying the Satanic Panic in the 80s was fake, and now you're saying that D&D is satanic. Those are not necessarily inconsistent any more than McCarthy was a liar, but communists are bullying themselves into our institution, and that's a real serious threat and must be beaten is inconsistent, but these curveballs are making you look a bit erratic. It is. Wizards of the Coast is evil. Why do you support them? Where have I gone on record as supporting them? John, come on, I'm not your enemy here. Then why are you counter-signaling calling me, counter-signaling me calling evil evil? I'm not John. John, the voices are not in your head. John, they're in the walls. They're in your skin. Take off your skin, John! Further down, he gets mocked for this, saying, imagine standing for satanic wizards of the coast. And he's getting eaten alive. He's getting eaten alive in the comments. The CN and the ratio give me hope. More people should look up the false memory syndrome foundation and their connections after the findings reveal. We should be more skeptical about what we know about those times. It's really interesting. He replies positively to people who glaze him, and he tries to act flippantly to people who don't. Sure, you say on your profile that I became a #1 best-selling author by standing for Christian values. But bro, forget reading the room. You need a translator. The room is yelling at you to get out. The room wants you to get out. As for John Trent, let's see if I can find John Trent. Issue! He promotes himself on Twitter as Rosary Warrior, John F. Trent. He shows the Trent Report rehost, and then he has all these retweets of things involving Christs and this and this and this. If you go down his feed, it is probably the most boring shit possible, with Christ is King shit all over it. A sample of the things that he reposts: atheism, porn, gender dysphoria, murdering children in the womb, sodomy, all simply weapons of Satan, nothing more, nothing less. Tools to turn people from Christ. Having sex with dad in your Bible. Gen 1933. Yep, why is it there? Atheists who will try to quote the Bible are even funnier than ones that leave it alone. It exposes you for the world to see. Porn. Why is it there? Religious bigots. Religious who try to ban things are even funnier than the ones that leave it alone. It exposes you for the world to see. We're winning and it's glorious. Can't wait till porn is banned, abortion is illegal, and sodomy is outlawed. It won't happen, I'm afraid. We live in a past life for gods, blah 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 blah. And both of these two have a back and forth that's even gayer than the both of them. But, looking here at his back and forth with Smash JT, let's move backwards in time, shall we? All the way back to when this shit started. The Quartering was out here simping. Because the Quartering is simping to push Melanie on the rest of us. Tattling to me because one of my co-hosts said something you don't like while not even on my show is peak woman energy. Get that out of here. All it does is make me want to have them on the show even more. You got me mixed up if you think I don't stand by my people. It shows they feel her and her message. I don't think anyone fears her message, man. She's just coming across as extremely hypocritical and letting down a lot of long-time viewers of her channel now that she's directly contradicting herself. You should broadcast what you really think about transgender propaganda. Transgender people are mentally ill, and as such it has no place in the overall landscape of gaming. Here's where I disagree with you, Smash GT. I'm not going to say that transgender people are not deserving of any place in the overall landscape of gaming. I will say that we have permanently enshrined that male and female are things that exist in the US that are part of the policy. That does not mean that we will affirm the gender that you have in your mind and that you wish to express, but the sexual, religious, and scientific gender that we can be able to prove with the standards as upheld by the law today by the current president of the United States. But to be for real, I don't give a fuck about the transgender people being in the gaming space. If they're not fucking with me, I'm not fucking with them. If I'm not fucking with them, they're not fucking with me. Plessy versus Ferguson was right! Separate but equal! Separate but equal! Because look what happens when we try to combine. That's a joke, chat. But it's turning out to not be a joke. It continues. Devs are welcome to create whatever the fuck they want. The market will decide, and has determined, thank you, to reject it wholeheartedly. It absolutely needs to steer clear of establishment figures and lore with their self-interests. Good enough? To which it was replied, so a game about my type of about any mental illness is a no-go for you? Generally speaking, yes, but I'm not the artist, and who knows if there's something good out there in that realm. I wouldn't bother trying to find it, though. Then, he says, post what you told me in DMs. And he posts what he told him in DMs. I think devs should be allowed to put as much trans prop in a video game as they want. I will fight against it, but not because of a religious moral compass, but because of a societal one. I have a heavy history in religion myself, and I'm quite familiar with much of it. To which, Trent then says, this is why we fade. Fake anti-woke people are actually fine with wokeness. They are fine with propagandists exposing children to transgenderism. They will crouch it in libertarian language, but they are fine as long as it doesn't affect them personally. This is evil. Evil will not be tolerated. Evil has no right to exist. Where did I say anything about children, bro? There's age ratings. That's an entirely different conversation. Backtracking already, I see. Melanie Mack cheerleading on the side here. Looks like straight up woke liberal to me. The anti-woke got flooded with them and they're trying to push us out. You're making inferences about topics and angles we didn't discuss. This is disingenuous reporting. You should? Question mark? No better. This is very clear. I think devs should be allowed to put as much trans prop in a game as they want. You made no distinction for age, and now all of a sudden you want to make a distinction? Why would you make a distinction? Is there something about transgenderism kids shouldn't be exposed to, but adults can be? Do you think it's fine for adults to be hammered with trans prop, but not kids? Why is that? Honestly, it's Twitter, so I didn't want to write a book. You're trying so hard to catch me in a gotcha. I don't know what to tell you, man. Leave the kids alone. This isn't my stance. You literally support the proliferation of trans propaganda. You wrote it. It's not a gotcha. It's what you said. I'm not your enemy, man. No, you as a person are not. But the ideology you're espousing is.
So gay.
You don't have a point, it's so fucking sad! Okay, let's go from the top. As much as I can disagree with the propagandized and proselytization turn that Smash JT has been doing ever since he got himself banned off of LinkedIn, and he has been trying to push stories without evidence, saying that he has a source and a leak that he won't confirm, which he doesn't have to for the purposes of journalism, but he does need to stop repeating rumors as fact the same way that Drums has, over which Kingdom Come, that's where I put it, it's in gaming, where Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has had to reply directly to news stories that you all keep pushing, that keep being brought to me, where I have to hear about it 16 fucking times in my DMs, 24 times over email, and 62 times with DMs on Discord alone! You are not acting in the capacity of a informational journalist.
Nope, they are a sensationalist. Is what they are.
I do not care about your political propagandizing, but let's speak to the shit that you're trying to get Smash JT in the loop about. When Smash JT says, who said anything about children, there are age ratings. These games, these material pieces of behavior and content, they have maturity warnings. As was put forth when formerly, in the future, NetherRealm Studios, but in the past, Midway Games, was brought up over fucking Mortal Kombat by the ESRB. We have had these things for years. If you let your children play video games that you don't even know what's in the material content of it, you do not get to complain. It is your fucking fault. Be a fucking parent and do your goddamn job and police what your children are watching and what they're consuming. Okay? They're your children. Say that they can have free. Say that they are your children, your property, whatever. If you say it's nothing, it doesn't fucking matter, and then you have the John F. Trent position where you can't do your job to protect your kids from what you believe is propagandization and transgenderism that's poisoning the minds of the youth, then you are responsible for the material that you and your children are seeing and consuming. Grown adults have enough rationale to be able to not ascribe for negativity or positivity an opinion or a criticism that goes further than, man, that was fucking gay. Damn, that was really fucking lame. I didn't really like that storyline. Because the way that it's been presented to a lot of different frames, namely, let's start with the school frame, would be that children should follow and watch this and go with it, because they should be allowed and should be able to discuss this where there's no problem, there's no concerns at all, there's no reason for people to be upset or to be worried. There is, but as far as it goes with video games, like Dustborn, I wouldn't let my son, I shouldn't let Zulian play Dustborn because it's gay. I know he's gonna get bored, he's gonna start crying, he's gonna get upset, it's not gonna entertain him. It's not going to be because of the storyline about Sai and how she's a reporter to the fucking equivalent of the techno-fascist police state. It's not going to be because of the storyline with Ziggy, or the storyline with Ophelia, or the storyline with fucking Eli and him dicking down big old bad Bethany with her glowing light up titties. Patty was her name. It's not going to be the shit involving Pax being a fucking being a mother out of wedlock, knocked up by the boy with the fucking dreads on his head. It's not going to be for any of that shit. Simply because it's a bad game. If there's homosexuality in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which there is, because there was in the first game, a game where you control the buttons you press. If you consume the content and go down the same-sex storyline, that's on you for pressing those buttons in order for you to see that. It's not on the devs. They want to put the trans propaganda in the game, they can put it in the game. But that doesn't mean that I have to buy it. I am not forced by some ancient blood contract filled out by a nerd in a room somewhere with the blood of Gary Gygax over a goddamn D&D board that I have to be forced to give my money to somebody who I deserve, where it has to be physically suctioned out of my pocket or metaphorically out of my bank account because they made the game and they put it forth, therefore I have to buy it. That doesn't happen, okay? So, off the top of my head, because I know the game's finally coming out, on my Steam wishlist, one of those games made by Lalonde that is finally being pushed out with a February release, Spirit Swap, Lo-Fi Beats to Match 3-2. It finally has a release date for February 3rd, which is in 13 days. This game, which is basically a even safer NB version of Honey Pop, I'm imagining is going to be, in terms of the sexuality and the preference and the appearance of these characters, some outright fucking seal of approval shit that could only be made by PAX. Because it looks like it. It's made by AggroCrab, for one, where it got the seal of quality from the official selection. It was presented for PAX Together. It was winning in the class of 2021 for Wholesome Direct. It was an official selection for the Games Expo of Color 21, official selection for IndieLand 2021, and official selection for Future Play Direct E3 2021. Despite them not even putting out a single goddamn demo of it. And it's literally just fucking, I want to say Puyo Duel, or like Puzzle Fighters Duel, with Connect 4. Not necessarily the degrees of Bejeweled with Tits as Honey Pop. This game, when it comes out, no one's forcing you to buy it. No one's forcing you to listen to it. No one's forcing you to play it. But if this game is good, despite how very, very black girl pop they've designed these characters to be, with fucking ninja skin tight shirts for a big fat black guy with just enough tan that he looks Hawaiian. No one's making you like those characters. No one's making you do that shit. But should you play it, and should you want to play it, that's on you. Just like it'd be on me if I purchase it. None of this is backtracking. You know that this is disingenuous. And acting as though the problem is not the proselytization, but is just people existing, you're already going to be against the rest of us on principle. Because I don't have a problem with the transgenders. Carl's down with the trans. Carl indeed will say trans rights. They'll just have rights away from me. They have the right to be away from me.
Yeah, you do that shit over there.
They will be in the corner with their video games. They will be in their connections in the multiplayer servers. They don't have to directly interact with me. I don't have to directly interact with them. But you know what I'm not doing? I'm not hunting them out and calling for a fucking witch hunt. You gibbering baboon. You don't need to be witch hunting these people. I don't know why you decide that that's the angle you want to go for. Even when you say to him that you don't have a problem with him, you have a problem with the ideology, why did you try to talk about him showing what he said in his DMs like he said something that wasn't out of turn? The developers do have a right to put whatever the fuck they want in the games. If you don't like it, go make video games yourself. Go do what V did. Go make your own titty game. Go make a video game of any kind. Put what you want in it, sell it. See if people want to buy it. If they don't buy it, whose fault is that?
Not mine.
besides the obvious case of artistic integrity, autistic integrity, despite the obvious argument of artistic integrity and standards and morals of character, all three of these individuals constantly being brought up to my ear on my fucking timeline in front of my Subway sandwiches. I'm so sick and tired of your fucking proselytization bullshit. Please shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up. Go away. Melanie's probably the least offensive of the three of them. John F is probably the most annoying of the three of them. And in terms of the fact that John De La Rose is the one that's platforming Trent to say what he's doing, he's probably the most cantankerous of them. You can't say that they don't know what they're doing. They do stupid, dumb, goofy shit to distract you from the shit that they're doing on the side that's malicious. If she wants to go be an e-girl, but she wants to be an e-girl with religion, she can go be an e-girl with religion. But this naysaying of an entire period of American history to the point that it continues to affect how we talk about gaming now, shut up. Go away, shut up. Alright, moving on.
As Filthy Frank would say, shut the fuck up. You're a fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. Nobody even wants you here. Literally.
Alright. New news! New news. It is in gaming. Let me pull it up. Alright. Itchy. Switching topics. Because we have to switch gears. Smash JT. Smash JT.
Oh, this guy.
Gotta move from one fucking group to the other. Now I'm done roasting I'm done roaching the Jesus bitch squad down on your ass. Smash JT. You have to stop doing what you're doing. Decide what you want to be, okay? You have the same problem that Grums has now, alright? Decide what you're gonna be. Are you a news journalist? Or are you a sensationalist? If you want to keep doing a back and forth talking about things like BioWare's Dragon Age downfall, as Corian Bush leaves BioWare after destroying it, the way in which you go about your critical thinking skills, reading directly from Sid Alpha here, the complete and utter lack of critical thinking, combined with twisting so many things beyond all recognition merely to fit his agenda in this video is staggering. JT should learn the definition of Occam's razor, as it would serve better than ideological grandstanding. Let's watch. Corian Bush speaks out. The truth behind BioWare's downfall. Speakers up. 1 second. And switch the picture. Can everyone see that?
I can see it.
Wonderful.
I could see it. It just looks weird on the stream side of things.
Yeah.
Bush has officially broken his silence on why they left BioWare via Blue Sky. They go on to talk about the dismissal, how they left the organization, and why they're moving on to a different location to work on RPGs. And this is just the proverbial tip of the iceberg when it comes to BioWare in peril. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. Not only has Corian Bush taken to Blue Sky, letting everyone know that why he left and what's going on, but in addition to that, BioWare itself seems to be imploding from the inside, with many top leaders leaving and no job openings available. It's gotta make you wonder. Even though Jeff Grubb said, no, there's no truth to the rumors that BioWare Edmonton could be shutting down in February 2025, why does everything seem to be pointing to that rumor I reported on being correct?
Here's the thing, Smash. Why are you reporting on rumors as though they are fact, and then progesterating that they must be fact? That's not our job. It's not our job. This is what Grums does. You cannot predict that the sky is blue, and when the sky is blue with a little tinge of gray and red in it, say, see, I said the sky was blue. No.
Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out SmashJT.com for the full article breaking down Corian Bush breaking his silence and telling everybody why he left. Corinne Bush, the controversial trans game director known for injecting trans ideology into the highly contested fantasy role-playing game Dragon Age the Veilguard, has officially announced his departure from BioWare on Blue Sky. This comes as really no surprise to anyone who's been following the growing struggles within BioWare and EA over the past few months. Grums and I previously broke this story before what appeared to be...
And this is you confirming that you have been reporting this rumor as fact, because you want to fucking shit sling against the media. This is why it's hard to get behind the two of you, or support you, while you do what you do. Sure, Alyssa McConte is harassing you and your family. I haven't personally given you money, but I can support the goodwill of that fund. If what you need to do is take her ass to court. That's not acceptable. Hey, you know what's also not acceptable? This fucking bullshit.
This gay shit.
Now, they will go on to say that this news story was stolen by other journalists. And yes, mainstream media figures will indeed steal your links, and they will report the story as their own, and not give you credit if you broke the story first. That's how they work. They've always worked like this. They're always going to work like this. You're allowed to complain about it, but you do not get to then say, "Nana boo boo, you can't take my shit. I'm gonna make fun of you on my videos instead," because they can sue you over this. Yeah. Now you might think it'd be stupid for them to sue you over rumors, but they can do so. They are petty enough to do it. Especially if you're constantly morally defaming them and actively harassing them. Hey, what's that Grums does all the time? You directly at members of groups and organizations, and you direct attention towards them, and then behavior comes through based on how you choose to communicate. That can be argued in court as harassment. The same way where Dave, good old airbag, is posting about where to find on the page of the lawsuit information about where you live, Jeff, that is the same thing that you guys do when you do that. It's called being a lightning rod. It's wrong. If you want to talk about them, talk about them. You don't need to fucking at them. You don't need to constantly put their at in the fucking tweet so that it pings on their timeline.
To anyone who's been following the growing struggles within BioWare and EA over the past few months. Grums and I previously broke this story before what appeared to be...
Alright.
No surprise to anyone who's been following the growing struggles within BioWare and EA over the past few months. Grums and I previously broke...
Man, him and Grums are circle jerking like crazy, aren't they?
Always. Grums has always been doing it. Marker will always continue doing it. But they're really getting bad about this. Alright, we need this.
You're making it obvious now.
Reply to Inquisition on whistleblower and positive positive toxicity. Hey Jeff, Corin is indeed gone. The current rumor is that they will announce closure of BioWare Edmonton sometime in around February before the Electronic Arts Town Hall, basically when EA talks about what's been going on for the last fiscal quarter and what's next. Blanked out, her account was deactivated. Good riddance! Time for that DEI bullshit to end. I don't know what the format of this is, because I don't know why it has his label on it like this. If this is the way in which it signs off on his personal Google account with some kind of email that he's reading from, that's the only reason I imagine it should be there. I don't know what it is that he has, what he's censored. Because to me, this appears to be his confirmation of an insider. Of course, I would ask you who this insider is. The same way you had an insider coming and telling you about other news stories that you wanted to talk about on your channel. I question that you're getting insiders from inside of the games community. Specifically going to you, of all things. Because quite seriously, quite literally, the first people that they should actually be going towards wouldn't be you. It'd be the actual games journalists. Like fucking Richard Lewis, Dustin Thorne Shields, Monte Crisco of Last Free Nation. They wouldn't be coming to us. Sure, we would all be considered sensationalists in their eyes, and if they wanted to put it out in front of people's eyes and they wanted to get attention on it because of drama, then they could do so. But I would argue that that's not exactly where they should go, especially when we're talking about things that directly affect companies, such as the openings and closures of legendary studios. Especially after the departure and the dissemination of an extremely bad game out of a franchise that used to be known for fucking hallmarks.
Broke this story before what appeared to be stolen by the mainstream media outlets and crediting it to Jeff Grubb. They really have no shame when it comes to this kind of stuff, and of course, they're not redacting it or correcting their stories to put who actually broke the story, because these people don't like people that are not part of the official club of the media, and God forbid they actually give credit to the ones that earned it. Corinne Bush on Blue Sky said, "Well, I suppose you've heard, ... Yes, I've made the decision to leave BioWare. I want to encourage everyone not to read too much into this. This was my decision so I could continue making the kind of RPGs you, and then in parentheses, we, enjoy. Thank you for the outpouring of love and support. You mean the world to me." And I find it fascinating that right away in the first message that they put out there, they say, "Don't read too far into this, it was my decision." As if this is something that we could provably call them out on.
No, it's because if people see them leaving a studio, the first assumption is that they got shit canned. Because people do not gracefully leave a studio if they are supposed to be a part of a big name winner. It's like when Amy Hennig was pushed out of Naughty Dog, and Neil Druckmann was erected in her position after all the time and work and effort she put in with all the games that she's been responsible for been both helping make, write, direct, and lead projects for. When we looked into that story as a player base and as a consumer base of inventory stock, we saw that this was a result of nepotism. That this was Neil Druckmann pulling the pin on his plan to usurp any and everything that she was responsible for, because she was the one who wrote the story of The Last of Us, and then write it in the direction of what was aligned with his original 2013 keynote speech. That he's going to rewrite what it means to have a female protagonist in their movie games. So no longer will you be getting things like Cain and Raziel. No longer will you be getting Noel Proctor, or Ariel, or fucking Bordor. No longer you're going to get the writings with the towing styles of people like Simon Bell or Tony J. No. You get Troy Baker and every other fucking Hollywood hack that will be pushing their way into the video game industry. That will be taking front row seats next to people like fucking we were just talking about her the other day. Alana Pierce. Next to them, gossiping about drama backstage about who didn't and did get a win about a game award and who's crying about them at the game theater, as hosted by the Dorito Pope. We're gonna get more of that shit. We're gonna get intergalactic, a star fart to the stars, because Lord forbid you let a female look moderately attractive. Lord forbid you don't try to reference the 80s and the 90s constantly. And Lord forbid you don't try to do everything in your power to write a movie game that continues to show that you care more about the movie and less about the game, with any kind of gameplay elements. And of course, you complaining about things that you should already know if you've been in this business for any amount of time, which you should know, because now you're putting your silver play button up on the wall. I'm not saying that you can't put it there, but, you know, kind of looks silly when you're complaining about what you should already know as a part of your job, don't you think? Especially when you're now complaining, saying that you're harassed, but you are also the one harassing.
EA and BioWare went to Corinne Bush and were like, "Hey, look, it didn't pan out. This game failed miserably, and we really need to boot you from this company because it's not going to be good going forward. So we can either fire you or give you the option to resign on your own and tell people that you have something else going on out there and save face for both of us. And you can make the decision on what you want, but either way, you're out the door." But
that wouldn't make sense, JT. That wouldn't make sense, because if they allow them to leave on their terms and they say, "Well, we believed in the project just didn't work," it would not help them recover face. They were told ahead of time that the BioWare games that they were going to be making, with them in the lead, were going to be shit. They were told with advance warning that we did not want the Veilguard. Every single bit of the Veilguard, as much of the material which I have consumed researching it, it's literally a gayer and lamer Baldur's Gate 3. How did you do that?
It makes me sad. It makes me sad because I was excited for what was going to happen in in Dragon Age Veilguard. The original version of Dragon Age 4.
Like, how did you guys make a gay version? Both gay as in very gay and gay as in lame. How did you make a lame version of Baldur's Gate 3? I mean, forget the barf scene, okay? Let's strike the barf scene from our record. That's not what I'm concerned with. The writing, the combat, the repetitive bad combat that has people asking to play an easier version because the combat is both repetitive and non-engaging. The lack of tools, the lack of engagement of AI party assistants, the fucking writing, the follow through of your gameplay choices, and how little your choices matter for the situation of the characters that you're allowed to care about and you're allowed to save. The tired ass writing convention and tropes, which came from other games that were so bad they closed their studios and got them reabsorbed, which they did inside of Saints Row, the remake, or rather the reboot, and shit like that. You can't write. And if they knew that your actions was the direct result of what gave them this bad shit, they wouldn't give her the ability, him, her, them, the ability to leave on their own terms. They'd say, no, on this quarter meter, this bitch cost us $20 million, $200 million. Because when Embracer Group said what they had to say about Volation / Deep Silver in concerns with Saints Row's reboot, they said, we're going to evaluate this at our next stock meeting, and they said, you're done, because it was $200 million. They lost $200 million investment, just like Rocksteady, with how they developed Kill the Justice League, lost over $200 million investment. Forspoken, closing down Luminous, reabsorbing it back into Squeenix, over $300 million losses. When you kill a studio like this, they're gonna put your blame on it, and they're gonna say, it wasn't us, no, we were the good ones, we tried, they wouldn't listen to us, it was him, he was the one who did it. They're gonna put the blame on them. So, no, they wouldn't give them the opportunity to do that. Now, if it's someone like Kotaku, and how she was shit-canned over the stories that you broke about her being around Hassan Piker, that's something that they would give somebody like Alyssa Mercanti. Because they don't want the news story and the stink that comes from her complaining, walking out the door saying, I was backstabbed, I was destroyed, I wasn't protected. Because ultimately, they know the reason why it's happening. It's because she's supporting an anti-Semite. And thank God she got shit-canned for that. Because watching her try to go out on her own has been hilarious.
The crash out has been real.
Oh man, I have loved tuning in and just silently watching. Well, I get bored in like 10 minutes, so I immediately fucking tune out. Oh my god! Oh, it's so good.
You know what's even worse and scares me about this whole situation is people have forgotten that BioWare has been asked for a while.
Oh yeah!
They're like, oh no, I hope that they don't fuck up Mass Effect like they did with Veilguard. Did you forget Andromeda?
Nobody remembers.
They've already fucked it up.
Nobody wants to remember Lyerly. She's our failed daughter. Honestly, that feels like a credit and effort that should actually be given to Christina, because Christina Tasty, all over on the on Twitter, has been singing the praises of games like that, like Andromeda and the original series of Mass Effect, the one where they ruined it with the Legendary Edition, where they tried to cut out things like the butt shots. They've been breathing life into those topics with the mods written for the games to fix those problems, but it doesn't undo the turd. Because, of course, you still got shit like Starfield that demonstrates the energy of what it is you want these people to have to communicate and accept. Still, I regard to my point. Why would they give them the ability to control the narrative? It does not give them the financial business opportunity upon which to improve their standing in the social view of the people who are there, and will only ensure that people do not buy it because they do not want to be a part of whatever caused that outcome. People wouldn't trust them when they say it either, mind you. But they don't even have the plausible deniability chance to say it. They'd have to just say, no, fuck them, or nope, we stand by them and we will not let them be harassed. Doesn't make sense.
Corinna's saying, don't read too far into this, where I think that's actually pretty important. Why would somebody proactively be leaving Dragon Age the Veilguard if the game was successful? Why would they depart BioWare after decades of working there if they had no reason to leave?
Let's assume that you're asking that question not facetiously. Failing upwards. They are failing upwards. They get positions that do not matter or matter and have little consequence to their own self, but harms everything that they work for. They get credentials on their records, and they fail upwards. You've known this since SBI's been in the news. How many examples of people failing upwards in the industry were platformed by her company? We have at least 14 on record, including people like Chris Kindred, who had to be let go because his extremism and bigotry was actually too much for even them to tolerate. The game which I was just talking about, made by Lalonde, the Spirit Swap game, that is a game that they have worked on. How many of those people and how many of those companies and how many of those positions do you think are up for grabs for people like this? All they have to do is say the right words and put the foot in the door and let themselves and everybody else they want in through the logic of gatekeeping and door stopping. That's the industry that we're up against. That's how they do what they do. You should know that failing upwards is a part of this, because how many of those people that are failing upwards were you arguing against on fucking LinkedIn? I know that you're being facetious and you're saying it so that you could say that they should be asking these questions and people should hold that against them. But don't be dumb. You know that people can fail upwards. Hell, that's how Neil Druckmann got to where he is. Moving on.
So yeah, people are going to read into this, and then going into, this was my decision so I could continue making the kind of RPGs you, and then parentheses, we enjoy? Who is the you that you're referring to here? This game...
The people who like the game that are in the audience of them. There's a very small number, but they're out there. It's called the Royal You. You know how to write. If you don't know how to write, we'll teach you. You know what the fuck you're talking... You know what they're talking about.
Massively underperformed, and the we is the vocal minority. Some might even argue that's the modern audience, because the vast majority of people that played Dragon Age the Veilguard were not happy with the injected trans ideology and over-the-top self-inserts.
Absolutely ruining my girls.
Notice how he sources Eurogamer's article that sources Jeff Grubb as the source for this rumor and information. And
again, my boy.
It's one big club, even going so far as it's not just the journal mafia that sticks together, but the developers are in bed with the journos.
Yes! You stupid fuck! Are you serious? Did you just not notice that? It's always been like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we call it a college industry. They have all saddled up to each other and have become comfortable. We've been saying this shit for years, especially when it comes to access media journalism. We don't do it. We know that they don't respect us, so we don't respect them. So they create their parallel society and try to bar people out from outside of it. They're going to steal shit from us. They're going to treat you like this. This is not normal, but it's to be expected. You cannot act like you did not know that this was how things were, okay? Because that only ingratiates that you don't know what you're talking about.
I gotta be honest, this kind of feels a lot like that original Gamergate and how the ethics in journalism and how behind the scenes they were all buddy-buddy. Feels to be...
It's not what it feels to be, it's what it is.
Yep.
You best start believing in cabals, boy. You're living in one.
Rearing its
They be
head
real.
once again here. But he continues, saying, "Thank you for entrusting me with our dear Dragon Age. It was an honor to be a steward for the franchise and to play a part
You were not a
in
steward.
ensuring its
You were its executioner.
Ensuring its fucking continuance into the goddamn trash can.
Biggest shout outs to the wonderful Epler JC Blue Sky Social, without whom I don't know if I'd have had the fortitude."
Let's read that bio, because he didn't.
Continuance. Biggest shout outs to the wonderful Epler JC.
I don't know why he chose to read out the Blue Sky Social connection, but John Epler, creative director, writer, and other stuff for Dragon Age the Veilguard, where he's currently a narrative director on stuff. I'm assuming that they stayed in the company. He, him, bi, ADHD, don't give up skeleton. Definitely a leftist.
JC Blue Sky Social, without whom I don't know if I'd have had the fortitude. Meaning, I read into that, hearing that this person had no idea what the hell they were doing. They just wanted to make sure they saw themselves in this game, and screw anybody that wanted to play an actual fantasy RPG that didn't have a self-insert of someone who was mentally unhinged, but someone who's trans and pushing ideologies on the players of the game that just wanted to play a fantasy RPG. I mean, this in itself kind of exposes him for exactly what the problem was all along. And I find it...
That's a very big mouthful, bro. You should try taking breaths in between big words like that.
Very comical that he goes on to say, play a part in ensuring its continuance. There is no guarantee that Dragon Age will ever continue after how bad this game flopped.
It's not. It's not going to.
It's not going to.
It's done. You've murdered it.
For context, the Epler JC Blue Sky is John Epler, who was the creative director, writer, and as he puts it on his Blue Sky, quote-unquote, other stuff for Dragon Age The Veilguard. While Corinne tries to paint his picture as a personal decision, the broader context tells everyone a very different story. Dragon Age The Veilguard was a significant commercial failure, rumored to sell only...
I understand what you're saying. I'm going to stop you real quick. Can you put some information to correlate what you're about to claim? On the screen. Put it on the screen.
Receipts or it doesn't happen.
1.5 million copies against a ridiculous original target of 10 million. For a franchise as storied as Dragon Age was originally, this shortfall was nothing short of absolutely catastrophic. Corinne's leadership is widely regarded as a key factor in this failure, leaving many gamers understandably very wary of any future projects that he's going to be involved with. And many that I've seen assume that they wouldn't be surprised to see him trans back to being a man again to fit the next game company that he goes on to work for. Because at the end of the day, it's not about making the games, it's about ensuring job security for these people and pushing an ideology and a narrative. In one final Blue Sky post on the situation, Corinne hinted at their next steps, stating, "So extremely excited to see what BioWare does with Mass Effect, and I trust I'll be rooting for them the whole while." So seeing this here actually gives me some hope that Mass Effect will find a way to continue and move on and actually be created for people to play it. But based off the surrounding circumstances going on at BioWare right now, even that is subject to change. Corinne may be excited to move on. Gamers are already in the know and proactively preparing and warning others to steer clear of any projects he helms in the future. Given all the damage done to the Dragon Age brand under their watch, skepticism here is more than warranted. BioWare
I can't tell whether or not that this is a case where he keeps calling Corinne he, because that is actually the pronouns that they're using, or if this is supposed to be more of that tongue-in-cheek disrespect where he wants to be he wants to be a little fucking gutter shit and just basically misgender them constantly. Because he put up the picture of what they used to look like before, which is equivalent to dead naming. But, you know, I'm only letting it slide because it's not necessary for it, but I want to make comment about it simply because everything else he's saying is just in one ear out the other. This is not, and nothing you're saying is of any material that I didn't already know. Even if I didn't know about it, you're not telling me something that sounds like it's something that should be important that I should hear about. Please get to the meat and potatoes of this video article.
And EA has a much broader crisis going on now that Corinne Bush has jumped off the proverbial sinking ship that they created themselves. Corinne's departure shines a light on the larger issues at BioWare and EA. The developer has been hemorrhaging talent for years, and between Mass Effect, Andromeda, Anthem, and now Dragon Age The Veilguard, their complete inability to deliver hit games has only accelerated the terminal decline. A visit to BioWare's career page reveals a startling lack of open positions. In fact, as of today, BioWare has currently 0 job openings in any department anywhere. Almost as if they've implemented some sort of company-wide hiring freeze while they sort out what next steps are for BioWare proper.
Yeah, that's normal. That might not sound like it's normal. They wouldn't be showing no hirings unless there was something really cantankerously fucked up. They don't need to post it. This is actually what I would prefer them do, because I don't need to know about outside drama based on people doing this shit. Because you know what this is exactly like? This is like you guys going after weird goats and trying to put their employee and their group members out there, not just by the fact, hey, they work at this group, but specifically trying to find their socials, outing their socials, and putting out every single bit of information about them that you can find, and just trying to expose them to a polite public society with bad intentions. Why do you need to report on this until you have confirmed that there is a hiring freeze? You can say that you notice one, but reporting it like this is the same way that you forced an article to be made based on your behavior about Kingdom Come Deliverance. We'll get to that after this, after watching through this.
Pair this with my inside source warning about how folks at the Edmonton studio
that still has no name and still has no contribution given to it. Please give a name.
In particular are concerned that their office will be shut down come February 2025. It has to make you wonder what's going on with BioWare in general. And sure, Jeff Grubb said, no, there's no truth to those rumors, when I'm seeing all the evidence to the contrary. My source was right on this one. The lack of hiring and job availability alongside the major positions being vacated at present signals either a severe financial crisis for EA, the parent company of BioWare, or a major restructuring effort that is underway right now. Neither of which bodes very well for the studio's future, with massive...
Incorrect. A restructuring would be boding well for the future, because it means that they're shuffling people around to either where they need to be or what would better suit their role in the company moving forward, based on how they currently had a person leave and how they're filling those positions. Somebody's filtering up, somebody's filtering down, someone's getting promoted, somebody's probably having to take a pay cut to be in a demoted position, the same way that Johans moved himself from the CEO position and moved himself to head creative. The restructuring of the C-suite positions and the employees who report to them underneath that is exactly what you need to invigorate shit. Because look at what they did when they were able to do that reconfiguring for fucking Arrowhead. They're now on Omens of Liberty, launching the next update for the next bit of content. Sure, smaller company, but that's what you want. You want to trim the fat. You're getting mad at them for wanting to trim the fat. Why are you saying it's wrong for them to trim the fat and to work on being leaner? I would prefer, I want worse games with shittier graphics that look like it's on a PS2 that only it requires 10 gigabytes of download for the entire game file, and I'm not kidding. Why is that a problem? Ugh.
In fact, already on shaky ground after Andromeda and Anthem proving disastrous, it's hard to imagine BioWare regaining any of the glory it once had at this rate. And honestly, the way they've been hiring people, putting people in positions of power and decision making that go directly against what gamers actually want in their games, they kind of brought this all on themselves. But going back to Kareem Bush, one of the most intriguing aspects of the story is where he's gonna end up next. He has multiple concerning posts, I would say, on Blue Sky where gamers don't want anything to do.
The concerning posts in question say, if you're able, post your flags. If you're unable, you're still valid and loved. Once again, Smash JT, if they want to do the homosexuality, transgenderisms over there with the hoodoo voodoo bullshit, it's all the way over there in the place that I'm not in. Why is this? How? Actually, rephrase the question. How is this a problem of Kareem's behavior? Where's news, JT? How is this news? Finish the video.
With the ideologies that are being pushed. And one of them, Corinne says, if you're able, post your flags. If you're unable, you're still valid and loved. And posts a whole bunch of colored pride flags and trans flags for trans rights.
Let's see here. Transgender, I'm assuming... Is that the asexual? Or is that the demisexual? One second. Big gay pride flags. Let's see here. Transgender flag. Yes, I was right. Asexual pride, pansexual pride, and transgenderism. So, what is wrong with the trans flag, the asexual ace in the hole flag, and the pan flag? What's wrong with them? Why can't they have a pan flute flag, Why can't they have little pan fluters going around playing on other people's flutes? Stop it, Carl. Be serious. What's wrong with them going around posting these flag images? They can't post images? Oh, it's so concerning. They made a post on a website that they're not reading. Ooh!
And whatever they're trying to push here. But this is not anything gamers care about. And while somebody is clearly more than valid and welcome to push their ideologies on social media and let people know what they like, when you start injecting it into games, that's when gamers take a stand against it. And
if it's being injected in places and being involved in places in ways in which we do not desire or want. If you cannot show the difference between a political theme in a game like BioShock, a concept that is a political zeitgeist that takes place in a world and the story building of a place like Metal Gear Solid, and cannot show the difference between these two things, and the Pee Pee Poo Poo Man dance featuring new and updated versions of mockery of Trump, calling him the Drumpfler, then you do not know what it is that gamers want and cannot tell me the difference about these things that I should have to care about and matter for. Done! Boom! Simple! Yes, get your religion and get your proselytization out of my video games. If you're going to put it there, make it make sense and make it entertaining. If you lecture me, I don't want it. Ultimately, you're relying on people not giving these things a chance. Now, amongst people like me, I ain't gonna buy it simply because I know you that motherfuckers are touching it. Simple as. I see your name on it, I'm not touching it. But for everybody else that would, you're not actually helping people when you say this. You're just actually doing the opposite. You're saying a blanket ban on people's power of creative choice at all times. That's not the same thing. I am not stopping them. I can't stop them. But should I have had the power to, I'm not going to stop Corinne from making the games that she wants to make. He wants to make. They want to make. I am going to say probably don't put them inside of a series, like don't insert transgender politics inside of Path of Exile 1 and 2. Even though I'm more than likely going to listen to the story event once legitimately, and then on every single playthrough mash through that shit as fast as I can hit my space bar. But I'm not going to have the ability to tell you that you shouldn't put it there, and that you shouldn't be capable of writing a story using that concept to communicate a character's backstory. Probably don't commit a significant section of the game that has nothing to do with important story elements outside of a cutscene, which is what merely makes it annoying because we are trapped in the cutscene and we're at the mercy of witnessing the shit play through, especially if it's an unskippable cutscene, an unskippable cutscene or some shit. But what you just said was basically transgenders are not allowed to make video games. And I'm sorry, I cannot get behind that sentiment. I am not down with that sickness.
In another post, Corinne Bush said, I wish everyone against puberty blockers for trans youth would experience the pain we often endure. Your face peeled back to reshape your skull, breast tissue removed, hundreds of hours of electrolysis, trauma. But I can't really wish this. I'm not a monster. I wish you access to empathy. Hashtag trans rights. And not really sure what he's trying to imply with that one.
Again, showing off their picture of a before and after to mock and antagonize them. They're clearly talking about gender reassignment surgery. They're talking about facial lifts for feminization or masculinization surgery. They're talking about skin removal with electrolysis. They're talking about the painstaking points that people go through for body dysmorphia in order for them to feel welcome and selective to their own body. Don't be a dick. Smash. Don't be a dick.
But to me, it sure as hell sounds like that's something they're trying to push on kids, and I definitely don't want anything to do with supporting someone that says that kind of stuff.
That is very bigoted of you, Smash. So let's put that image you put up there on the screen again.
This hell sounds like that's something they're trying to push on kids.
So, when you put up this 2020 to 2021 picture of their before and after they've done face feminization, they've clearly done the efforts and taken the work to try to appear feminine. This is you. If this is you going out of your way to disrespect them by calling them he constantly with that image, this is you again being a fucking dick. I don't fuck with this. Stop.
Wait, what the fuck did I miss now?
So on the screen, he keeps going back and forth with the calling them male and when they've clearly transitioned to being female. And
who?
Corinne. And right now on the image, there is a before and after when they went through their facial feminization, because he just read a section that had to do with a post made on the social media here about what they go through with the process in which they have to deal with body dysmorphia, and then him saying what he just said in the middle of that. So let me know when you're looking at the screen.
I'm looking.
Okay, play from here.
And not really sure what he's trying to imply with that one, but to me it sure as hell sounds like that's something they're trying to push on kids, and I definitely don't want anything to do with supporting someone that says that kind of stuff.
Now, you'd think that that's a fair sentiment, but keep in mind throughout this entire video, as they keep replaying the same clips of Kareen here, that they're then going to put up this picture of them before. I don't know what before this came from, but the person that is in this picture
sounds like that's something they're trying to push on kids.
Is more than likely the same person in these two pictures of 2020 and 2021, which is clearly a before and after they go through with the feminization surgeries and the attempts to transgender and transition.
So how is this being pushed on kids?
Exactly. Because from the message that's said here, this is them saying, man, I really wish you had empathy and you understood the shit that I go through to try and fit in. Are you saying that they're pushing the concept of having empathy on children? Now, I know what you mean as a transgenderism, but you realize how bizarrely bullshit it is for you to go from A to B based off that statement alone, right?
Well, I don't like saying that kids should have puberty blockers.
I'm not saying that they should. But
it's not saying that they're trying to put it in their games.
Mm-hmm. Like, it's not, this is innocuous. First off, again, like I said when you probably had to go away for a second, how is this news? But then more importantly, do you realize, Smash, that when you constantly do shit like this, where you decide to mog them about their appearance and how they go through the process to try and fucking fit in, and you just keep being disrespectful about them constantly, do you understand that that's a dick move?
Extremely. Nobody's gonna like you if you're being a dick. Make your points and make them in a fair way. Don't take pot shots while you're doing it.
Like, this is not the first, it's not the second, it's not the fifth time you've done it so far in this video. And this video is only fucking 11 minutes and 50 seconds long. Stop this. This is not news reporting. None of this has anything to do with fucking Dragon Age, okay? You do not need to do this while criticizing the Veilguard, alright? Stop it. Get on your job. Your job is not making fun of them for being trans.
No, your job is to call out the dumb shit that they do that fucks up a game.
That says that kind of stuff. He's expressed a desire to continue making RPGs, but what studio in their right mind would take on such a risk? While Corinne...
All of them, because there's a zeitgeist that says that you should get this and it's in vogue. If you take it, it's the kiss of death, but again, I repeat, failing upwards. It's called failing upwards.
Lies that he has a gig lined up elsewhere already. There's been
There you go! There you go! There you go!
Official confirmation of that beyond just rumors. And Corinne's track record at BioWare is undeniably tied to the failure of Dragon Age the Veilguard.
That's wonderful. So then wait for those rumors to then become fact, then report on them. That's it. That's your job. Wait for the facts, report them.
Any company willing to bring them on board will have to directly contend with a skeptical player base that knowingly is following this person to ensure that they do not support them and purchase any games they're involved with moving forward. In fact, Corinne Bush has turned into a very toxic developer in the grand landscape of consumers purchasing products, which again puts me back to the position of wouldn't be shocked if Corinne Bush...
So... Here's why I have no respect for this guy, and I think a lot of people don't. If you're gonna be an asshole, actually be a full asshole. Don't use their current name. Find their fucking dead name if you're gonna call them by their... if you're gonna give them the wrong pronouns. Go full ass on it.
Be a whole ass, not a half ass. That is the single player Carl standard.
Right? It's dumb.
With my nappy hair separating my afro as a witness. This shit is fucking lame as shit, okay? If I can dig it, if I can... pause. If I can dig it... if I can make fun of both the fucking Jesus Christ squad, I can be more than happy to do it to you too. but I'm not going to attack you over shit that is not important or relevant to my criticisms. You trying to fearmonger about a transgender fucking game developer and deciding to take your time out to try and belittle and besmirch the things that they care about, oh, they'll probably have to just suck it the fuck up. But that doesn't mean that you're doing good reporting when you behave like this all the time. People who don't see the problem, you don't realize it's a problem until he does this shit to you.
It destroys your cause on top of that, because anybody that would have listened to you normally will no longer listen to you. Because you decided to be an asshole, and instead of arguing the merit of your points, you wanted to take pot shots.
Does somebody find me that meme where it's like they're directing a laser beam or a gun at something and then somebody deflects with something and then the bullet hits somebody else? That's what you're doing right now. At this point, you're technically just pointing the gun, but you are fucking throwing around so many pot shots that you are just knocking people out of your fucking orbit off your radar from supporting you in your talking points. He's literally doing
a career drive-by.
Yes. Because this shit's not good, dude.
No.
Bush untrans themselves and tries to look like and sound like and take on a different name again to try to hide.
Once again, doing it again. Let's let that play in full. Say it again, Jay.
Purchase any games they're involved with moving forward. In fact, Corinne Bush has turned into a very toxic developer in the grand landscape of consumers purchasing products, which again puts me back to the position of, wouldn't be shocked if Corinne Bush untrans themselves and tries to look like and sound like and take on a different name again to try to hide who they are. I'll be following this story very closely.
Okay, Smash. Let's say that happened. If that happens, if they did that, then if you report on it, and you report on it critically, and only talk about the relevance that, hey, this person has changed their identity, and they are seemingly, and then, once you have confirmed it, knowingly try to hide their past identity under a different pseudonym or pen name to hide their involvement with this game, be aware that this person worked on this, and this, and you don't do any of this transgenderism fucking dead name show and tell bullshit you're doing, that would be your job. Once again, this is not your job! Stop it with this bullshit! It's unacceptable.
But he won't, because it gets some more attention.
Yes. This is not the shit that we fuck with. This will get you attention, but that doesn't mean the attention is good. Because the way that you're getting your audience by doing this shit fucking matters.
It's developing, because the question of just who out there would gamble their reputation on Corinne Bush is one I'm extremely curious of to see answered. For now, the departure marks yet another chapter in the saga of BioWare's ongoing decline and raises serious questions about the studio's future under EA's guidance. Anyways, I'm going to leave it there. If you guys want more information, check out smashjt.com for the full article. If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit that join button. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, you stay smashing.
Yeah, thanks for hanging yourself on a video because you couldn't keep it in your fucking mouth.
Yeah, that's true.
You couldn't keep yourself from saying the quiet part out loud.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's look at exactly what him and the reporting stylings of good old Grums has brought upon us. Directly live, in their own words, from the Twitter account of Daniel Vavra. It is time to address wild claims that some people are apparently based just on one screenshot and a poorly translated tweet, spoiler alert, containing spoilers about the story of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. 1. There are no unskippable cutscenes in our games. Anyone who claims otherwise hasn't played them. 2. We are not, nor ever were, banned in any country, at least not that we know of. 3. As I don't like forced diversity, no one was forcing us to do anything, and we are not forcing anyone to do certain things. 4. Gay characters were already in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. 5. Kingdom Come Deliverance is an RPG, you are responsible for your button presses. If you want Henry to try a same-sex adventure, feel free. If you don't want to, you don't have to. All affairs are and were in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 purely optional. The characters are perfectly aware that it was a forbidden sin. 6. The game takes place in one of the richest cities in Europe, which was besieged by a massive foreign army. That's the reason why the life in the city is much more diverse than the life in villages, which were featured in the first game. 7. Musa came to Bohemia with an invading army as a member of the royal court of King Sigismund, who he met thanks to his engagement at court with the Sultan Bayezid. He is an educated noble and a Renaissance man from the Kingdom of Mali. 8. At the same time, Musa is a very unusual figure for the local Bohemian folk, and many of the situations around him in the game stem from this, so his presence makes sense and creates lots of interesting situations in the game. The way he talks and behaves has a reason. 9. Everything displayed corresponds to the morals and the social norms of 1403 Bohemia, and is only there to make an interesting story and not at all to appeal to a, quote, modern audience. 10. We don't want Kingdom Come Deliverance to be used as clickbait by people who didn't even play it yet. Some of them sadly turn into exactly the same narrative they pretend to be fighting against. The amount of hateful behavior is really sad and will damage any cause associated with it. From Savvy, who directly responds to this, because hey, even Arthur's in here. Savvy, sexy, 10 out of 10. Husband is really excited, he's taking the day off from work to play and wants a suit of armor. Sorry for all the weird stuff. Funny how you had one issue going one way at the first release and now the opposite in this one. Good to see you guys got to do what you wanted and nothing was requested. From Archer.
So wait. People are having issue with there being gay sex.
Yes.
In a setting of Bohemia.
Yes.
Do you not realize what the Bohemian Revolution was?
Most of them don't, because they only saw the Bohemian Revolution through Moulin Rouge.
You're a fucking retard.
Now,
Do not talk unless you understand the concepts that are in play.
Now, I've seen one of the dumbest opinions, which I'm not going to put on camera, but I can re-explain the context to you, where, for some people, the reason why they shouldn't have it is that it should have an immediate punishment through either social de-leveling or literal game mechanics that cause immediate death because of AIDS. That is a serious opinion that I saw a person complain about when it came to the homosexuality, where they said if there's not immediate death as a result of you engaging in this player option, so a non-standard game over, then it is not real and shouldn't be accepted and not my Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Unironically.
You do realize that AIDS doesn't kill you immediately, right?
Of course, but this person didn't, they said no. The homosexuality should immediately be death. It was not a religious take, it was just literally this is how this should have happened because of dysentery, blah 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 blah. The main reason why I can't be able to find it is that I know there was from last night, because I said opinions that got me locked for 12 hours because I told somebody they should probably rope. It ironically was actually over having to work, or rather, speaking on an issue concerning one of my mutuals that is on the platform. I can actually go find the conversation that I was a part of that got me locked, but I probably won't find the opinion that I was looking for. Because this actually had to do with the coverage, as it was reported by Grums, over Kingdom Come Deliverance, as you can see right here. This individual, he's not the person who said it, but
I saw this. I saw this interaction.
Yes. This constant back and forth of them saying David Vadra's being bad, he's doing this, he's trying to hide the gay content, he's doing all this bullshit. It's them claiming this reporting from Smash JT and from Grums, and the people who are trying to defend him saying, bro, that's not what he said. He didn't say he jumped the gun. Congratulations. This is what happens when you do that. You have forced a company to have to explain something to you and spoil what is in the game because you wouldn't shut the fuck up with your bad reporting on your news stories. You does this by you not having journalistic integrity.
And you've also talked about they're doing what they complain about people doing all the time. You're judging a game that you are never going to play off of bullshit you cannot confirm.
Now that I brought it up, I can actually quote this thing because it was the last thing that I said before the reply that I gave earlier once I got unlocked. Watching an actual invalid, not saying that word, because I typed it, I'm not saying it. Watching an actual invalid, let's go with the word troglodyte. Actual invalid troglodyte try to debate and vindicate why he can LARP in our circles and hobbies, both enrages actual conversation circles and the people in them. I report on this shit daily. I'm doing it right now! Mark gets multiple things wrong, stoking the flames. He did this with Helldivers 2. He did this with Space Marines 2. He did this with Soul Ash 2. He did this with Monster Hunter Wilds. He did this with Marvel Rivals. He'll do it with every game that he's gonna cover, because this is how he chooses to cover things. Anything that goes viral, he is on it, and he usually gets it wrong, because he has the journalistic ethics of Jake Lucky. Jake Lucky, for those that are unaware, is a person in the esports scene, who's known for trying to pass off rumor mills as content. He does the lamest and gayest bare minimum, which is posting up YouTube clips and vids onto Twitter and making the kind of news story that is likely to be clicked on by a kid who's looking through CSGO, looking for a website to try and buy boxes off of, so he can try to roll for a new knife skin. It's literal clickbait garbage. You produce and are trying to defend, for those of you who are doing so, literal clickbait garbage. And from the mouth of babes, you're told, nope, that's not real, nope, you're wrong, nope, and you're fighting against it. Because you wanted to say that the sky was blue, and the sky is blue with tinges of red. I'm sorry, you cannot prognosticate about situations, and more specifically, not just prognosticate, but specifically say in things such as Kingdom Come Deliverance is officially confirmed to be banned for an unskippable gay scene. People ask me why I'm giving Warhorse Studios and Kingdom Come Deliverance the benefit of the doubt, why I'm asking people to judge the game when it comes out. This is why. This is Daniel Vardra, creator and co-founder of the Warhorse and KCD. Back in Gamergate 1, we fought against the woke mind virus. We also fought so hard that they went after his company and his game, trying to cancel him in Kingdom Come Deliverance, a largely unknown game at the time. This is true. Gamers rallied and bought the game in droves, defying games journalists of the time. For someone who put his entire studio and game on the line, I will give a huge benefit of the doubt until it's proven otherwise. Daniel knows how to make a great game. I will wait and see. This coming after all the other reporting that he did, which is why this was linked by this individual as supposedly the defense of it. What came before this? Breaking leak. No, Kingdom Come Deliverance is not woke. I received exclusive information from someone who has completed the game, which clears up many rumors. Note, game director Daniel Vardra just posted clarification. He is 100% telling you straight. According to this player, who wants to clear the air about the game that can succeed, this is the exact content of the game's main storyline. Not all side quests completed, a thread continued. Based on his information, I would say that the whole Kingdom Come Deliverance thing has been blown out of proportion. The game is excellent, and everything is treated in proper historical context. As the player said, the whole game is funny as fuck. It feels like old school BioWare. For some, any gay option is going to be a no for them. But for me, gay equals DEI. I will be buying this game. Gay doesn't equal DEI. I don't know why he put an exclamation point next to an equal sign. That's not the sign for does not equal. He could have just gotten the sign for does not equal. And then next to this, on January 15th, which is where this story comes from the announcement that it would be reportedly banned in Saudi Arabia due to immoral scenes. That story is confirmed as correct, because that's Saudi Arabia. They have moral standards. They just simply don't do that there. Please recall and remember the story about Insomniac's Spider-Man and the drama around the mods, which were actually development tools that turned off the pride flags inside of the Saudi Arabian districts, because they will hang you for this.
Yep.
This was reported on January 15th. These correction stories that are being posted by this individual are from January 17th. So literally at least up to 2 days before the breakdown of all of this, which has proceeded for the last technically 4 days, if you go by the timeline, from the 16th. You literally changed the story day fucking 3 of the drama from, nope, it's definitely happening, to, well, I was told finally that it did happen. Why didn't you just report what you knew and could confirm at the time, waited for further information, and then covered it thusly? You
want attention.
You bitches did this shit for attention. And here, in the fucking comments section, you've got people like this defending Grums. And you think this shit passes? This is why we're here. We can't leave the room. We cannot get out because you motherfuckers keep pulling us back in. Every time I think I'm going home and I'm coming home to my sweet baby girl, I'm back in the fucking building with you guys! Stop it.
Get some help.
Learn how to do your job. Get some fucking help. If you don't know how to do reporting, talk to Sid Alpha. He'll teach you. Shit, if you really need to learn that bad, come to me, and I will teach you how to write a fucking story and how to report on them. It's not hard. You literally only have to do Bull Black's job. All you have to do is read the tweets. That's all you got to do. Anyways. Reading further down in the section. From Arthur. Thank you for addressing the rumors. I can't wait to enjoy your game in February. Would you be willing to address why the custom code of conduct was necessary for the KCD2 community? I looked on KCD1 and other games published by Deep Silver, but none of them seem to mention white supremacy, neo-Nazis, or 9 ways to discriminate against someone on an anonymous online forum. Did you look at Drum's latest report? There are some confirmations about the minor changes, and one of them refers to Henry's character. I don't want to spoil too much. Is it really bad? Depends on your point of view, that there are 2 minor changes in the game, he air quotes around minor, compared to the first one, and the first change in Henry's character making up being the controversial one. They decided to make him bi in the game, depending on the player's choice, unlike in the first game. Yeah, I inferred that from Daniel's previous post about the choice. Well, Henry's not going to be bisexual when I play him, so I guess I'll commit a hate crime of bi erasure. A concern that I have regarding the option of making Henry bi is how it will be handled. For example, I'm pretty sure I was not the only one who was surprised that Lady Stephanie courting in the first game, where simply agreeing to get an award for a quest led to unprompted sex. On Drum's posts, it is explained that you have to complete and agree a long chain of events and player choices to even get that option. He's gonna be so cis heteropatriarchal in my playthrough. 3 laughing emojis.
And that's fine.
Yes, that is fine.
Play it how you want to play it.
There are some that are claiming that it's the parent company that's forcing them to say this because that they are ultimately the PR team. However this has come about, you guys are in the middle of this story because you're the ones that are repeating these prognosticated points that you decided to talk about, and that you decided to push. I can directly tie you to the story, therefore I'm laying it at your feet. You didn't have to go about these things this way. You chose to do this. Choose to be different. Because we're tired of it. You've got so many other things that you can be fucking worrying about. And it's so goddamn fucking sickening that you cannot fucking handle it. It is so fucking dumb. Next story. Substack link. I will be suing Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II. Good old Stephen is getting sued by Pixie. One of the girls that recorded the girl having sex with her. DGG under fire.
Pause.
Yes.
Apparently, Stephen Bonnell is going to do a stream addressing this today.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be interesting.
You know when that stream is supposed to be?
I have no idea. I've been watching.
Okay. Let me know when that happens.
Oh, I'll let you know.
From Pixie, January 20th, 2025. I will be suing Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II. On November 29th, I learned that the streamer Destiny had non-consensually shared pornographic content of me online. My dignity, peace of mind, and the hopes of the future stripped away in a mere matter of seconds following the betrayal of someone I previously trusted. I am at least the third person, can confirm, because it was part of the leaks, that he has done this to. I hope to be the last. I will not be commenting on the experience of the other women that he has hurt, as it is not my place or my story to tell. I will, however, share my story. I'm gonna fucking move this shit. I will, however, be sharing blah 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 blah. Find my place. I will be sharing my story in the hopes of preventing this from occurring again. I have known Destiny for 5 to 6 years now and often find myself in heavy disagreement with him. Despite this, I do my best to see the sides of all people, trying my hardest to spread positivity and create understanding where I can. It's corny, but I want to meet people where they are and focus on the ways which we can build bridges together towards a better future for everyone. Some people call this a fault of mine. They claim that I'm naive and I should be more careful. Those people are right. When I was 19, over 5 years ago, I was extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered. Being severely terrified of leading someone on or at sexual assault, I thought I could trust Destiny, who I'd had multiple conversations regarding consent and boundaries with. So imagine my surprise when I discovered he distributed pornographic content of me without my consent. my consent. You read that right. Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II sent pornographic content of me to a random 9-year-old e-girl Discord kitten that he had never met before, and then she published it to the whole world. Rest assured, despite never having met her, she at least spoke to her plenty of times on the phone. Of course, this is what he says happened. I think it's just as likely that he used her as a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability. I do not know why Destiny would knowingly and willingly put me in a position where I received non-stop sexual abuse and harassment. If we believe him, he was trying to impress a barely legal teenager using my body and my privacy. Ew, nigga! The portrayal, coupled with the hundreds of messages I've received filled with sexual harassment and abuse, have left me feeling hopeless and devoid of almost all happiness. The only thing that has kept me going is the hope that I can bring this man to justice and have him face legal consequences for his actions. For the past month, I have been speaking to lawyers about my situation and what to do, and I have decided that this is the best course of action. I will be suing him for violation of U.S. Federal Code 15 U.S.C. subsection 6851, civil actions relating to disclosure of intimate images and for public-private facts in Florida. I will be seeking emotional and punitive damages for his actions. I have been told that a court case like this could potentially cost over tens of thousands of dollars. I'm terrified. I mean, this guy talks about potentially suing Hassan with a link. Link 2.
That's really
Hassan accuses Destiny of trying to fund his murder. 2 weeks ago, Destiny's direct upload of his VOD, 41 minutes, 15 seconds. We will not be watching this at this time. The bluff of in place. Essentially suing Hassan as if for fun, and Hassan actually has the resources to defend himself. I cannot imagine what he will try to do to me in this process. Sometimes I wonder if he does this as an intimidation tactic. Yes, he does. I wonder if he's purposely trying to put fear in my heart when he casually talks about throwing money into a lawsuit with a multimillionaire who can fight back, as if an indirect warning or flaunt a warning of his capability over outspending me in whatever legal case I throw at him. Probably not directly, but it serves for basis because, hey, it's Destiny. At the request of my friends, I have been encouraged to link my GiveSendGo regarding this case here in hopes that we can raise enough for me to legally succeed at givesendgo.sue Destiny. Suing Destiny Stephen Bonnell suing Destiny Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II with a picture of the fucking Dalabon pride flag. She's at least raised over $2,000. So there is that. Whatever.
I think he's fucked.
I think it's an open shut case if somebody really wanted to bury Destiny. This could be the thing that kills his career directly. Because without Destiny, there is no Dalabon. Which means, Kylie, you having all that fun, being not so Aerodon online, having arguments with Gene on J-Silk streams, and possibly opening a fucking a Dalabon Destiny.gg health clinic with your husband goes kaput if he fucking runs out of money having to defend himself because the entire internet finally comes down on his head for his autism. Whenever the next...
And his inability to keep his dick in his pants.
And the inability to keep his dick in his pants. Or to keep another man's dick out his mouth! Literally!
That's true.
Whoever the next...
And probably another man's dick out of his ass.
Hold on, no, I don't need that image in my head.
I don't see him as a top.
There's videos, but then again, those were the girls. Whoever the next Joe Rogan of the left is, it cannot be someone that crosses sexual boundaries, violates consent, and puts women's well-being and safety at risk. Half pause. You had a Joe Rogan of the left. His name was Joe Rogan. Because he politely did not directly confrontate with a non-confrontational style of interviewing people that you considered to be against you, you made him your enemy. You guys can cope and seethe about that. Stay on topic, girl. Stay in this story. Stay here. Stay here. Don't go there.
Don't artistically go on tangents. Don't pull a Carl.
Hey now. Hey now.
Am
Say
I
now.
wrong?
Hey now. Say now. My shit is relevant.
Am I wrong though?
No.
Exactly.
It cannot be someone who puts women in positions where they be sexually abused and harassed. It concerns me that Destiny has been interviewing potential DNC chair candidates such as Marianne Williamson or Martin O'Malley, who have no idea what he's done. Oh, I'm pretty sure everybody's known what he's done at this point. And
yeah.
And if they didn't, they weren't looking at their fucking Twitter and somehow were able to avoid the fucking dick leaks. Then again, more people were looking for the blowjobs than they were looking for him topping the girls.
I got lucky and I missed all of it.
You only lucky because I censored the one that I used.
Yep. That's the only one I saw.
As time passes...
I wasn't so lucky with Bo Blacks.
I'm out. As time passes and he tries to position himself to have interviews with increasingly powerful figures such as Zelensky, I can't help but be filled with fear that Destiny might continue to succeed, facing no repercussions for his actions. If the Democratic Party wishes to succeed in the future, it cannot be a party that accepts the sexual exploitation of women. It cannot be a party that allows men like Destiny to break into the mainstream, or allowing them access to such spaces would be a direct endorsement of his behavior. I'm not immediately tacited to agree necessarily, because of course we don't fucking officiate the behavior of people like Vosh, and the only reason why Vosh is able to be alive in a political context is because of progressive victory. So really, if you get rid of Brianna Wu, then that goes away.
But wait, she already said something wrong. He's already been in the mainstream. He's been on fucking news stories.
He's already been on news.
On live TV.
He's been on news, he's been on hit pieces, he's been on interviews, he's been on panels, on mainstream television. Both himself and Hassan. Like, you can't stop that fucking bag. That pooch is already fucked.
Yep, that's already done.
If you mean you want him to be mainstream enough that he's a household name more than he already is with fucking online artists in his own audience, maybe you have a case there. Perhaps he will be the one to put on the Sonichu medallion next, and the curse will move from Mutahar into him.
I mean, he's already done that. He's already fucked. He's done. If he doesn't somehow bring up something that shows that he didn't maliciously leak this shit, he's fucked.
It's just a matter of whether or not he has something, because people have been really waiting for him to come forward with something. Because if it wasn't this, it would have been the conservative die bullshit. Because that's where most people immediately broke bread with him. I mean, sure, say if you get involved in these situations and you're a fan of mine and you get hit, I'm gonna laugh at you. That, it could be like a morbid joke, but the problem was that he wasn't joking. And then he doubled down on that shit. Both him and Kayla doubled down on that shit over the shit that he said on that town hall that he was hosting on fucking Twitter, which is what directly led to the platform's rules changing about fucking broadcasting, because he was making money off that shit when he was having those back-to-back forums where he was talking to people. Now, if you want to stop him from going mainstream there and possibly becoming a fucking pundit on the mainstream news, he wouldn't do that. But what you want is for him to not be the kind of priority content creator and figure as it was during the Skeptic days, where the BreadTube actively took on a position where they pretended like they were not making buku money hand over fist the way that fucking H-Bomber guy does. If you don't want him to be that popular, well, he won't be. But you kind of can't stop him from being popular. But you can make him infamous. Nope. You can make him infamous and make it a well that nobody wants to drink from, if they weren't already. Where was I? It cannot be a party right here. It cannot be a party that allows men like Destiny to break into the mainstream, for allowing him access to such spaces would be a direct endorsement of his behavior. I have been told that the payout might be not worth the harassment and the attention that I will receive. In an ideal world, I would do this privately, but I've been told there's no realistic way the court would grant me anonymity. That means my only option is to be public. I mean, the only thing that you could do if you really were serious about this is for you to go public.
Yep.
You don't have
That's
the
choice.
choice.
Only way that it's going to do any lasting damage.
Like, there's no way for you to go private and be like, I was harmed, I was one of the many girls inside of the DGG fucking fuck complex. No, you need to say who you are and you need to put that shit forward. Granted, This is technically a Mr. Girl point. This was part of why Max Carson was going out of his way to try and prognosticate into the fucking, the love circle and love connections that Destiny's been making through his career with his exes. But between what he and Lav were doing, and then his other girlfriend, because I know he treats Lav like she's a fucking child of his, but the other one with glasses, I forget her name. I know it starts with an S.
The one that he's abusing?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember.
Doesn't matter. We know what you mean.
But the way that he's been going over that shit, this is technically the something that came directly from his concerns. But you know, Lav's overdoing fucking shit, glorifying for attention on Jay Stokes streams, bragging about her being pregnant, and trying to mog people about how she finds them boring and shit. She's not gonna do shit. Carson's not gonna do shit. None of the people inside his fucking connections are gonna do shit, because all of their careers are based on him and that audience. So if you want to do damage, you need to bring down the DDG industrial complex with the equivalent of a fucking megaton nuke. And that is by going public and doing it with your face. Anyways. In an ideal world, this would be, I would do this privately, but I've been told there's no such realistic way to grant me anonymity, meaning my only option is to be public. I've been told by a variety of people to not go public. I've been told by some that Steven really does feel sorry, but I'm not inclined to believe them, especially with taking into consideration his actions regarding me. Regardless, what Destiny did is unacceptable, and I believe he will do this again unless he faces justice. Let me be clear. Destiny has violated federal law in his transgressions against me. He has violated my consent and is directly responsible for the sexual abuse that I have received. I am terrified. Evidence log. Destiny apologizing to me of his actions. Note, I had to contact him asking about the situation before he sent me this message. Destiny downplaying the pain that I felt and my concerns. And Destiny offering some way to pay my bills, I guess, to make me feel better. I'm sorry, is this water bill being paid gonna make me feel okay about the lifelong trauma that I've now received? In which she immediately has the connections, and these are the leaks that came from the conversations that were going out there. I've seen some of these, but some of these links I haven't seen. Let me put them on screen for you all. You all should be able to see this. Can you see this inside the server? I don't think you can. No, let me put this here. Boom, done. Destiny, 11/29/24, 9:09 p.m. from his Discord. Ugh, there shouldn't be no, I'm so sorry, there's literally zero excuse. I had phone calls and stuff with this person, they were very close to me. It's worth to say it at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse. I won't say or confirm anything about them. If there's a particular action or thing I can do, just let me know. It's more complicated than that. From 12/12/24, like 2:12 a.m. Jesus fucking Christ, the twos. I feel there's no justice for what's been done. I feel like for the people the rest of my life are going to try to send me and my family from my workplace wherever I go. I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a vulnerable position, getting railed. I feel like people, Carl would do that. I feel like people are always going to use this as proof that I slept my way into whatever achievement I garner. Pause. You did. You got slutted and got gutted. You did. You let them tap it, let them fuck it, and now you're embarrassed. You did that.
You did that to yourself.
You did indeed have sex with him. Even if you say that you didn't, and that it's not the thing that you did to sleep into your position, you still had sex with him consensually. Okay? With Invader he hit it and quit it and said her ass was fat. And she's been living off that compliment for 5 years, girl! You were in with him. You were in my state, canvassing with him! He platformed you, and probably did the same shit to Farah too. Farah is a Middle Eastern content creator. She makes a very weird, bizarre palette of videos. I'd have to show you after I'm done with this segment, but very weird shit. The girl herself is average and normal and is like kind of normie in her position, but she actively, just like any other girl that goes onto Destiny streams, they usually were then revealed to be like being either passed around or then became the girlfriend or the boyfriend of another orbiter, and then was also allowed to be inside the upside down pineapple community that is the DGZ wives and friends of Destiny. So that everything would be better with me gone. I think the number of people who know you and keep up with go after you is probably almost zero. I think other people hate involved with me, Nick, Lauren, lol, way more, and it overshadows everything a lot more. As for any achievements or anything like that, the majority of the work and stuff that you've done is completely independent from me anyways, so the people who would say something like that or people who would have said shit like that anyways are not worth the time. This directly does correlate with you downplaying her feelings and saying that it doesn't matter, when the fact of the matter is that you betrayed her trust, you stupid fuck. And then, 12/12/24, 2:05 a.m., so this must have been a different message before this one. Yes. So, later conversation, on the same day that they had these messages. I don't know why she just didn't include that entire chat in a full line. But this feels super lame, and I don't want at all to imply that somehow just giving you money helps anything or go ways to fix anything for you, but if you have any bills or owe any money for anything or have any financial stuff I can help with, I can at the very least chip in and help with any of that, so it's one less thing you have to worry about or stress over while you're worrying getting through this. Now, here's me in your body. Let me quantum leap into your life. If he offers me this, I'm taking everything he has to offer. I'm gonna guilt trip the shit out of Destiny. Yes, indeed. Yes, I will. Why? Because that's what punitive damages is going to be in court. You can settle this civilly like content creators and, I don't know, make it up in the pink, or you can settle this in court and deal with all of the legal bullshit and all the attention that it comes with, but take him to task and make him have to pay accountability standards where he has to now have this permanently marked on him, the same way that Vosh will permanently have the poppy shit attached to his name, despite how much he tries to run away from Irish Laddie 342, and how he tried to talk about being king of BreadTube and king of the leftists. If it were me, in your position, I would have taken the money from him, and then I would have told him, listen, you're not doing enough, I'm gonna need a little bit more. And I would have kept him on that fucking shit. Because I'm evil. I'm an evil man when it comes to shit like this. That's what you should do.
You're not evil, you're vindictive.
Bitch, I'm petty. I stay petty. I stay petty.
I stay petty so I don't gotta get petty.
Yes, I stay petty so I ain't gotta get ready to put my foot in somebody's ass. No pause, no lube, and I will not clip my toes before I do it. And I'm gonna wiggle them, and I'm gonna wiggle them while I'm in there. Alright, now Farha. When was the last time I saw Farha's content? I'm pretty sure if I look up her channel, I should be able to find it. Farha. Oh, here we go. Farha Kaladi.
So recently, I went on a date with a guy. And
so, this is all of Farha's content. This is how she posts. She's like a clone of Mia Khalifa that didn't bake right. You see what I mean? So, she became relevant at some point like a year ago. So, videos from here is when she popped up on Destiny's streams for about like 3 weeks to 2 months. And then she's been making these kind of videos ever since. It's really bizarre shit. You think it's like bedroom feminism, but it's not even that. I would say like it's a form of performance art, but there are people who subscribe to her, there are people who support her, she has an audience. I don't know where the fuck they're congregating, because she ain't got nothing but a few videos here.
So recently, I went on a date with...
But this is her. Anyways, next news. 1 second. Damn, it's already 3 o'clock. Today's moving by way too fucking fast. Alright. Close this tab. Where's my new story? That's the Destiny shit. This was the Substack. All the links, reading down. And then Copensea's Destiny hit piece.exe. This shit from Lonerbox. Lonerbox reposting Pixie shit. Does Lonerbox follow you? Oh no, this is Nicolas Stereo's thing. Never mind. Alright, hit peace.
Those of you who have been following Destiny in his orbit for a while may have started to notice a rift forming.
Destiny can help you with the slandering. I'd rather not.
In late November, a leak occurred which revealed, shall we say, a lot of Destiny's personal history. There has been massive speculation about the people involved in those leaks, whether the sharing of them was consensual, and people's both public and private reactions to them. What I have for you today is a breakdown of the conversation that occurred between President Sunday and Stray Raid. This includes multiple DM leaks between the parties involved, and conversations of the general strategies being taken. But first, let me explain to you why I'm prepared to release these at all. When I went looking for these DMs, having heard about them on the grapevine from a couple of sources, I'll be honest, what I found was 2 separate individuals who had received them independently, and for one of them, they were pretty far down the chain. Now, people's level of knowledge involving these leaks is debatable, though at this point I will say, of all the people who aren't directly involved in these events, I probably have one of the fullest pictures. The story I want to tell you isn't really the story of Destiny. Rather, what I want to display is the machine that exists around him. Because, to be clear, that machine around him is already being exposed.
Hi everyone. So Lonabox has announced that he is quitting YouTube, and he gave a bit of an iffy answer for that. Like he said, it was in part because he was supposedly harassed and smeared by me and Hassan. But I actually found out the real reason just now, and it's that Destiny cucked him. His girlfriend cheated on him with Destiny.
And this drip feed of information is causing so much speculation from everybody that regardless of what anybody's original intentions were, it has created more of an air of mystery, speculation, and interest than was ever needed. On November the 29th, 2024, President Sunday would reach out to Straight Raid regarding the Destiny leaks and ask her to check in on Pixie, as even at that point, people were beginning to speculate that it was her in the images. They then begin discussing the situation and how best to move forward with informing Pixie, which leads to an hour-long call in which Sunday provides further context around the leaks themselves and other people Destiny may have been involved with. This also includes a conversation between Lav and Pixie, which occurred during the Mr. Girl saga, where Pixie denied sleeping with Destiny when confronted by Lav. Pixie would then go private, much to the frustration.
This will also be where they confirm that what she said back then was a lie!
Of both Sunday and Straight Raid, both of them realizing that in some ways this was just a confirmation that it was indeed her to those who were speculating. Outside of these two, the wider rumor mill was obviously already spinning, with people reaching out to see what information or opinions other people had. There's obviously the additional factor of speculation regarding what other communities may know or be referring to when they were coming across general memes or comments. These conversations would continue for several days while they discussed the reactions from the wider community and online discourse. Picking back up on December 4th, President Sunday becomes concerned with Pixie's approach and tactics, noting that that's like every wrong decision she could make, now it's content. The concern generally being that this was only reinforcing people's opinions that she was the one in the leaks, and driving people to investigate deeper. Straight Raid would describe this as Sunday preaching to the choir. Importantly, it was around this time that Not So Erudite would reach out to Straight Raid. She asked how Pixie is doing, but then she asked if Pixie knew he took the video and if she consented to it being shared. I don't know why she'd even ask me that. My answer could be no on both counts, and she would not change a thing, lol. It's quite obvious in the opinions of both Straight Raid and Sunday that Not So Erudite would be asking these things not out of concern for Pixie, but out of concern for Destiny, with a general feeling that regardless of what the answer was, Kyla's position wouldn't change a dot.
And it didn't, because she continues to glaze the DGD balls to this day. Blah.
Straight Raid does also confirm that Pixie was aware of the recording at least existing, and that it had not been created without her knowledge. The conversation moves off this topic once again at this point, to the wider subject of Hassan and the Twitch war that was occurring at the time. Though it would come up again around the first when Straight Raid brings up Fairy Queen leaving a comment on Kyla's most recent video. Erudite seemingly had been in contact with Fairy Queen asking her to take this comment down, or at least a section of it. Though it is worth noting that Erudite is openly talking about being in contact with the victims of the leaks, and noting concern for them as the primary reason for its removal. As I'd like to do as little editorializing as possible here, I'll let it pass without much comment. Though I would like to point out at this point that the leaks themselves and the silence around them have become such a fascinating topic that even Wick TV seems to recognize that this is obviously becoming a content item in and of itself.
Keep that in mind, it's an interesting question. Since Podium Brain for $20 says Molina recently confirmed that the sex tapes leaked by Destiny were
Jesus Christ.
girls were shared by Destiny without
Nice, good one, nice.
She has no legal recourse.
I gotta watch a super chat for you, Wick, ready?
Okay. Did you not? Okay, fair enough.
Wick is a stinky butt. I think that's the #1 super chat.
At this point, Straight Raid accuses Kyla of being snaky about this to President Sunday, explaining that Pixie and Kyla have been in contact, with Not So Erudite acting as a kind of liaison. It's also revealed that Dan reached out to Pixie as well. And from what Straight Raid had heard, Dan encouraged Pixie to ask Destiny for a reasonable amount of money, as well as trying to get Pixie to persuade Steven not to sue Kiwi Farms. Straight Raid would then provide Sunday with the DMs between Not So Erudite and Pixie, and notes Pixie's original desire for a payout somewhere in the region of $1 million. So let me take you through the conversation between Not So Erudite and Pixie. Pixie, in blue, begins by reaching out to NSE asking whether she's had a chance to talk to Steven yet. NSE responds by asking if there's anything Pixie hopes was brought up. Pixie then explains that depending on how that conversation goes depends on what her next course of action will be, particularly based on whether Destiny feels like he needs to make up or repent for his actions. Timeline-wise, Pixie had already spoken to Destiny in what was essentially a brief exchange of DMs. Pixie would also assure Not So Erudite that she was not a danger to herself at this time. Though a constant theme in Pixie's communications is this potential underlying risk that she may do damage to herself. Not So Erudite asks whether she can share this with Destiny, to which Pixie agrees, citing the fact she doesn't feel like he really understands her perspective, and it may be better coming from Not So Erudite. Not So Erudite pushes a little harder to work out exactly what it is that Pixie wants. She lists what she thinks are her goals: help removing the video from online, getting the guy who hacked charged, a sense that Steven understands how in the wrong he was, and plans to prevent this from ever happening in the future. Here, Pixie clarifies. What she wants is for this to be the most expensive mistake of his life. She doesn't list a dollar amount, nor does she want to make him destitute, but it should not be easily recoverable. NSE responds, my understanding was it was more a sense of rehabilitation and justice. But you have a specific thing you want now, which is for him to lose a certain amount of money. Pixie responds that she feels that unless he faces actual repercussions, he will never change. Also noting that this money can be given to charity. Not So Erudite, seemingly unsure what to do with the conversation at this point, says she'll have to talk to Steven, as this request for money isn't what she was expecting. With Pixie then responding that what she's looking for is a general acceptance from Steven that he understands this as a potential course of action to rectify the situation, as she views this as a potential penance, which is essential in her view to the rehabilitation process. She goes on to explain that if Steven agrees, then great, that's an agreed course of action, but if not, then she will have to go through the court system to, as she puts it, figure this out. She goes on to note, Destiny has already alluded in DMs with her previously to financial compensation, though her concern is that he doesn't really understand the level of proportionality she is expecting from him. Kyla would then respond to tidy up the language, as in her view, it's not about punishment, it's about making sure that he is genuinely remorseful and changing his behavior. As she goes on to further clarify Pixie's position, with Pixie agreeing to the general gist. They go back and forth, with Kyla clarifying that you're not making me sad, other than like, I'm obviously sad my friend is hurting, and was hurt by our other friend. Pixie makes a final clarification that Destiny—
That's a really stupid way to phrase that. I'm so sad that our friend, the man who employs me, made my other friend feel bad, fucked her, then embarrassed her with her shit getting leaked on the internet, and that she wants to go this route, wants justice for what's been done to her. Oh, woe is me. Oh, woe is me. Come on.
He needs to understand the severity of the situation, and that paying some bills, which is a reference to her previous conversation with Destiny, isn't enough. with a final clarifier from Kyler that I think he was worried you would feel he's paying you for your silence, but did want to help but didn't want to overstep. I think he is offering a lot more than you read it, but I totally understand why you read it that way. Back in the conversation between Streamline and Sunday, Streamline notes that Pixie was discouraged by the lawyer she was talking to from pursuing this against Steven, and this had moved Pixie to wanting to go public as she didn't feel confident in any form of legal justice. Sunday goes on to reinforce that Pixie does likely have a legal route open to her, and provides further information which Stray Trade is to pass on to Pixie for her to consider. Sunday would then go on to ask whether there have been further conversations between Pixie and Kyler that he's not aware of, or between Pixie and Steven. These DMs, but it simply are Pixie confronting Steven and saying that she was going to write a note making it clear what happened and what her feelings were, while emphasizing Steven's contribution to her current state of mind. Destiny then goes on to reassure her that she has a lot of life ahead of her, and that these leaks would pass given time. Finally, Destiny makes an offer that if she requires any help with any bills or anything, then to let him know so he can provide assistance, and it's one less thing for her to concern herself with. Stray Trade goes on to share some DMs from Pixie in which she laments the difficulty a legal case would present, at one point suggesting that in frustration she may get the same lawyer who works for Kiwi Farms. Conversation between Stray Trade and Sunday once again returns to the general topic of the leaks, for several days until the 8th of January, where Stray Trade would share a copy of Pixie's statement regarding these leaks, in which she states that the sharing of these images was non-consensual, and to her knowledge, she is the third person this has happened to. The timeline she provides is that this encounter occurred fairly early on in her online career. She also cites how she would pursue him in court, and that this would be a civil action. As this was clearly prepared for publication, she also notes her GoFundMe, and the fact that such a case would cost money and would need wider public support. She also, at least to some degree, verifies Stray Trade's earlier comments regarding Dan Saltzman, noting, I have been told by a variety of people to not go public, most notably Destiny's anti-Twitch crusader, Dan Saltzman. Finally, she leaves off noting that Destiny has violated—
To be technical, Dan Saltzman isn't necessarily his anti-Twitch crusader. He's more like another coder slash content creator that's on his payroll that he works with. I need to use the bathroom really quick, but as I leave the room, I'll leave on this note. Dan, the Dan that does Anything Else podcast, where Kyla does Bridges podcast, is another member of the Daliban collective, and thus a member of the GGG collective. Because he is what he is, which is a certified crash out, call approved, dealing with Dan is like dealing with a rabid dog that's on an attack leash. I understand why she's afraid of Dan, because Dan is a scary person. Dan is intelligent, Dan is smart, he knows how to go about attacking people, he knows about how to do the attack vectors by himself, and as you saw with him raiding a one-man combat parade against Hatred.tv, which I'm pretty sure is his project. We'll talk about that, because I didn't cover that the other day, but we'll cover that today. Especially in lieu of updates on the never-ending anti-semi squad anti-crusade force. Dealing with Not So Erudite is like dealing with the female friend that really doesn't want her female friends to fight, because they're all her ticket to a ride. But at the same time, dealing with her and Dan? Those are literally his left and right hands of DGD. I will say in agreement. Those are her, that is his left and right hand. Dan is his left, NSC is his right. If he has to deal and use both of them to get other people to communicate on behalf of the good of the collective, then I would be in her position where I'd feel fearful about what the fuck he does. Because you have no idea if Dan is going to be on your side or not. Alright, be right back. Don't go saying slurs, chat!
I'm just kidding, I wouldn't do that. I'm an asshole, but I'm not that much of an asshole. So how's it going, chat? How are you? I'm just chilling. Just chilling playing Pokemon games, cause I can, and because I'm a nerd. Blip, blip, blip. Yeah, this stuff is just nutter butters, man. Like, I'm surprised it took this long for things to catch up to him. Cause, yeah, he's been fucking around way too hard for way too long, and he was bound to get his ass clapped. Just saying. You fuck around, you're gonna find out. And he done found out. Playing Black Mesa. Nice. I have that on my wish list. I haven't played it yet. Or I haven't played any of the Half-Life games, actually. I need to do that. But that's something I'd probably stream, because they're kind of sort of horror games. Kind of, sort of, kind of. But all this shit is wild. It's wild. January's probably been one of the busiest months for drama that I've seen in a long time. In a long time. Fuck you, it's January. Alright? But I mean, we're getting all the content, at least. I'll take all the content. I'll take it all day long. Hey, what's up, Blood Wolf? I'm trying to entertain the chat as best I can whilst Coral is gone. So it's not just chair stream. Chair stream is not always the most fun. More than floating with content, shit is just insanity right now. Beyond insanity. I love it. What's up? What is your question? What is your question? Thoughts on Nocturne Season 2? I've gotten halfway through it and it is 100% better than Season 1. Finished Season 4 and so far I have very little grievances. Very little. Because like, I'm shocked. I thought they were gonna fuck it up hardcore. But so far, not. So far it's been better. Which surprised the ever-living shit out of me. Carl thinks that they may have learned their lesson, but I'm not so sure about that. There's still 4 episodes where they could fuck it up. But so far, I do not have any big grievances like I do with, you know, Season 1. Season 1 was ass. Good God. Ass and titties. Ass and titties, huh?
Violated federal law in his transgressions against me. He has violated my consent and is directly responsible for the sexual abuse I have received. When pressed on the release schedule of this statement, Straight Rage shares a DM between herself and Pixie, where Pixie clarifies that she wants to talk to her lawyer first and send a demand letter.
Season 2 is a definitive improvement.
Said letter, release it.
Okay, that's good. I assume we're talking about Castlevania.
That's what my thoughts were on Season 2.
I see.
And I completely see where he's coming from. They should have started good on Season 1, but
yes.
Alas, we got ass.
They fucked around and they finally found out the right way, then I guess that's a saving grace.
I originally wanted to do it by next week, but seems unlikely. On January the 10th, President Sunday would approach Straight Raid asking if there was any updates on the situation. She responded that she hadn't heard anything else, and she speculates that Pixie at this point may be annoyed with her and just simply ignoring the messages. Though she assures Sunday that had Pixie taken the payoff, she would have been informed. It would then be on the 16th of January where Straight Raid would once again reach out to Sunday, asking him whether he was aware of Lonabox's stream, in which Lonabox stated his intention to take a break from streaming, but more importantly, alluded to what happened.
It's a little bit frustrating that the psycho smear campaign against me has kind of succeeded, and it's basically all because of Hassan being willing to platform it.
This, ironically, is a live stream that I actually put on the side for us to watch for content, because I was pretty sure this was related to that. This pretty much confirmed that, so we won't have to look at it. But also, it was crazy looking at this, because this was the working theory behind why those girls were leaked, and necessarily why he was quitting, that at some point in time, that Destiny had in fact bagged his girl, and because of it, it made him so depressed that he immediately just lost himself. He lost the ability to create, he lost the ability to be on camera, and whatever the fuck. And I thought, certainly that couldn't be the case. But no. It's real! It's real!
The One Piece is real!
Very annoying that you basically have to like suffer the consequences of someone else's stupidity, but is what it is. Someone else's failures as a human being. But that's not why I'm taking a break, that's just annoying. And it's something that I'll probably be able to work around by myself. But
within this live, Lonabox notes his frustrations with Hassan, but points out that the Israel-Palestine discourse and how he's being treated in regard to that content isn't his reason for leaving. The further illusions come when people bring up Destiny to him in his chat.
You've got Tiny to back you up both. You make quite a team when you're together? No. What do you mean stop streaming? I'm not gonna stop like forever, I just need some... It doesn't matter. I just need a bit of a break. What was the catalyst for that decision? Can't really go into detail. It's been a few things. Have you just not been enjoying streaming? I mean, I like streaming. There's just a lot of things surrounding the whole thing. It's just making me need to step back for a minute and reassess what I want to do going forward. Is it the IP discourse? Nope.
Lunabox's obvious discomfort around the topic of Destiny led to what I can only describe as a cascading series of events, where people began to realize that this once contained story was not going to be contained for much longer. And it has not taken long for even people such as Hassan to start reacting to this news.
Okay, so what's interesting is that Bad themselves not cheating, but she had denied previously sleeping with them and then was in the leaks. Oh, okay. Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense. So, Bonerbox starts dating a Destiny order. The Destiny order tells Bonerbox, I never had sex with Destiny. And then Destiny, in the endless interest of like trying to fuck, e-girls that are in his DMs, sends his entire library of content that he filmed with his ex-wife, which I'm sure his ex-wife is not fully on board with. I would suspect that if you were Destiny's ex-wife, you probably aren't very happy about like videos of you guys having sex being distributed to random people, including many other people. And that person that he sent it to, their friend I think leaked all those videos and made it viral. And one of them was even Destiny like sucking a penis. And that's where the whole like the Destiny sucking drama comes from. But ultimately, what ended up happening is, I guess that's when Bonerbox found out that his girlfriend had actually lied to him. Maybe I don't know.
Given the nature of the developing situation, President Sunday suggests having a call with Stray Trade to explain to her that at the very least, Pixie's involvement is now public discourse. And most pressingly, that the conversation between Pixie and Erudite had leaked to a wide range of people. Sunday, for his part, had been approached for a conversation by another content creator regarding these leaks, as people were beginning to try and work out how much information everyone else was holding. They begin going back and forth, discussing who the leaker of the leaks may be, though honestly, looking through it, it's sort of an elementary question at this point. But we do get one more interesting detail, and that's the fact that Stray Trade had been discussing all of this with Destiny throughout this period. In fact, it was Stray Trade who suggested to Steven compensation. Sunday asks, but given that your impulse is to try and find a mole, I'm going to assume that what they said is accurate. You suggested Steven pay for Pixie's law school. Stray Trade responds, this was one of my few suggestions. I said that she's in a precarious financial situation, that she's not consulted her therapist, and that therapy bills or payments to assist with law school would be money that would be productive to her because it's something to look forward to. She refuses to tell her family, and things were breaking down with Lona. I felt overwhelmed being one of I don't know how many people she let into a limited support network. What follows in these DMs is essentially Sunday emphasizing the situation for Stray Trade. At time of recording, Bad Empanada has come out with a video titled Destiny is a sex criminal shed born of multiple people without consent. The spiraling situation is what led to Sunday coming to me. He was aware already that I'd been looking for these DMs and was aware at the very least of their existence. Because he wanted to provide a fuller context for them rather than just me releasing them in a tweet, he offered this wider conversation with Stray Trade, hoping it could help fill in any blanks, along with any outstanding leaks or information which I may not have. I've attempted to present this information with as little bias as possible. I really just want to provide you with a wider context for what has been happening within the DGG machine. I personally never sought out the Destiny leaks. I have now read more of Destiny's Kiwi Farm page than I ever wanted to. And while, if I'm being frank, I'm not surprised or stunned or shocked by the leaks. I'm not a Destiny fan and never have been. But I've never hated the guy either. Unfortunately for me, this story is one that is basically impossible to ignore. It has been fascinating watching people dance around this topic. And at least for me, this is the part of the story that I wanted to know about. I'm not an accountability channel. I frankly don't care to be.
Unfortunate. Couldn't happen to a better girl. This is not funny. This is probably the most annoying shit that you've ever truly seen in the streamer world.
Yep.
A sex post leak of this nature has never truly been witnessed. The fact that it's been like this? Well, inside this same fucking podcast idea spread, from when we were hoping that TikTok would stay closed, but it didn't. Nothing ever happens. Right up here, I have the Neil Gaiman allegations. And comparing them, like, okay, bad shit, bad things, horrible people. I'm still surprised that he was not arrested. Destiny.
Yeah.
Like, I'm surprised that his channel's still up.
You and me both, dude. You and me both. It's probably because when it first came out, you couldn't really trace it that well.
Yeah, it was.
You could kind of get away with it, slightly.
It was like a rumor mill that started with a generation plate from Kiwi Farms, so it would be in the sense of being a rumor mill. But after it's been confirmed, well, look at how quickly they shut down fucking Lauren Chin's channel. The moment it's like Russian disinformation, immediately banned. Thanos, no way to come back. And then having to fight for her fucking life as a part of a committee on Canadian fucking government. TV news. We're a weird country. Anyways. Next news story. How a pyrocynical girlfriend stole thousands from his fans.
Scam. Verb. Use deception to deprive someone of money or possessions. Everyone has been scammed.
Sending it up. It is now up.
Yep.
scammed once or twice in their life. Whether it's a product that seemed too good to be true, an investment course that's supposed to triple your bank account instantly, or cryptocurrency of a guy shitting himself on live. But what I think is worse than all of that is being scammed by this fucking guy. No. Not this guy. This guy. Hey, it was pretty good. Come on, that was a pretty good inception. Hey, hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome back to another banger. Hey, if you don't know who this guy is, his name is Pyrocynical, and he is just a fucking. He is goddamn. He was like,
please stop. Your editing style is giving me a headache. Please stop.
Yeah, I didn't pre-watch this.
A former commentary YouTuber, now game and movie reviewer. He's pretty popular, almost at 5 million subs, and he is swarmed with controversy pretty much at all times. It's kind of impressive, to be fair. But we're not talking about this.
He's not circled by controversy all times. He's had the furry drama, the allegations, being accused of being a slop YouTuber, leaning into that drama, dealing with it, pretty much sidestepping it entirely. He's had a lot of things and has done a lot of stuff, but fuck me.
Fucking degenerate. We're talking about the degenerate next to him, his girlfriend, Ida. Now, Ida, if you aren't aware, is an artist on Twitter. Ida! Known as a fat fur artist, and if you are my parents or anyone who doesn't know what that is, please click away. I warn you now. Fat fur is a fetish where you enjoy fat people and furries. So, hey, I'm not here to judge. Hey, you know, it's do what you like. But recently, Ida has been in a lot of controversy because she's been scamming people. Now, that sounds a little harsh. What do you mean by scamming people? Scamming people is a term reserved for blowjob influencers, not whatever the fuck that is. Well, Ida recently has been under fire for accepting commissions for art and not delivering at all. Now, before we get too into the weeds of it, let me give you some context and really set the scene so we're kind of on the same page. There are two major posts that are important to the scams. One of them is her commissions artist page. Very common for artists to have. It's really the lifeblood of most artists is commissions. So pretty much any artist that you find on Twitter will have one. And the second one is a special event that she did. Remember how I said that this doesn't really involve Pyro? I lied. Considering that Pyro and Ida are dating, they did a collab of sorts for Ida's art. The collab was a YCH project, aka your character here, and I'm trying so hard not to shame anyone for what they're into.
Please stop it. Just get through it, dude. We're 2 minutes and 12 seconds in. Please.
Yeah.
But out of context, this fucking post is so funny. But essentially what the post was is that you can pay Ida $150 to $200 and she will animate whatever character you want or your OC on a train station with Pyro and her character. Now, while the commissions page is constantly open, this was a specific event that was limited time that people were rushing to pay money for. And obviously because Pyro's character was involved, people were rushing to buy it. And so it sold out almost instantly. So after
here's my question, why? Why would you want to be next to his fat furry character?
Parasocialism?
Get hobbies! That's my reaction. You have too much money. Get hobbies. Get hobbies. Find girlfriends. Find boyfriends. Women ain't safe from this. Probably more than likely, it's women who are probably requesting it most of all.
I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, no, I don't think it is women. I know more male for peoples.
If it's homosexual furries, you all should be ashamed of yourself. You know he has a woman.
They won't be ashamed of themselves.
I know they won't.
Nope.
But they need to know I'm judging them. I'm judging you harshly.
Made the commissions and sent all the files that they needed. They waited a month, 2 months, 3 months, and almost a year later, they didn't hear back at all from Ida, which is absolutely insane. It's very common for artists when you commission them to kind of take a while. You can't expect high quality art, especially animations, to happen in a day. But
pause. When it comes to the kind of art that you're expecting, this is an ongoing conversation, unless you give them an exact breakdown of exactly how you want an image to appear.
Yeah.
So, when I contacted a particular artist for a particular part of my commission request, which is the Carl Finna Drag You sign, I gave her reference of myself holding a piece of paper. I gave her a reference of how I wanted the characters of the letters to be on said sign. A reference of the hairband that I was wearing at the time, which was the purple one that is now stretched out to all shit because my forehead's giant. And it was back to me in 3 days. Because I gave her an exact list of exactly what she wanted. Because most artists can be able to go off of creative differences. But the problem is that you usually don't know what the client wants. Unless they have a general idea. Or they have a specific style that they draw on. Most people, especially if they're dealing with a lot of commission work and they're also doing a lot of work with VTubers. I know they are notorious for this with VTubers. They are probably bogged down with multiple fucking pieces of work. I don't think that was the case in this situation. But when it comes to requesting shit, you have to ask them if they have other clients. So that you can be able to expect when you can know, or when you can ask for updates would be fair in the time period to request. So if you give them something that is a considerable large product, of course you're not going to expect same-day shipping. You'd have to at least give them a month to fulfill all their other requirements and then work on your product. And it would be a back and forth conversation. They might contact you saying, hey, there's a particular thing here with the way that I want to design this. Or there's a particular ask in your instructions that, while it's on my lists of do nots, I'm trying to compromise and do a thing for you here and try and change it in a different way. In those situations, you just communicate with them, and you can usually actually get the job done faster. Or at the very least, you can have an open dialogue of communication so that you know they didn't forget about your project. Because sometimes they just forget.
No. I'm gonna contradict you a little bit here. It shouldn't be the onus of the person it is not the onus of the person to be checking in constantly with the artist. The artist should have the wherewithal to reach out and say, hey, I've got some stuff that come up. I'm still working your thing. Just give me a little bit more time.
I agree. For some people, there's a caveat there. And that caveat is, if this is a person that you're parasocially a friend of, more than likely, they'll have agreed to do this with so many people that they probably forgot. They shouldn't, but they probably did. And knowing how the attitude of most of these artists tends to be on the side of being non-confrontational, they are sometimes terrifyingly, deathly scared of having made these mistakes and or realizing that they forgot and now being scared to contact people. It helps to be nice. However, artists, you all can do better with this. Regardless, celebrity artists are an entirely different dimension. I put them in the same place in which I put the VTuber creators that only ever work with VTubing modeling assets. Because they're making over tens of thousands of dollars per client, they probably would reject most people that would do something like this outright. Especially if we're talking about a $250 to $225 or $50 price range. Since they're in the thousands, they won't even take this kind of clientele. But research your artists, know what you're requesting, know what you're getting into, know their asks, know their don'ts. Do good business. Do the art of the deal.
A year plus is insane. I even asked artists that I knew if this was normal, and they said for standard commissions, absolutely fucking not. But they did agree that with animation, it can take a while. But if someone is asking for a refund, you've got to fucking give it. Especially if you look at the DMs from the people who commissioned Ida, they were constantly checking up. And it was a similar pattern from every single person who commissioned her. At a certain point, she just stopped responding. Pretty much as soon as she got the money, it was radio silence. Now, what I think is also incredibly terrible, slightly funny, is that while she was late on all these commissions and not responding and not reaching out, at the same time, before and after the Your Character Here train post, she was taking commissions. She had a plethora of commissions that she was waiting to deliver before the post came out, and she was still taking commissions afterwards, and she retweeted her commissions page. Now, obviously, the people—
I see what you just posted. 1 second.
It's not just that. Apparently Elon's getting roasted for doing the wrong kind of salute.
Interesting. We're posting that one.
Yeah. Hold on. I'll take a picture of. Somebody edited it for meme purposes, but...
Okay. Interesting. I'll look at that in a second once we're done with this. I'm about to put this guy in double time. His editing style is giving me a fucking headache.
People who got these commissions were not happy. I'm assuming you wouldn't be happy if your fat rodent wasn't in. I assume you wouldn't be happy either if the fat rat that you commissioned. I assume you wouldn't be happy either if the fat rat you commissioned either drop wasn't in your DMs as we speak.
Why do you have to take multiple pics like that, and why taking the fucking final edit? God damn it! Is it on X? No, it's inside the server, Ebony.
So obviously, these people ask for a refund because it's insane to wait a year for art that you're just never gonna get. And this is where it gets really fucking bad because not only did she never deliver these commissions, she never responded to the refund request. She completely ignored them and pocketed the money. And this happened time after time after time again. And there's only one person who got a refund. And I'll talk about that a bit later because it is important. So after commissioning, not getting any notice about the art that they did, and not hearing back at all about refunds, obviously these people make complaints on Pyrocynical's Reddit. Now, I don't know the exact number of people who have not gotten their commissions made, but as far as I'm aware, the estimate is around 10 to 20 people, maybe even more. And if each commission is $200, which it seems around on her commissions page plus all the your character here art, that is $2,000 to $4,000. So a pretty good bag, pretty close to the hop to a coin. But now we're all kind of caught up on what happened. Let's talk about the meat and potatoes. What happened after all this came to light? Well, considering that these posts were made multiple times in the Pyrocynical subreddit, Pyro obviously had to respond. He made multiple statements on his live streams and even a response in the form of a comment under one of the posts, saying multiple times that while he agrees that it's fucked up what she did, he is in a tough situation. It is potentially his fans that are involved, but also with his girlfriend, so he doesn't really want to pick a side too much. He doesn't want to be too involved.
Obviously, you know,
that's a very pussy position. But what was his actual response?
It's a bad situation. It is. Like, I'm not gonna, you know, it puts me in a difficult position because it's my girlfriend, but obviously I'm not gonna defend that. I'm not gonna say it's good. I mean, like...
And I can understand that. Like, it must be a really tough situation to be put in something that, like, you really just can't decide. Like, something that you are not a part of, but you feel responsible for. Like, there's tons of people, even in responses to his post, that agree with that. It's fucked up and unfair. Well, yes, that is true. He's not technically involved, except for a few things that I think are a bit strange. Now, I'm not trying to say that's Pyro's fault completely. It's not at all. It's 100% Ida's, and she will get her licks in a bit. But what I'm trying to say is, I don't think Pyro is as innocent as people want to make it out to be. Yes, he didn't scam people himself, and yes, it's not his fault that this is happening. But the way he's been responding to all this is a little off. You remember when I said this? And there's only one person who got a refund. I'll talk about that in a bit later because it is important. I was referencing a Twitter post about how this person also got scammed by Ida. And this isn't just a random fan or someone that Pyro didn't know at all. Pyro's met this person before, maybe at a meet and greet, but still has met him, has personal communication with him, and that person owns a Discord server that Pyrocynical was in, Ida was in, and it was used specifically by Ida to promote her art. And this is the one person out of everyone who got scammed that was able to get a refund purely because they knew Pyro and they were on some good terms with him. And so when they asked Pyro for a refund, he said he would reach out and tell Ida to give it to him. And she did. She gave the refund. Except for a $200 your character here submission, they only got $170 back. Which I know losing $30 is better than losing the full $200. But if you are scamming multiple people and the one person who gets a refund doesn't even get the full thing, then you're such a dick. And then after this, Pyro, Ida, and pretty much anyone that associates with Pyro, Ida, and this person stopped talking to them.
That's a problem.
They're cooked. And so what I personally find weird is that Pyrocynical's girlfriend scams someone, and the person who got scammed loses friends and doesn't get the full refund. I don't think that's very fair. And this refund was asked for in May of 2024, and still to this day, on January 13th of 2025, they've still not gotten it. And the other thing that annoys me about his response is this other thing talking about people's reception to his first Reddit comment.
A lot of it is talking about my girlfriend basically scamming people because she took on a lot of commissions and she never finished them, or she might have started work on them, or you know, whatever. And I've talked about this on stream before, but it keeps being brought up, which is fair, but they don't add anything else to it. And I made a post, I made a reply to one of the comments, and I got down-duted into oblivion. I've already said what I needed to say on it, but I did speak to her a couple days ago about it as well, and she's actually saving the money up. She's apparently nearly saved the money up to pay everyone back. She's literally like working herself to the bone to make sure that she can pay everyone back. So she's not just like running away with the money or anything like that. But there is no scam. But yeah, I tried to explain this on the subreddit, and I just got absolutely down-duted because it's just complete hive mind. I do love this subreddit. I think like you've definitely got some of the biggest fans in the world here, and I do respect you guys so much for that. I don't want to just attack this subreddit relentlessly. But I think at the same time, it definitely is a place to like karma farm and just like make up stuff or say stuff like without substance. Slap video about your girlfriend. The Pyrocynical girlfriend situation is insane.
What I think is insane about this clip is that he doesn't understand that the reason why people keep on bringing it up is because nothing is happening. This has been an over a year-long issue, and nothing's happening. And even when you do bring it up, nothing still happens. And I know it's not your money to get back. I know it's not your responsibility, but still, nothing is happening. She's completely ghosted everyone on social media. She has not replied. She has not tweeted. She hasn't posted at all, and no one knows that they're getting their money back. And this is a little bit of a spoiler for later in the video, where I'll actually show more of the information. But I reached out to a lot of people who got scammed by Ida around the same time as this clip. I think a little bit after, and literally not a single one of them got a DM saying that they're getting their money back. That she's been working on it. It's still radio silent from her. And one of the other issues I find with this terrible response is that you're acting like she's the victim in this. Oh, dude, you know that money that she took from all those people. Oh, she's just working herself to the bone to get it back.
There we go.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, that's been happening for unknown reasons that I cannot explain. I blame Mediacom.
You wouldn't be wrong for doing that, I don't think.
Anyways. I agree with Buster. He needs to shave his fucking beard. This beard is probably the useless part about him.
Yeah.
He looks like Mickey from fucking Shameless US. But nerdier. More punchable. Wasn't Elon the guy that discovered that the level requirements and number of things is actually the most important thing to have in your items in BO Week 2? Elon was bragging about his items, but then also humble bragging, saying that it was only level 62, despite having some of the best affixes on his equipment in the game. That he paid people to give him the ability to access. Not his account, not his hardcore character. It was hilarious how he was trying to hello fellow kids us.
receive their services. Now they assume that Ida fabricated evidence.
Hello, fellow nerds.
Sure or not, but it's definitely not a good look regardless. And the other thing is that Ida is apparently completely dipped from the internet. She's been sick, and now she's a nurse, and she's completely ignoring everything that's going on, and blah, 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 blah. Apparently she's still attending art conventions. I asked pretty much all of them if they had anything to say to Ida or Pyro or anyone involved or anyone watching this video, and the common denominator is that they just want their money back. You don't know how much $200 could really mean to someone, and especially when spent on something that they're never gonna get again. It's important to them to get their shit back. I feel like it's unfair that they spent the money to get a product and they just will never see it and never see a single cent of their money back. And not being a social, and not being a creator, or not having a platform, and not feeling like they can speak out towards this and get any clarity on the matter at all is infuriating. And I completely agree. It's insane. It's extremely unprofessional and insane for anyone involved with her and with this whole situation to even have to deal with at all. So to be fair to Ida, I did also reach out to her, see if I can get some comments, and I got Donald. So yikes. Now let me give you my final thoughts on the whole situation. I think obviously and objectively Ida is completely in the wrong, and I don't think any of the people involved should have had to deal with any of it. That's very obvious. And if that was all that I wanted to talk about at the end, this video would be over. Wow, we solved that real quick. Anyways, see you later, Logan. Bye bye. Breakfast with a bitch named Tiffany. Nah, I'm just kidding. I really don't understand a lot of the situation. Like, where did the money go? Why hasn't Ida reached out to any of the people who got scammed to tell them or inform them about what's going on? And why didn't she accept the PayPal refund? None of it really makes sense to me. There's theories and speculation that I can say about where the money went or what she's doing right now. There's some people assuming that she lost it all in gambling. There's some people who knew her that said that she had to go to the hospital for something and she's paying off medical bills. But I'm not going to make any brass assumptions or put my foot down on these theories and say that they're 100% true, because regardless, I don't think that's fair to Ida, and I don't think that's fair to anyone involved. But what I will say about Ida is that she is a completely reckless person. I don't know her in real life. I don't know her at all. But what I do know is the actions that she has made, not only with her brand and her career with the scamming people thing, but also with her boyfriend's brand and career. Not only dragging him down and making a portion of his fan base not only distrust him, but absolutely fucking hate him because she just won't give the money back or didn't do the work that she had to do. But also, do you remember the little situation Pyro had where it came out that he liked fat furry roleplay with potentially minors?
Well, to be honest, I'd pick you up, hug you while rubbing you against my huge, sweaty moves, then kiss your cheeks, telling you how much I loved you, and then kiss you on the lips and let out a hard, long belch into your mouth.
Well, during that whole situation, Ida decided to reach out to the person who made the allegations, call them a piece of shit in DMs and threaten them and just completely fuck over a lot of it. I'm not trying to psychoanalyze this random Swedish woman. What I am saying is, from what you can tell from her past actions, it seems like she has a hard time giving a fuck. She has difficulty understanding the actions that she does and the consequences with them. When she DM'd Ivory, the person who made the allegations against Pyro, it completely fucked him over and made him and his girlfriend look insane.
Again, it's not proof. He's still innocent or proven guilty. But what I am saying is that now it's escalated to a degree where I think it would be very wise for Pyro to come out and just be fully transparent and just tell people I did X, Y, and Z.
And I'm not going to give my opinion on the situation. It was completely fucked all around. But what I will say is, Ida, next time your boyfriend has pedophilic allegations, don't do that. But what I think one of the worst things about this entire situation is that even if she gives some money back, which I hope she does, she needs to. The people who commissioned her deserve their money back. But even if she does, Pyro's reputation and his viewpoint from his fans is even more fucked because of her. And she can never, ever come back and do art again. She is a talented artist, and she's completely fucked herself from doing anything with that in the future, which is really, really disappointing because she is someone not only who's extremely talented, but also has a massive platform, but could have done a lot of good with it, and could have actually given people what they wanted. Fuck. But I think that's pretty much it from me. I don't think there's really much I can add that I really haven't yet. All we can really do now is just hope that Ida is able to give the money back. When I upload the video, I'm going to add Ida and Pyro and try to get them to see this video just so they feel a little bit of pressure to rush through it, you know? Don't harass them, don't spam them. If you want to drop an ad,
we're done.
It might be...
Yeah, that's enough.
Anything interesting to say? You don't got anything more to say?
I'm going to at them so that they feel pressured to respond. Okay? I guess that's fair. So, here's something you could have done. You could have not belabored through a lot of your points. You could have not done the obnoxious editing. You could have not done the shit that you're doing with your, regrettably not bisexual lighting, but bedroom hanging lights and your painted nails. And you could have done so in a way that was much more presentable than how you're choosing to go about communicating it here. Because if they see this content from you, why would they contact you? You specifically! About this.
They wouldn't.
Fucking... Ugh. Alright. Let's look at this now. Nicholas Diorio.
Nikki D. He's nuts.
Destiny's friend Dan called into Turkey Tom so he could clear up his interactions with Pixie.
Whatever. Yeah.
Listing this.
I don't know if everything you're sending me in DMs is stuff you want me to leak, but yeah, we can have a chat if you want. He's calling. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, so, kind of a crazy day, huh?
Yeah. There was like a good meme that was posted, but probably without. Anyways, yes. I don't know. The whole thing is really fucked up situation. I don't understand why, where this thing came from. As I said, I talked to Pixie one time. I'm on good terms with her, and you know, when we talked, she was just like asking for advice, and Destiny would probably be upset because I did like the opposite of sweeping. I was basically, she was asking like, you know, about a bunch of legal shit, and I was to the point where I was like, well, let me see if I can find some attorneys to recommend to you. So I wasn't like pushing one thing or the other. You won't find any logs or any crazy shit like that of me doing anything because they don't exist.
Okay. I mean, the only thing she said, as far as I could tell, is that you advised her that going public might be bad for her. Which...
She was at the time. So the first something to be clear of, like before this happened, right? Because this was all obviously way after the Kiwi Farms thread and everything else at that point. Like people already, like a bunch of people already knew, so like the whole going public thing didn't make sense. I think she was concerned is that she didn't want it to spread, and I thought that was, you know, if that's your ultimate goal, like that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So
that was my impression because I was hearing about this stuff, and I was under the impression that she didn't want any of it to be public. So I was like, well, she is the victim, so I'm not going to, right?
Yeah, she did it. That was the number one concern, is like anything she did would draw attention to it. And I was like, well, I would agree with that. So that's why she was asking about the legal stuff, because that could be potentially completely private. But at no point was I like, don't do this, don't do that. You know, to be clear, I think like the person who's most at fault here is the hacker, but you know, that's not what anyone is specifically talking about right now. But
well, I mean, I think the point to be made though is like, the hacker never would have had that in the first place if Destiny hadn't been sending this around, right?
Correct!
Which, to be clear, you do seem to believe that to be the case, right?
Yeah, but I can also put it another way, right? So there's you shouldn't have sent that around. I'm not going to defend that. But in the same part, like, I don't think 100% of the blame, even though that's bad, it's like, as an example, a shitty example, but let's say that me and you are in a relationship and you've sent me your dick pics and we've been sending dick pics back and forth. And then your Discord gets hacked and someone leaks it. Like, how much are you at fault there, right? For
right, but the point. But the point is that Destiny also, which you seem to think is the case, sent it to other people outside of the relationship. It's more like if you and I are in a relationship, and I've seen your cock, and I send it to Nicholas Diorio, and Nicholas Diorio gets hacked. At which point you find out I've been sending pictures of your cock around.
Yeah, exactly. That's not good.
So just to be clear, this is true, right?
What's true?
That he leaked her nudes without her consent.
That's what Pixie says on this type of thing. I don't have any inside information onto that front besides what.
Bullshit.
You haven't talked to Steve about this?
Steve.
I mean, I've talked to him briefly about it, but now it's like I'm a little bit nervous to say too much. Everyone like getting sued, and I certainly don't want to get dragged into all of that fucking nonsense or anything along those lines. But I'll say that Pixie says that she didn't consent to that, and that's not good if that's the case, right? I think we can both agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, at least based on the DMs, I mean, why would he? I guess my question is based on the messages
thing, like,
that
why am I cautious to say anything is because I just don't know what could have been the case. Like, I'm not going to say.
That's fair, and I understand that for sure. I guess for me, the reason why it seems to be the case to me is because in his DMs with her, in Kyla's DMs with
again,
her
I'm not sweeping for Kyla or for Destiny. I only sweep for myself. That's it.
That's fair. Just ignore chat. Ignore chat. I don't think you're sweeping. For me, it seems to be the case because of the direct acknowledgement of wrongdoing, right? And like, for example, you know, Erudite saying, oh, well, you know, Steven needs to understand nothing like this will ever happen again, and he feels so sorry for what happened. Like, if there was consent, why would there be acknowledgement of wrongdoing if Pixie had previously consented to the DMs, right? Or to the news being sent around, right? That's kind of my conclusion. And I assume Kyla wouldn't be trying to imply that unless that was the case.
I know this sounds strange. I actually speak with Kyla, like, almost like never at all. Like, it's very rarely. It was for booking stuff, and now we actually I'm finding a new person for doing booking, not because of anything, because of this, but like, I genuinely don't know about that situation. I talked to Pixie one time because she wanted legal advice. That was it. One time, okay?
Right.
And at no point of that was I doing anything along the lines of suggesting she didn't do anything or anything else. That's all that I'm really speaking to here on my front. I'm not retarded. I've met you. I'm not going to throw myself under the bus telling someone that they shouldn't do that. Like,
that's fair.
Jesus fucking Christ, that would be insane. Like, literally nuts to do. So that was it. She asked for legal advice, and I gave it to her, even though it was probably to the detriment of Steve to a certain extent, the things that I was saying. But, you know, I was just, that's what I did. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I haven't seen any evidence of you doing anything fucked up, so, you know, there's that.
You won't. You won't, because it doesn't exist. Mainly because Yeah. Well. Yeah. Oh, and I'm trying to think what else might come up with me specifically. Yeah, like I did the thing about Kiwi Farms. I said it was stupid to sue Kiwi Farms, and I stand by that. I think that's a lose-lose-lose situation across the fucking board.
Yeah, that wouldn't go anywhere. Yeah.
Like the only winner in that situation ever is going to be lawyers and attorneys. So that's why I said that, because it's true. Like, yeah, that's it. So I don't want to make this a whole fucking thing or anything else along those lines. I don't know. There's a lot of people in this situation right now that are also like I see Lauren De Laguna made the fundraiser. President Sunday fucking hates Steve. Like, I'm just.
I mean, to be clear, there are a lot of like weird intentions around this, and even beyond that, anybody who's ever associated with Destiny is about to be accused of sweeping, and that's going to happen. But realistically, I think that stuff will die off as the sort of more important factors come into play regarding the people who are actually involved. Which, as far as I can tell right now, seems to be Destiny, seems to be Kyla. And, you know, as far as anybody else that did anything wrong, maybe I'm misremembering. I can't see anything yet, but, yeah, it seems to be pretty fucking bad, dude. It seems to be pretty fucking bad. Apparently, Steven is making a statement in a few hours. I guess you don't have anything to say about that, because you're...
I genuinely don't know what the fuck he's gonna say, but I assume it'll be like every other statement he does, with vlogs and all sorts of other shit, because that's what Steve does, always. So, yeah, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it.
Awkward fucking spot to be put into, but
yeah, for me too. But yes, I understand you as his co-host are in a very awkward position.
What do you think about that as a meme? That's too much to post, right? Publicly.
You want me to click on this?
Yeah, you can click on that. You can play that.
Okay, let me see this.
I need a new dust filter for my Hoover Max Extract Pressure Pro Model 60. Can you help me with that? A pickup. How hot? Red hot.
What the fuck am I looking at?
I know where that is. I'll be there.
I mean, I think you can post that if you want.
No, that's... It is what it is.
You already sent it to me. Like, what's the point?
Well, no, now it's out there in the record of, you know, what it is. It's fine. But yeah, that's it. I don't know. We'll see what happens today. I will stand by. Look, I think there's not enough negative shit also towards the hacker, to be clear, right? So I don't know. That's it. That's the little bit of sweep that I do. Okay, right there. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, appreciate you coming on.
Like, if you, just to be clear, if you send my dick pics, sorry.
No, go ahead.
If you send my dick pics to anyone, like, everything I'm saying here doesn't matter. Like, just want to, you know, be clear. I'm coming after you if you send my dick pics anywhere.
That's totally fair. That makes sense.
All right.
And, I've only sent it to like a few hundred people, so you're good.
No, like, you're not even allowed to send it with, like, your mom, okay? Just because you think your mom's not going to share it. Because you know what? Your mom's going to share it with your dad. And then
my mom needs to know who I'm... My mom needs to know who I'm with and if he's well endowed or not. Especially in the Jewish respect.
Okay.
Because I heard you're not cut, which seems kind of antithetical.
First off, that is absolutely untrue. I have... My dick is cut.
I did not ask to know the details of your penis. You may not like it, but it better turn now, because it's your town now, and I shut that shit the fuck down. Okay. Destiny's gonna make a statement. Dan did a small bit of sweeping. People are making fun of Elon for being a cringe person at the fucking thing. What else is new? Alright, this now brings us to the Neil Gaiman allegations.
Hi guys and welcome back.
50-minute video, tuck in. Bring this on screen.
To my channel, I'm in such a bad mood, so I thought let's just go over for the first video that I'm gonna bulk film today. Let's do the Neil Gaiman one first, because I'm in a bad mood. Maybe I can utilize it for some comic relief. Not really. He is allegedly a massive predator. I heard there was going to be a big expose article about him coming soon. Where did I hear that from? I heard it from people in the know, because I'm clearly very popular with masses amount of people. But anyway, Neil Gaiman, for those who don't know, he is a best-selling fantasy author, and Vulture came out with an article, an expose on him called "There Is No Safe Word." However, they did put it behind a paywall, so I feel like it's a public service to put this in, spread this information. I'll link in the description so they can't have a go at me. Not that I care anyway, but I don't know, if we're talking about this kind of stuff, is it ethical to put things like that? Because like the Times article was behind, about Ross Brown was behind a paywall as well. And it's like, yeah, they've got to make money. They do make money. Do they? Different topic for someone else who gives a shit. I'm alright, maybe I should care. I don't. Shall we just get into this? Trigger warning for this article, because it is pretty grim. It is grim, but I should be less. How do I turn off my entertaining traits? I don't know. I should be less entertaining because this article is really grim. So I just feel like it's what's it when the public needs to know something? Best interest for people to know about this article about Neil Gaiman. So shall we go through it? There will be some bits I'd skip. It's a long article, but let's just talk about it together. Scarlett Pavlovich was a 22-year-old drama student when she met the performer Amanda Palmer by chance in the street Auckland. It's not the point, but I've also heard that she's not very nice. Not in the same way that Neil Gaiman's not nice. Not like that. Just like she's just really self-obsessed. So am I. It was a grey drizzly afternoon in June 2020, and Palmer, then 44, was walking down the street with the actress Lucy Lawless. I haven't heard that name since one episode of The Simpsons. One of the most famous people in New Zealand, owing to her 6-season stint portraying Xena the Princess Warrior. But Pavlovich only noticed Palmer. She watched her TED Talk, The Art of Asking, and was fascinated by the cult-famous feminist writer and musician by her unabashed self-assurance. On the surface, Pavlovich appeared to be self-assured as well. A local girl, she had dropped out of high school at 15 to travel to Europe, Morocco, and the Middle East on the cheap, pausing in Scotland, where Tilda Swinton gave her scholarship to attend her Steiner School, Drumduan, and London to work in the cabaret scene. Eventually, her visa expired. She ran out of money, and so in 2019 she returned to Auckland, where she enrolled in an acting school and took a job at the perfumery. Pale and dark-haired and waifish, she favoured bold colours and outrageous outfits. On the day she met Palmer, on most days then, she painted a triangle of translucent silver beneath her lower lashes so it looked as though she'd been crying tears of glitter. It was Pavlovich who approached Palmer on the sidewalk outside the perfumery. She was surprised when Palmer texted her a few days later. It's Amanda D. Palmer, she wrote, your new friend. Amanda, an obsessive chronicler of her own life in song, poems, blog posts, and a memoir. Just quite interesting. Look, I listened to like 2 songs by the Dressed in Dolls because I think, did they support with the other way around? They toured with Panic! At the Disco for a while when I was a teenager, so yeah. She got her start as half a punk cabaret band Dressed in Dolls, but she perhaps is more famous for her ability to attract a tight-knit and devoted following where she goes. In 2012, she became the first musician to raise more than $1 million on Kickstarter, became Patreon's most successful artist. In her book, part memoir, part manifesto on the virtues of asking for assistance, called The Art of Asking, she built her entire career on messy exchanges of goodwill and swapping of favours. Out of this mess, she argues, a utopian sort of community forms. There was no distinction between fans and friends. Well, that's a bit of an issue, because there probably should be, because of power dynamics, which we'll get into with this article. Over the following year and a half, Palmer and Pavlovich occasionally met for a drink or a meal. Palmer offered Pavlovich tickets for shows, invited her to parties for the patron community at her house on nearby Waiheke Island, a lush bohemian retreat with vineyards, golden beaches, and more than 60 helipads to accommodate billionaires who vacation there. Palmer's really one of the people, isn't she? Sometimes Palmer asked Pavlovich for favours, helping run errands or organising files looking after a child. Pavlovich was happy to assist. She had a crush on Palmer. She didn't mind that Palmer only occasionally discussed paying her, even though Pavlovich was always strapped for cash. Well, there's a power in bad. How much does Amanda? Because this comes up a few times. Amanda Palmer net worth. Make no mistake though, Amanda Palmer isn't the issue Neil Gaiman is. She has issues, but it's not in the same caliber. Her net worth is estimated. Amanda Palmer, biography, age net worth. Why is that bitch some bloke? It's around $5 million. Well, she can afford to pay people then, can't she? For Pavlovich, she was estranged from her family and without a safety net, Palmer filled a deeper need. So Pavlovich is clearly quite vulnerable. She, in her own words later on, she is divorced from her parents. She doesn't have people that she can go to easily. In November 2020, Palmer invited her to hang out at her place for a weekend with a group of local artists. At the gathering, Palmer asked Pavlovich to babysit while she got a massage. Early the next morning, Pavlovich read a diary entry about the easy intimacy she'd felt in Palmer's sun-drenched home, where she'd read to Palmer's son, who was 5 at the time, their limbs entwined. The years absent of touch build up like a great inheritance, she wrote. I'm hungry, I am so famished. Artists. Creative types. On February 2022, Palmer texted Pavlovich and asked if she wanted to spend the weekend babysitting, which would mean bouncing back and forth between her house and her husband's. Pavlovich had never met Palmer's husband, from whom she was separated, though of course she knew who he was. Neil Gaiman, the acclaimed British fantasist and author of nearly 50 books, including American Gods and Coraline, the comic book series The Sandman, whose work has sold over 50 million copies worldwide. Gaiman and Palmer had arrived in New Zealand in March 2020, but just weeks later, their 9-year marriage collapsed and Gaiman skipped town, breaking COVID protocols to fly to his home on the Isle of Skye. Now he returned, was living in a house near Palmer's on Waiheke. Their previous nanny had recently left and they needed help. Pavlovich agreed and was pleased when Palmer offered to pay her for the weekend's work. Bare minimum Palmer, but okay. Around 4 in the afternoon of February 4th, Pavlovich took the ferry from Auckland to Waiheke and sat on a bus. Palmer had arranged a play date for the child, so after Pavlovich arrived, she found herself alone in the house with the author. For a little while, Gaiman worked in his office while she read on the couch. Then he emerged and offered a tour of the grounds. A striking figure at 61, his wild black curls threaded with strands of silver, the author picked a fig, her favourite fruit, and handed it to her. Around 8 PM, they sat down for pizza. Gaiman poured Pavlovich a glass of rosé and then another. He only drank water. They made all the conversation about New Zealand, about COVID. It's important to note that this isn't one of the only women who has come and spoken out about Gaiman. There's a lot of them apparently. What did I hear? Maybe I should say. Well, I heard a different expose was coming out, and there'd be at least quite a few people. Maybe that's because it's a different publication. Maybe it's later. A pin in it. After she cleaned their plates, Gaiman noted that there was still time before they would have to pick up his son from the playdate. I've had a thought, she recalls him saying. Why don't you have a bath in the beautiful claw bathtub in the garden? It's absolutely enchanting. Pavlovich told Gaiman that she was fine as she was, but ultimately agreed. He needed to make a work call, he said, and didn't want Pavlovich to be bored. So she gets in the tub, and a few minutes later, she was surprised to hear Gaiman's footsteps on the stones in the dark. She tried to cover her breast with her arms. When he arrived at the bath, she saw that he was naked. Gaiman put out a couple of candles, lit them, and got in the bath. He stretched out, facing her, and for a few minutes made small talk. He bitched about Palmer's schedule. He talked about his kid's school. Then he told her to stretch her legs out and get comfortable. I said no, I'm not comfortable with my body. He said it's okay, it's only me. Just met for sure. Relax, just have a chat. She didn't move. He looked at her again and said, don't ruin the moment. She did as instructed, and he began to stroke her feet. At that point, she recalls she felt a subtle terror. Gaiman asked her to sit on his lap. Pavlovich stamped out a few sentences. She was gay, she'd never had sex, she'd been sexually abused by a 45-year-old man when she was 15. Gaiman continues to press. The next part is really amorphous, Pavlovich tells me, but I can tell you that he put his fingers straight into my rear end and then tried to put his penis into my rear end. And I said no. Then he tried to rub his member between my breasts, and I said no as well. Then he asked if he could finish on my face, and I said no, but he did.
This is another news story of where, once again, women in high society don't know how to vocalize their agency. How many people is this going to happen with? Scream, shout, say I'm gonna cut you, bitch. Do anything other than just letting things happen to yourselves. I swear to God.
Anyway, he said, call me master, and I'll finish. He said, be a good girl, you're a good little girl. Afterwards, Pavlovich crouched down in the water and tried to clean himself off. Gaiman looked at her and smiled. Amanda told me I couldn't have you, Pavlovich recalls him saying. As soon as he'd heard this, he knew he had to have her. God, he continued, I wish it were good old days where we could both have sex with you. In The Sandman, the DC comic book series that ran from 89 to 96 made Gaiman famous. He tells a story about a writer named Richard Maddock. After Maddock's first book proves a success, he sits down to write his second and finds he can't come up with a single decent idea. This difficulty recedes after he accepts an unusual offer from an older author, a naked woman of a kind who has been kept locked in a room in his house for 60 years. She is Calliope, the youngest of the 9 muses. Maddock assaults her again and again, and his career blossoms in the most extraordinary way. A stylish young beauty tells him how much she loved his characterization of a strong female character, prompting him to remark, actually, I do tend to regard myself as a feminist writer. His downfall only comes when the titular hero, the Sandman, frees Calliope from bondage. A being of boundless charisma and creativity, the Sandman rules the dreaming realm we visit in our sleep, where stories are spun. Older and more powerful than the most powerful gods, he can reward us with exquisite and punish us with unending nightmares he feels we deserve.
The fuck? Okay, we delivered the overwill that didn't arrive earlier. Oh, Lord. Alright, continuing. Please, high society women. If you're gonna be activists and you're gonna be feminists, you have to learn how to be able to throw a punch. Please. Defend yourselves. Stop letting it happen to you.
To punish the rapist, Sandman floods Maddock's mind with such a wild torrent of ideas he's powerless to write them down, let alone profit from them. As allegations of Gaiman's sexual misconduct emerged this past summer, some observers noticed Gaiman and Maddock have certain things in common. Like Maddock, Gaiman has called himself a feminist. Never trust a male feminist. Not even being flippant or facetious, just like those who call for equality, sure, but those who then, well, those men who try to make it their entire platform to speak on behalf of women and self-flagellate in a, I will never be able to pronounce that word right, self-flagellate in a self-serving manner as a way of possibly like disarming you. Don't. Like Maddock, Gaiman has racked up major awards. Like Maddock, Gaiman has come to be seen as a figure who transcended and transformed the genres in which he wrote, first comics and fantasy and children's literature, but most for his career, readers identified him not with the rapist who appears in a single issue, but with the Sandman, the inexhaustible fountain of story. Women would turn up to his signings, dressed in elaborate Victorian Gothic attire of his characters, and beg him to sign their breasts or slip him keycards at hotel rooms. One writer recounts running into Gaiman at World Fantasy Convention in 2011. His assistant wasn't around and he was late to a reading. I can't get to it if I walk by myself, he told her. As they made their way through the convention side by side, the whole floor of people tilted and slid towards him, she says. They wanted to be in sight of him in ways I was not prepared to defend against. A woman fell to her knees and wept. People who flock to fantasy conventions and signings make up an inherently vulnerable community, one of Gaiman's former friends, a fantasy writer, tells me. They wrap themselves around a beloved text so it becomes their self-identity. Don't say it, yeah, look at the Harry Potter stuff. Look at people, you know, it's fine to like things. I'm not gonna finish that thought, because I don't actually know what my point was. Just people made it their identity, like, I'm a Hufflepuff. Slytherin, but they want to share their souls with the creator of these works, and if you have morality around it, you say no. It was an open secret in the late 90s and early aughts among convention goers that Gaiman cheated on his first wife, a private Midwestern Scientologist he'd married in his late 20s. But in my conversations with Gaiman's old friends, collaborators, and peers, nearly all of them told me that they never imagined that Gaiman's affairs could have been anything but enthusiastically consensual. As one prominent editor in Field puts it, the one thing I hear again and again, largely from women, is he was always nice to me, he was always a gentleman. The writer Kelly Link, who met Gaiman at a reading 97, recalls finding him charmingly goofy. He was hapless in a way that was kind of exasperating, she says, but also made him seem very harmless. Someone who had a sexual relationship with Gaiman in the aughts recalls him flipping through questions fans wrote on a card at a Q&A session. Once a fan asked if she could be his sex slave, he read it aloud and said, well, no, he'd be very demure. But there were some who saw another side of the author. One woman, Brenda, a pseudonym, met Gaiman in the 90s at a signing for the Sandman where she was working. Everybody wanted to be near him, but he was laser focused on me, she says. A few years later, Brenda travelled to Chicago to attend the World Horror Convention, where Gaiman received the top prize for American Gods, the book that cemented him as best-selling novelist. The night after the award ceremony, she and Gaiman ended up in bed together. As soon as they began to hook up, the feeling that had drawn her to him, the magical spell of his interest in her individuality, vanished. He seemed to have a script, she tells me. He wanted me to call him master immediately. He demanded that she promise him her soul. It was like he'd gone into this ritual that had nothing to do with me. This July, last July, a British podcast broke the news that 2 women had accused Gaiman of sexual assault. Since then, more women have shared allegations of assault, coercion, and abuse. The podcast master reported by Paul Galizia and Rachel Johnson, tells the stories of 5 of them. Gaiman's perspective on these relationships, including with Pavlovich, is that they were entirely consensual. I spoke with 4 of the women along with 4 others whose stories share elements with theirs. I also reviewed contemporaneous diary entries, texts, and emails with friends, messages between Gaiman and the women, and police correspondence. Most of the women were in their 20s when they met Gaiman. The youngest was 18, and he's like 60. Get a job, Neil Gaiman. Sorry, that's not serious enough. 2 of them worked for him. 5 were his fans. With one exception, an allegation of forceful kissing from 1986 when Gaiman was in his mid-20s. The stories take place when Gaiman was in his 40s or older, a period in which he lived among the US or the UK and New Zealand. By then, he had a reputation as an outspoken champion of women. Gaiman insists on telling the stories of people who were traditionally marginalised, missing, or silenced in literature. Wrote Tara Prescott Johnson in the essay collection Feminism in the World of Neil Gaiman. Although his books abounded with stories of men torturing, raping, and murdering women, this was largely perceived as evidence of his empathy. I can see how the mental gymnastics happened, but still. Catherine Kendall was 22 when she met Gaiman in 2012. She was volunteering at one of his events in North Carolina. He invited her to join him a few days later and asked her for another event where he kissed her. The 2 struck up a flirtatious correspondence, emailing and Skyping in the middle of the night. Kendall didn't want to have sex with Gaiman, and on one day call she told him this. Afterward, she recorded his reply in her diary. He had no design for me beyond a flirty friendship, and I believe him thoroughly. She'd grown up listening to his audiobooks. And then that same voice that told me these beautiful stories when I was a kid was telling me the story that I was safe and that we were just friends, that he wasn't a threat. At a reading 10 months later, Gaiman suggested that Kendall and 2 other girls wait for him in his tour bus so they could all hang out after he was done signing. When Gaiman showed up, he pulled Kendall to the back of the bus and lay on top of her. He kept saying, kiss me like you mean it, Kendall remembers. She tried to get away, but she was very panicked. Eventually, Gaiman rolled off of her. I'm a very wealthy man, she remembers him saying, and I'm used to getting what I want. Years later, Gaiman gave Kendall $60,000 hand to pay for therapy in an attempt, as he put in a recorded phone call, to make up for some of the damage. Gaiman had been having sexual encounters with younger fans for a long time. Kendra Stout was 18 when in 2003 she drove, how old is he? 40 odd. She drove 4.5 hours to Fort Lauderdale, Florida to see Gaiman read from Endless Nights, a follow-up to the Sandman. She met him in the signing line. Gaiman sent her long emails and bought her a web camera so they could chat on video. Freak. Oh god. Oh, he's quite similar to Onision, isn't he? Around 3 years after they met, he flew to Orlando to take her on a date. He invited her back to his hotel room, put on a playlist of love songs, and held her down with one hand. Yeah, trigger warning, this starts sexual abuse, this stuff gets worse. Gaiman didn't believe in foreplay or lubrication, Stout tells me, which could make sex particularly...
What? Well, see, now I have to wait for her to get back so she can hear that if she's available. Nope, she's gone. Fuck. Rich celebrity men, please stop having kinks that's about the abuse and control of women. Please. Please. If that's true, holy fuck.
painful, you think. When she said it hurt too much, he'd tell her the problem was she wasn't submissive enough. He talked at length about the dominant and submissive relationship he wanted out of me, she tells me. Stout had no prior interest in BDSM. She says Gaiman never asked what she liked in bed, and there was no discussion of safe words or aftercare or limits. He'd ask her to call him master and beat her with his belt. These were not sexy little taps, she says. When she told him she didn't like it, she says he replied, it's the only way I can get off. Gaiman told Stout he had been introduced to these practices by a woman he'd met in his early 20s who had asked him to whip her vagina. At the time, he claimed to Stout he was such a naive Englishman that he thought she meant her cat. Then she handed him a flogger and told him to use it on her vagina. This is what gets me off now, Stout recalls him saying. A similar anecdote shows up in an interview Gaiman gave for a 2022 biography of Kathy Acker, the late experimental punk writer Gaiman befriended in his 20s, but he offers a different version of how it affected him. When Acker asked him to whip her vagina, he said he found it profoundly unsexual. He then told the interviewer, I did it and ran away. He identified himself as very vanilla. He's obviously lying, because otherwise why would all of you women say the same thing, especially the master talk, and it gets into it about how, in literally the next paragraph, about how BDSM is fine as long as everyone has informed consent. And even the rougher stuff, there's such a thing called consensual non-consent, and that type of play, and that's all fine as long as people are into it. But he's not doing that to these women. In 2007, Gaiman and Stout took a trip to the Cornish countryside. On their last night there, Stout developed a UTI that got so bad she couldn't sit down. She told Gaiman they could fool around, but any penetration would be too painful to bear. There was a big hard no, she says. I told him, you cannot put anything in my vagina or I will die. Gaiman flipped her over on the bed, she says, and attempted to penetrate her with his fingers. She told him no, he stopped for a moment and he penetrated her with his penis. At that point, she tells me, I just shut down. She lay on the bed until he was finished. This past October, she filed a police report alleging he assaulted her. According to the podcast, which quoted Gaiman through his representatives, his position was that sexual degradation, bondage, domination, sadism, masochism may not be everyone's taste, but between consenting adults, BDSM is lawful. Gaiman declined to speak with me, pussy, several times, despite multiple requests, but through a legal representative, he responds on claims. If you know nothing about BDSM, Gaiman's claim that he was engaging in it with these women may sound plausible, at least in some cases. The kind of domineering violence he inflicted on them is common among people who practice BDSM, and all the women at some point played along, calling him their master, texting him afterwards that they needed him, even writing that they loved him and missed him. But there's a crucial difference between BDSM and what Gaiman was doing. An acronym for bondage and discipline, dominance and submission, sadism, masochism. BDSM is a culture with a set of long-standing norms, the most important of which is that all parties must equally and clearly consent to the overall dynamic as well as each act before they engage in it. This is what many practitioners have stressed over the decades, and it's the defining line that separates BDSM from abuse. It was a line that Gaiman, according to the women, did not respect. Because even like, my experiences, even if like, well, I am, well, even if there's a situation where like maybe it went a little bit too far and like it hurt in a way that you didn't want it to, it's a huge red flag if that person then doubles down and is like, oh, well, I was only messing around, instead of them being like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I didn't. You know, like sometimes accidents happen, especially in sex, mishaps happen or whatnot. But if the other person isn't like mutually apologetic, like, oh, I'm so sorry, then there's a clear issue. Like especially if she had a UTI, I couldn't imagine like having a UTI and then having someone who I'm in a relationship with and we're meant to be mutually respectful, then like forcing himself on me. Like there's not a way in which that is okay, even if you've like played around with consensual non-consent before, whatever. Like she had it, whatever. She had a UTI.
Once again, please advocate for your own fucking sexual virility. Please, women, I'm begging you, please. 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 You have to argue for yourselves. You have to argue for your fucking agency. Please argue for your agency, women.
Like, and there's also a lot of clear examples of like him completely going over the line anyway. Two of the women who have never spoken to each other, it's like a Russell Brand moment, innit? Compared him to an anglerfish, the deep-sea predator that used a bulb of bioluminescence to lure prey into its jaws. Instead of a light one, says he would dangle a floppy-haired, soft-spoken British guy. After Gaiman got in the bathtub with Pavlovich, she retreated to Palmer's house, which was vacant at the time. She sat in the shower for an hour crying, then got into Palmer's bed and began to search the internet for clues that might explain what happened to her. She googled Me Too and Neil Gaiman. Nothing. The only next... See, that's not rough sex going too far. Like, she didn't consent to it. Full stop. The only negative stories she found were about how he'd broken COVID lockdown rules in 2020 and had been forced to apologise to the people of Isle of Skye for endangering their lives. At the end of the weekend, Palmer texted Pavlovich, say how pleased she was to see Pavlovich and her child get along. The universe is a karmic mystery, Palmer wrote. We nourish each other in the most random and unpredictable way. Oh my god, she's not the issue in the article, but she is something else. I met someone who didn't have like the greatest opinion of her, and it's just in this sense it's kind of humorous because it's like, oh well, I see what you were saying, just like, oh, who talks like that? Palmer asked if she could babysit again. She needed so much help. Would Pavlovich consider staying with them for the foreseeable future? Pavlovich was living in a sublet that was about to end. She was broke and hadn't been able to find a new apartment. She'd been homeless at the start of the pandemic, so she's vulnerable. When the perfumery closed and had ended up crashing on the beach in a friend's sleeping bag on and off the first 2 weeks of lockdown before returning to the beach filled with dread. She didn't consider, and Palmer weren't paying her probably, like when she was doing the babysitting either. She didn't consider reaching out to her own family. Her parents had divorced when she was 9 and Pavlovich had grown up splitting time between the households. Violence, Pavlovich tells me, was normalised in the household. One close family member beat her with a belt. I wonder if predators have that way of like sussing out when someone's vulnerable enough that they can act like this towards them, can't they? Another would strangle Pavlovich when she got upset and slap her across the face until her cheeks were raw. She began regularly self-harming. She was bulimic, then anorexic. So she's got her own traumas to be dealing with, and this Neil Gaiman just zoned in on it. I don't need to say apparently. He zoned in on it. In the years since, she'd been looking for a new family. Many of the people she'd encountered in that search turned out to be abusive as well. Because I suppose if you've got like a lifetime of trauma and abuse, you get a bit desensitized to it and maybe you don't pick up on red flags. After all of this, Amanda Palmer was an actual creature sent from a celestial realm. It was like hallelujah, Pavlovich tells me. Palmer was famous for speaking out about sexual abuse, encouraging others to do the same. In songs and essays, she had written about having been sexually assaulted on multiple occasions as a teenager and young woman. Pavlovich didn't think someone like that could be married to someone who would assault women. Sexual abuse is one of the most confusing forms of violence that a person can experience. The majority of people who have endured it do not immediately recognize it as such. Some never do. You're not thinking about it in a linear logical fashion, Pavlovich says, but the mind is trying to process it in the ways it can. Whatever had happened in the bath, she'd been through worse than survive, she thought. Gamer and Palmer were offering her the possibility of a shared future. Palmer's vision of herself as the central figure of a utopian community God, there's a bit of Brand-esque in Palmer as well. What is it about these people? It's not, I would like if things were utopian, it's not that, but like, why is she got to be the central figure of it? Just narcissism, isn't it? Might be narcissism, but the rapist is worse. According to some of her friends, makes her careless with the young impressionable women she invited into her and husband's lives. Her idealism could blind her to reality, one friend says. Palmer declined to be interviewed, but I spoke to people close to her. Palmer told Pavlovich they might travel to London together in Scotland, where Gaiman was shooting the second season of Good Omens. Pavlovich wanted to leave New Zealand for as long as she could remember. These conversations filled her head with fantasies of finally being on solid ground in the world. After Palmer's offer, Pavlovich texted Gaiman, I'm consumed by thoughts of you, the things you will do to me, I'm so hungry, what a terrible creature you've turned me into. The following weekend, she packed up her sublet and boarded the ferry to Waikiki. The article is trying to say that these things are confusing, and I guess they're just trying to be transparent, but I already know that there are going to be some people that are like, oh, well, look, she consented and she wanted it then because she tested. Because, you know, sometimes, like, if someone's been assaulted, in a way of trying to, like, minimize, downplay, or repress it, they might try and pretend to themselves that it wasn't that, you know, to get over that in some way, well, they actually did want it, you know, they try and gaslight themselves, I suppose, so they don't have to deal with the reality of the situation. Then there's some stuff about one of his novels. The Ocean at the End of the Lane tells the story of a quiet and bookish 7-year-old. Through various unfortunate events, he ends up with a hole in his heart that can never be healed, a doorway through which nightmares from distant realms enter our world. Over the course of the tale, the boy suffers terribly, sometimes at the hands of his own family. At dinner one night, the boy refuses to eat the food his nanny has prepared. The nanny, the boy knows, isn't really a human, but a nightmare creature from another world. When his father demands to know why he won't eat, the boy explains she's a monster. His father becomes enraged. To punish him, he fills the tub, picks up the child, plunges him into the water, pushes his shoulders and head beneath the chilly water. I'd read many books in that bath, the boy says. It was one of my safe places, and now I had no doubt I was going to die there. Later that night, the boy runs away from home. On his way out, he glimpses his father having sex with a monstrous nanny through the drawing room window. So Gaiman has called this his most personal book, and he said, like, the kid is me. It's set in Sussex, where Gaiman grew up. I was going back to the 7-year-old me and giving myself a peculiar kind of love that I didn't have. I never feel the past is dead, or young Neil isn't around anymore. He's still there, hiding in a library somewhere, looking for a doorway that will lead him to somewhere safe where everything works. So he's identified with the kid in the book, but he has claimed that none of the things that happened to the boy happened to him. Yet there is reason to believe that some of the most horrifying events in the novel did occur. Gaiman has very spoken about core facts of his childhood. When he was 5, his parents left their businesses and bought a house a mile away from what was at the time the worldwide headquarters of the Church of Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard, the founder and science fiction writer, crazy, isn't it? A science fiction writer who writes, what was it, like 1,000 books, fiction ones? But then he comes up with, you know, the real answers of the universe. It's to do with aliens. I'm not gonna say anymore because I don't want Scientology striking me down. But he lived up the road from them after he had, like, fled the US, I think. So then Gaiman's, and there's more detail, but I'm gonna skim through it, but, you know, for background context, Gaiman's parents joined the Church of Scientology. So Scientology gets into a lot of trouble with various governments. Hubbard would routinely punish members of the organization who committed minor infractions by blinding them, blindfolding them, and throwing them overboard because they're living on a big ship, like River City, school of free reference, throwing them overboard into icy waters. In England, the church was under pressure to assure the public it was not harming children. In his bulletins to members, Hubbard made it clear that children would not be exempt from the punishments to which adults were subjected. If a child laughed inappropriately or failed to remember a Scientology term, they could be sent to the ship's hold and made to chip rust for days, or confined in a chain locker for weeks at a time without blankets or a bathroom. In his book,
fucking horrifying. Holy shit. Don't let your kids become this, I guess? The fuck?
Going clear, Lawrence Wright recounts the story of a 4-year-old boy named Derek, an adopted black child who stole a Rolex and dropped overboard. He was confined to the locker for 2 days and nights. When his mother pleaded with Hubbard to let him out, he reminded her of the Scientology axiom that children are actually adults in small bodies and equally responsible for their behavior. According to someone who knew the Gaimans, David and Sheila, his parents, did apply to Scientology's methods at home. When Neil was around the age of the child in the ocean at the end of the lane, the person said, according to the source, David took him up to a bathtub, ran a cold bath, and drowned him to the point where Neil was screaming for air. So Neil actually completed several levels of Scientology, but then David Miscavige, who I think is the current leader of Scientology, had them hold a little mini revolution, I think. A document declaring David a suppressive person was released a few years later, accused him of a range of offences, including sexual misconduct. David, the document claims, put on a front of being mild-mannered and quite sociable, adding that his actions belie this. His greatest offensive scenes was hubris. Gaiman required others to look up to him instead of the source, it read, referring to Hubbard being the source. So his dad gets sent off in the 80s to a rehabilitation camp for Scientology, I think, and this is the same time that Gaiman was trying to make his living as a writer. When I was young, I had unbelievable chutzpah, Gaiman says in the documentary Neil Gaiman Dream Dangerously. The kind of monstrous self-certainty that you can only normally get in people who then go on to conquer half the civilized world. Gaiman and Palmer met in 2008 when she was 32 and he 47. Both were at a turning point in their lives and careers. Gaiman was in the midst of finalizing a divorce with one he had 3 children. He was on the verge of breaking into Hollywood. Palmer was in a fight with a record label that culminated split. Palmer had a collection of photos of herself posing as a murdered corpse and wanted Gaiman to write captions to go along the pictures. Gaiman liked the idea, and the two met to work on the project. The book tied to her first solo album, Who Killed Amanda Palmer. As Palmer described me after asking, they were not attracted to each other at first. I thought he looked like a baggy-eyed grumpy old man, and he thought I looked like a chubby little boy. Gaiman was the first to propose a romantic relationship. In an interview, he later said, I got together with her because I couldn't ever imagine being bored. Ever since she'd gotten her start as a street busker, she prided herself on a low-rent bohemian lifestyle, couch surfing when she toured, playing random shows in the living rooms of her fans. Kind of crazy. She had no savings and didn't own a car, real estate, or kitchen appliances. Gaiman owned multiple houses. He was too rich, too famous, too British, too awkward, too old, and they didn't have great sexual chemistry. He appeared to be kind and stable, a family man, and they shared a dark, fantastical aesthetic. She also felt a little sorry for him. He seemed lonely in spite of his fame, and Palmer found herself hoping that she could help him. He believed for a long time deep down that people didn't actually fall in love. She wrote in her book, but that's impossible, she told him. He'd written stories and scenes of people in love. That's the whole point, darling, he said. Writers make things up. It sounds annoying. So they got married, and then their careers strengthened. Online, they flirted, went after each other's critics, and praised each other's progressive politics. In an interview with Out Magazine 2012, Palmer said that her main other in the relationship with both of their lives was with their fans. Sometimes, literally for him, sometimes when I'm with Neil and go to the other room to Twitter with my followers, it feels like sneaking off for a quick shag. This wasn't strictly a metaphor. During the early years of their marriage, they lived apart for months at a time and encouraged each other to have affairs. According to conversations with 5 of Palmer's closest friends, the most important rule.
You encouraged your husband to cheat on you. Why? That's asking for there to be trouble.
Governing the open relationship was honesty. They found that sharing the details of their extramarital dalliances and sometimes sharing the same partners brought them closer.
Okay, so y'all are so you're sex freaks. You're sex fiends. All right, you're sex fiends. That's not a big deal. All right, you can't be with normal people ever again. Go to the upside down pineapple community that exists among celebrities and actors and performers, and go have fun. You do not need to be interacting with normal people in modern society. You can't. You can't. You cannot. You cannot, bro. Bro, you cannot, dude. Because it's probably the reason why you guys thought that this shit was normal and acceptable. Because you don't know how to advocate for yourselves. Because you guys are fucking sexual deviants. What are you showing me?
Palmer met a 20-year-old fan who had asked to be referred to as Rachel at a Dresden Dolls concert. Oh dear. Stop shagging your fans. After one of Palmer's next shows, the women had sex. The morning after, Palmer snapped a few semi-naked pictures of Rachel and asked if she could send one to Gaiman. She and Palmer slept together a few more times, but then Palmer seemed to lose interest in sex with her. Some 6 months after they met, Palmer introduced Rachel to Gaiman online, telling Rachel, he'll love you. The two struck up a correspondence that quickly turned sexual. Gaiman invited her to his house in Wisconsin. As she packed for the trip, she asked Palmer over email if she had any advice for pleasing Gaiman in bed. Bizarre dynamic couldn't be made, bizarre marriage. Palmer joked in response, I think the fun is finding out on your own. With Gaiman, Rachel says there was never a blatant rupture of consent, but he was always pressing her to do things that hurt and scared her. Looking back, she feels Palmer gave her to him like a toy. For Gaiman and Palmer, these were happy years. After they'd been together for a few years, Palmer began asking Gaiman to tell her more about his childhood in Scientology, but he seemed unable to string more than a few sentences together. When she encouraged him to continue, he would curl up on the bed and into a fetal position and cry. He refused to see a therapist. Instead, he sat down to write a short story that kept getting longer until it turned into a novel. This is The Ocean at the End of the Lane, and it's dedicated to Amanda, who wanted to know. The behaviours of people tend to not happen in a vacuum, so it's important to have background context, but at the same time, yes, he had a troubled and traumatic childhood, but could you not be a predator? Palmer gets pregnant. They spend more time together at home and talk about slowing down and devoting their attention to their marriage. She wanted to close the relationship, but he agreed. But when she was 8 months pregnant, Gaiman came to her with a new problem. He had slept with a fan in her early 20s, taking her virginity. Now Gaiman told her the girl was going crazy. He promised to change, and they met with a couples counsellor. Gaiman was prone to panic attacks and had never been in treatment. Amanda was shocked at how traumatized Neil was, given his public persona and the guy she thought she'd married, a person close to themselves. I have to say, so at least 5 of Amanda's closest friends, her inner circle, has spoken to this. I would do like a, well, I mean, she shouldn't be defending a predator anyway, but say it was like less serious. I'd be doing like a Wagatha Christie, like, you know, Instagram story, fake secrets thing to see like who's saying what. Unless maybe she gave them more consent, but like she didn't want to talk about herself. Who knows? Who knows? So one of the people in whom Palmer confided about her marital issues at the time was Caroline, a potter who, along with her builder husband Philip, had been living on Woodstock property, which is where they live, and working as a caretaker. Gaiman had offered them, made an offer that was too good to be true. They had built an addition on one of the cabins of the land at Gaiman's expense, and in exchange, Gaiman would sell them a 5-acre parcel, allowing them to put up a barn-style home to share their 3 daughters. They tended the garden, ran errands for gas, and rehabilitated the buildings, which needed plumbing and electrical work. At lunch one day, Palmer told Caroline she hated living in the woods, was disturbed by what she was learning about her husband. You have no idea the twisted, dark things that go on in that man's head, Caroline recalls Palmer saying. Palmer wished her marriage was more like theirs, but Caroline and Philip, they break up, Philip moves out the house. Caroline spent her days in bed crying and drinking. She stopped eating and for the most part stopped working. It was then Gaiman that began paying attention to her. Vulnerable, predator. He would bring juices up to the cabin and fret that she was losing too much weight. The first time he touched her in December 2018, she was sitting on his couch next to him, crying from exhaustion. Gaiman told her, you need a hug. She stood and he hugged her. Then he slid his hands down her pants into her underwear and squeezed her butt. She did not recall saying or doing anything in response. I was stunned. Over the next 2 years, they had a series of sexual encounters, always when Palmer was away. When Gaiman wasn't around, they occasionally engaged in phone sex. At first, Caroline, who had been with him since Philip left, went along willingly. But at the end of the second encounter, she remembers asking Gaiman what Palmer would think about their romance. He said, Caroline, there is no romance. After that, she tried to keep her distance from him. But he was difficult to avoid. He would come into her cabin without texting first. One time he found her crying by the fireplace. He walked over to her, stuck his thumb in her mouth and twisted her nipples. She told Gaiman the arrangement was making her feel bad. She recalls him replying, I don't want you to feel bad, and nothing changed. Caroline had no income at the time, was borrowing money from her sister to get by. She worried that if she didn't appease Gaiman, power dynamics, he'd kick her out of her house, and then she and her 3 daughters would have nowhere to go. I like our trade, she remembers him saying. You take care of me, and I'll take care of you. But really, it's just exploiting the rumble. Sometimes she would babysit. Once Caroline and the boy, then 4, fell asleep reading stories in Gaiman and Palmer's bed. Caroline woke up when Gaiman returned home. He got into bed with his son in the middle and then reached across the child to grab Caroline's hand and put it on his penis. She says she jumped out of bed. He didn't have boundaries, Caroline says. I remember thinking there was really something wrong with him. So in April 2021, Gaiman informed Caroline the land he promised her was no longer available. So that summer she stops responding to his attempts to engage in phone sex, and Gaiman increased the pressure on her to leave the property because he's not getting, sex out of her anymore. They offered her $5,000 if she'd sign a 16-page NDA, and she says no, maybe $300,000. Looking back, she says she doesn't know how she came up with the number, but Gaiman agreed to it and she signed. Gaiman's representative said Caroline initiated the sexual encounters and denied if he engaged in any sexual activity with her in the presence of his son. But this isn't the only woman who has said that he has done this sexual activity in the presence of his child. 2 months later, Pavlovich arrived. By then, Palmer and Gaiman are divorcing. According to Palmer's friend, she asked for a divorce after Rachel called her to tell her that she and Gaiman were still having sexual contact long past the point when Palmer thought their relationship had ended. She was hurt but unsurprised. I find it all very boring, she wrote to Rachel, who recalls the exchange. Just a lack of self-knowledge and the lack of interest in self-knowledge. In 2021, Palmer found out about Caroline too. I remember her saying that poor woman recalls a musician and friend of Palmer's. I can't believe he did it again. By the time she asked Pavlovich to baby.
Why would you not be able to believe that he did it again? You specifically wanted to open your relationship and you thought the shit was going to stop just because you thought that pregnancy and babies was going to help close the relationship gap between you after so much time of encouraging the intimacy? Stupid British people.
He said Palmer was fed up with Gaiman's behaviour, but she still had some faith in his decency, a friend said. Still, she knew enough about Gaiman. She knew enough to warn Gaiman to stay away from the new babysitter. I remember specifically her saying, you could really hurt this person, break her, keep your hands off of her. But you're still inviting vulnerable people to be around this guy. Like, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, she definitely knew what her partner was up to. I think she knew that he was a troubled man and that he likes to, have a lot of sex. I don't want to be like, oh well, maybe I don't know that, but she knows there's something a bit off about him because she's saying this kind of stuff apparently. Palmer still hoped, according to those close to her, that she and Gaiman would be able to negotiate a peaceful co-parenting arrangement. She found a school for their child and 2 houses on Waikiki. She was doing her best to keep Neil as a presence for her son. One evening, Palmer dropped Pavlovich and the child off Gaiman and retreated back to her own place. Pavlovich was in the kitchen tidying up when he approached her from behind and pulled her to the sofa. It all happened so quickly, Pavlovich said. Gaiman pushed down her pants and began to beat her with his belt. He then attempted to initiate anal sex without lubrication. What a psycho. Why would you do that? I screamed no, Pavlovich said. Had Gaiman and Pavlovich been engaging in BDSM, this could conceivably have been part of a assault scene, consensual long-term. But that would have required careful negotiation in advance which she says they had not done. After she said no, Gaiman backed off briefly and went back into the kitchen. When he returned, he brought butter to use as a lubricant. She continued to scream until Gaiman.
Butter chat! He wanted to stick a fucking bar of Land O'Lakes in her backside! Man! Why couldn't you be normal degenerates and want her to call you a fucking slur? Holy fuck, man. Man, come on, man. Oh, you didn't hear bullshit? No, quick, let me rewind this shit so you can hear this shit. Go ahead and listen to this shit. Listen to what she just said.
No, Pavlovich said. Her game and Pavlovich been engaging in BDSM. This could conceivably have been part of a assault scene, consensual long-term. But that would have required careful negotiation in advance when she says they had not done. She said no, Game backed off briefly and then went back into the kitchen. When he returned, he brought butter to use as a lubricant. She continued to
Anal sex. Neil Gaiman, allegedly, wanted to do it up the butt with a butter. He wanted to take a stick of Land O'Lakes, smear it like lipstick, and go in the back door. I think we all need to have an emotional moment where we're just gonna hold space for the butter-sized ghost that's in the room. We're gonna hold space. We're gonna hold space. Okay? We're gonna hold space, guys. Let's breathe. Let's breathe. Let's get a collective EW! Alright? Let's keep going.
scream until Gaiman was finished. When it was over, he called her slave and ordered her to clean him up. This is very...
Excuse me, after that he did what?
Patient. What a psycho. Why would you do that? I screamed no, Pavlovich said. Had Gaiman and Pavlovich been engaging in BDSM, this could conceivably have been part of a assault scene, consensual long-term. But that would have required careful negotiation in advance when she says they had not done. After she said no, Gaiman backed off briefly and then went back into the kitchen. When he returned, he brought butter to use as a lubricant. She continued to scream until Gaiman was finished. When it was over, he called her slave and ordered her to clean him up.
What the fuck? You assault your partner. You stick a food product on their body to be used like chapstick. You continue to sodomize her, and then you tell her to clean yourself up, slave. You're all sticky. Allegedly! Allegedly! Every day, we stray further from God's light. I see a spiral in the darkness, an ever-consuming void for which there is no escape from the emotional damage that I will have to undo from content that I must cover on podcast. My emotions are in play, and I find myself agonized, as this is not what my dreams are made of. Hey now, this is not what my dreams are made of! I'm beyond disgusted. I am beyond disgusted, chat. Okay. Alright. Please let us finish this video without being molested by more unworthy information.
This is a trigger warning. She protested that it wasn't hygienic. He said, "Are you defying your master?" She recalls, "I had to lick my own off of his." Afterwards,
Allegedly. Allegedly, scatology. I'm gonna be dead ass with you. I'm this close of a mind to just shut the fucking video off, dude.
she got into the shower and tried to wash her mouth out with a bar of lavender soap. It had a grainy texture and taste of metal, acid, and herbs. She noticed blood swirling down the drain. He hadn't used a condom, and she worried she might have gotten an infection. She had a migraine, her whole body ached, but she didn't consider leaving. She hated herself her whole life, she tells me. And when someone comes along and hates you as much as you hate yourself, it's kind of a relief without always being consent. She says she understands how Scientologists might have felt when they were sent to the hole, a detention center where they were forced to lick the floor as punishment. She heard how some people would stay in that room even after they were allowed to leave. People kept licking the floor in that horrible room. The nights with Gaiman blurred together. There was a time she passed out from pain while Gaiman was having anal sex with her. He made her perform oral sex while his penis still had urine on it. He ordered her to, give him oral while he watched.
Oh, I heard the first thing that she said. You got like 3 more of those disgusting details.
Of the first season of Sandman. In one instance, he thrust his penis into Pavlovich's mouth with such force that she vomited on him. He then told her to eat the vomit off of his lap and lick it up from the couch.
Alright, that's enough. Alright, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. See, you say that you're glad I'm playing at double speed, but I can hear every detail! I have to live with that in my head now. Fuck, man! My day is ruined. My day is ruined. My day is measurably ruined. Please tell me there's something in here. My fucking god. The Loaderbox Queen recap stream. Early impressions of motherhood. Please, don't be a shitter. 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 Please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you, 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 I'm begging you. I'm begging you. The Giving Tree.
When I was a little kid, one of the children's books that my mom kept around for me was The Giving Tree.
Okay, give me a second. I need to line this up for the people in the server. It looks like we're dealing with a transgender content creator with a video essay. Let's pray that this does not leave a disgusting taste in our mouths.
When I was a little kid, one of the children's books that my mom kept around for me was The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein. I remember liking the illustrations, and I was a big fan of exploring the woods and climbing the trees around my neighborhood, so I really gravitated towards the book. It's a pretty contentious little poem about a tree that gives and gives and gives until eventually she has nothing left to give. I didn't think much of it when I was a little kid, but rereading it as an adult, I'm forced to wonder why my mom gravitated towards that book in particular. Would you believe me if I said that my fiancé and I had a 19 and a 20-year-old pair of kids? Well, it's complicated, seeing as I'm only 26, but we do. For the past couple of months, found family has been a pretty prevalent theme in my videos. This idea of people I've met and become friends with taking on the role of family members in my life. This could be something as traditional and familiar as a girlfriend that you live with and see every morning as you wake up and every night as you go to sleep, or a roommate who's like a sister to you. Typically, though, it takes the form of a friend group who you love as if they were a family. Good times, bad times, sickness and health, depressed phases, financial distress, car troubles, drama, it doesn't matter. Most people who find themselves in relationships like these are trying to make up for the dysfunctional families that they grew up in. And so whatever happens to a found family member, however they grow and change, found families are supposed to stick together and support each other no matter what, in the same way that they wish their biological families had been capable of. At least, that's how sacredly I view the found family dynamic. Though it's worth clarifying that trauma is not a prerequisite to having a found family, a lot of the time it can be a pretty big motivating factor in seeking that sort of dynamic in your adulthood. While I think it's pretty uncommon for specific familial roles like mom, grandpa, or uncle to be established within a found family, that isn't unheard of either. Well, one day my fiance and I, along with the two youngest in the household, were going to the grocery store to pick up what we would need for dinner. My girl and I were both in a pretty bad mood, but these two were just running around all full of energy, grabbing all the snacks and candy that they could carry to the register. They got so distracted that they even lost track of us and had to look all around the grocery store to find us again. Once they finally did, the youngest, this 19-year-old boy, called us Mom and Mom. That little joke, bolstered by the obvious aesthetic similarities of two kids running amok while the fiancé and I spent upwards of $50 to feed them and the rest of the family for the night, felt different to me. Never in my life have I been called mother to someone unless there was some sort of sexual connotation at play, but that's not what this was. Weirdly enough, it felt more like it was his way of saying thank you for cooking for us tonight and thank you for putting up with my high energy. We both laughed it off, but there was a part in my fiancé and I's minds that really appreciated it. Being in a crappy mood, but going out of our way to take care of these two innocent people, it felt like something new that my fiancé and I could bond over. Something we had...
Okay, I'm not detecting the cringe, but, you know, there's a lot of, I don't know how to describe it. I have bad feelings. I feel bad juju. I feel cantankerously bad juju. And I can't shake the feeling. I hope it's just nothing.
Hadn't experienced together before. If we're a family and her and I are the oldest and these two are the youngest, then yeah, I guess we're moms together. It's a cute thing to be able to say about my girlfriend and I. Mind you, this was before I ever proposed to her, so it was a little bit of a step for us, honestly. Well, as the weeks went on, our boy was calling us Mom and Mom more often. It got to the point where he felt like he was being disrespectful when he called us by our actual names, and now it's weird when I do hear him say them. I don't think I've actually heard him say penny in months. Next thing I know, we're giving him all sorts of advice and making sure he doesn't stay up too late when he has work the next day, making sure he eats enough, teaching him all sorts of life lessons about being trans, as he'd only transitioned about a month prior to all of this.
So, two girls, one transitions becomes a boy. You're transgender yourself. Is your wife also we found the cringe. Is your wife also transgender? This sounds very interesting. There's a very interesting dynamic here. Why is this broken? Fucking me. Oh, fucking me. There's a very interesting dynamic there. Not to distract, but quick question before you head to bed. Any place to rewatch you and the gang reacting to the beginning of the inauguration? There is. Assuming that my stream was not taken down over all of them, I know that there were some links on, there's some that will be on Twitch, and I think the broadcast on Twitter is the full cut of everything. I want to be quite sure. I'll have to look back at it later and download it if I can.
And even going into some sexual education stuff when necessary.
Excuse me? You told a child what?
As the weeks went on, our boy was calling us Mom and Mom more often. It got to the point where he felt like he was being disrespectful when he called us by our actual names, and now it's weird when I do hear him say them. I don't think I've actually heard him say penny in months. next thing I know, we're giving him all sorts of advice and making sure he doesn't stay up too late when he has work the next day, making sure he eats enough, teaching him all sorts of life lessons about being trans, as he'd only transitioned about a month prior to all of this, and even going into some sexual education stuff when necessary.
Going into sexual education necessary. So who prompted the conversation?
As his homeschooling has completely robbed him of all...
Okay! Transgender homeschooling. Alright. Okay. Uh-huh. Well, now it's no longer just a sense of dread, and it's now a 5-alarm fire.
Sorts of information about how his body works. It's honestly scary. So, that sexual education thing, that really sounds like innuendo, right? Well, I'll be the first to say that when I first met him, I thought we were just going to be friends with benefits or something. After all, my fiancé and I are in an open relationship. It definitely wasn't off the table as an option. But as time...
The phrenology continues to exist. Everyone who's poly's in relationships like this. They all look like this. They look like they'll use Tinder, and they don't have pride in their image of self. They all look like genuine creatures that would be welcome on an alien planet.
Time went on and he came to us for more and more advice, and we started taking more and more of an interest in his well-being and development. That motivation in him and I's relationship pretty quickly vanished from my mind. Suddenly, I completely stopped caring about how I looked around him. I just dressed for comfort, exactly as I would if I were home alone. He really did see us as his mothers, and we, with a little bit of time, started to see him as our son. He wasn't just a friend, he was like... well, he was my boy. That's the crazy thing for me. In every relationship I've ever had, I was either focused on being a good partner or being a good friend. And in almost every friendship I've had since my later teens, the possibility of fostering a sexual dynamic has always been floating around somewhere in my mind. This young man, though, he only showed me a new type of love. One that I've never felt before. I've loved as a friend and I've loved as a romantic partner, but I'd never loved as a mother before. I've never been in a position where I feel like I'm willing to damage a friendship with somebody for the sake of helping them grow as a person. But that's where I am with him. A lot of the time I'm not his friend. I'm his mother, and he needs to stop getting in fights with his sister and never steal one of my cigarettes again because he's too young and handsome to be doing that to his body. This is kind of where I started to enter a personally turbulent phase in this whole relationship. There were just so many different fears in my head. Was I taking this too seriously? Was I diminishing his agency as an adult and infantilizing him? Did he just start leaning into the mom thing as a lighthearted goof, but now he felt like he was in too deep for all of this to back out? Was I in the wrong for having such a deep emotional stake in him seeing himself as my son? Well, that layer of fear diminished with time. Things like me fixing up his car for him and giving him rides to work while his car was still out of commission.
Okay. So, we're talking about a grown adult child, not just an adult in a fetish. Or are we talking about a grown adult acting like a child? I'm very lost. I'm terrified and I'm scared about being lost here.
Teaching him how to replace a flat tire, or my fiancé and I letting him share a bed with us when he was too anxious to sleep alone, or taking him out on car rides to try and talk to him and give him life lessons that his biological parents and youth group upbringing completely failed to give him. And the way he started to trust us in different ways than he trusts the other people in the house. All of it helped to dissuade those initial fears, and those fears were finally killed off when one day, in the name of the full disclosure I preached so hard in my video 2 videos ago, I had a candid conversation about those fears with him, and he told me that he did legitimately see my fiancé and I as his mothers, and that he felt more at home here than he ever did with his biological parents because of the maternal love that we've been pouring into him. So I had all of those fears that I was just overreaching whenever I'd adjust my rearview mirror so I could keep an eye on him in my backseat, but those fears eventually subsided, and I got comfortable with the fact that we were his mothers, and that was an immutable fact of our dynamic. However, that's when a whole new set of fears clicked into place. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm 26 years old, and considering I only transitioned at the age of 22, I'm basically just a 4-year-old trying to raise a kid, with the found family member he calls his sister getting more and more comfortable with seeing us as her mothers too, albeit at a slower pace. We're not even halfway through our 20s, and we're trying to take care of 2 kids who are nearly old enough to buy alcohol on their own. How the actual f*** do I be a good mother? Well, it's complicated. Time to talk about my mom for a little bit. while obviously I'm traumatizing a little, a quick way to communicate the finer details of my upbringing would be to say that a lot of the time, giving my mom the illusion of a happy Christmas card family was much more important than communicating the things that were really going through our minds. If someone says something even the least bit unconventional, like, I think I'll skip breakfast today and just eat a huge lunch, she gives me this look equivalent to spinning her fingers around and calling them cuckoo. That base level of normalcy enforcement cascades further and further the deeper you look into its nuances, until we get to the point where, even as an adult, there are times where it feels like I'm being rude for thanking her for Christmas gifts as opposed to Santa, and where I can't marry a girl from Detroit without being constantly asked if I feel safe. My biological family, one full of queers, pornographers, addicts, and pushers, has had to seriously bend reality over the years in order to preserve the illusion that any of us give up about traditionalist values. It's not like we keep all these divergent personality traits of ours a secret from her, but we grew up in a house where you were expected to be neighborly to somebody who sexually assaulted you, just because they live next door. It's better to just ignore who your family is, because what matters more than the people are the postcards. Maybe it's a little cruel to say it out loud like that, but that's basically the vibe. I never really understood how somebody could end up like that. How somebody could trade a 20 scored by Black Flag and Hunter S. Thompson for this traditionalist posturing and erasure of human nuances. Until around the time of my most recent birthday, when I was first getting deep into this new experience of motherhood. The kids were both having a pretty horrible day on my birthday. I'm talking panic attacks. However, I've always liked making the people I care about watch a movie of my choosing on my birthday. And all of the love and all the lack of traditionalism in this family had my eyes set on the Royal Tenenbaums. I figured it'd be a cute movie that everybody in the house could relate to in one way or the other. I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. Well, it didn't go over super well. We wound up having to stop the movie about halfway through and have a big talk with the kids about why everything was going to be alright and why they'll live to see that day. Talks like that come up a lot in this house, but my fiance and I work through it with everybody bit by bit. And to be honest, we are making great progress in our training to be impromptu therapists. It's kind of just our mutual calling in life. However, on this particular night, it was my birthday, and all I wanted was to be surrounded by a happy, loving family. All I wanted was to feel like these people were as wholly devoted to keeping the family together as I was. Seeing them so on edge being around each other just broke my heart. Of course, I didn't say any of this. I insisted that we stop the movie and go outside to talk through things the second I saw tears, but God, that night, I understood it. I understood my mom for the first time. I understood how somebody could reach this point of caring about the sensation of a happy family more than the actual engaging with the reality that we all had some pretty deep-seated mental health issues. And that night, it became my #1 goal to not let myself be corrupted in the same way. I would never let myself put family fun time over the family's mental health, no matter how badly I felt like just 5 minutes of family fun time would completely turn my week around. So with that first fear thoroughly philosophized in my head, a new set of fears set in. Would I just be eternally sacrificing my happiness, my comfort, my dream of a happy family for their sake? I'll do it if I have to, but God, now I know why so many moms wound up on Valium in the 70s. Eternal, thankless sacrifice. Is that what motherhood is really all about?
Eternal, thankless sacrifice. Not really. More like motherhood and fatherhood is about a expectation and hopeful return of a love that you send out to your family eventually coming back to you in the form of their appreciation. They won't fully understand everything you sacrifice for them until they do, and then when they do, hoping that it's received in the way in which it's sent out is the hope. Otherwise, it's a hope that may or may not see a return of appreciation. Yeah, something like that.
I wound up staring at this painting for about a half hour that night, thinking of how my mother must have felt, always chasing this dream that she could never have, feeling forced to project nothing but unwavering comfort and security in a home where she'd always be afraid of what deviant shit her kids were going to get into next. The Giving Tree, that poem I mentioned in the beginning, is about a tree who loves a boy like her own son, and over the boy's life she gives and gives and gives, compromising her body, her happiness, and her very self to this boy who endlessly asks her for more, until she's nothing but a stump for him to sit on as he waits to die. The book insists that the tree is happy over and over and over again, until eventually it's stated outright that she wasn't really happy. The cynic in me finds it really easy to imagine that my mom simply tuned out that one line, but not really, and engaged with the book as a thank you to all the mothers in the world who so selflessly sacrifice everything to take care of their loved ones. But there's a very loud voice in my head that wonders if she knew, even when my siblings and I were that young, that motherhood was going to be this unshakable dedication to fulfilling a thankless role, and it was never going to bring her happiness. Maybe keeping that book around when I was a kid was her way of reinforcing herself, that little wink to the invisible audience in her head that satirized her entire journey of motherhood. Maybe she wanted to become a parable too, just like the tree. Maybe that was all she thought life would allow her to get out of her motherhood. A few months ago, I had taken the liberty of defining what family was for myself. If eternal sacrifice is the traditional definition of motherhood, then I guess I should take the liberty of defining motherhood for myself too, so that I want to become a parable. I didn't want my children to be philosophizing about me the same way that I do so often with my mother. I had to retrain my brain for this one. I had to rethink what I was getting out of motherhood and what I wanted to get out of it. Just feeling that new kind of love was enough at first. Frankly, I found all too much relatability in how the Giving Tree portrays the mother as being happy. But I need to figure out how to make this dynamic into anything but a never-ending compromise on my part. That would be how I did better than my mother. That would be the small but significant step I would take in transcending from the mother that came before me. That would be how I made sure that I was really, actually happy.
Oh god, the artsy frosty extra bullshit.
Yeah, no, I'm pulling up to the park store now. Yep, we can just give Spencer his oil change right when I get home if you want. I'm gonna be back in like an hour. Okay, let me go. Oh, wait, what was your mileage on Spencer? Okay, word, yeah, we're probably gonna use high mileage oil then. Okay, well, I will tell you how much it costs, but honestly, you don't gotta worry about it. Okay, love you, sweetie. See you soon. Bye. few days later, my biological parents came to my house for a belated birthday dinner, and it was my first chance to show off my new family to them. It was my chance to finally tell my mother, oh shit, I get it now. I'm so sorry you've had to feel so conflicted and compromised for so long. This time, she looked at my dad and made her little cuckoo face. I guess this new family of mine is anything but traditional. I even showed her the dog painting, but she just couldn't acknowledge that what I was experiencing was real. Anyways, my mommy issues aren't exactly the point of this video. Let's talk about why these two adults need mother figures so badly. Well, it's actually a pretty old tradition for intentional living spaces occupied by trans women to, quote-unquote, adopt young queer folks, like the Transy House operates.
Maybe you shouldn't be adopting young queer folk and bringing them into your home in a environment in which this sounds like it's like a hobby slash a pet. And the emotional connections of an unorthodox relationship should definitely not be put on display as a bit of content for you to talk about for your internet presentation piece. I don't call this a stink piece. But this is one of those type of videos. I can almost fairly concern myself that she's definitely talking about other adults. Yes, she's talking about young adults that she's bringing into a home with another person that I can only assume is another transgender, and is counseling them as though they are children in a normal, stable nuclei family. Be it as it may, definitely a choice. Damn, you got hit with the ads. That's crazy. I will wait for you. There you go. I don't know if this would be a Stephen King horror story, but it's definitely it's something. Boy, is it something. It's something, all right. I think I bricked my run. Oh well. I tried fancying shit with Invisible Joker and I had to pay for it.
In Brooklyn from 1995 to 2008 by the Mary.
I will wait out for them over and over again, no matter how, where, or when. I hold space for them so they can catch up to the live broadcast. They can be able to watch and see it. They will see it. See it. They will be able to see it. Hooray.
Married couple, Rusty Mae Moore and Chelsea Goodwin. If you, as a queer person, were kicked out by your family or couldn't find a place to live, places like the Transy House or the Straight Transvestite Action Revolutionaries House would take you in and, in some cases, even help to raise you. While the two I'm writing about are a bit older than a lot of the residents of intentional living spaces like these, they are absolutely folk whose queerness has served as a major obstacle in their development when they were younger. Whether the issues came from being homeschooled or from being forced to repress their queerness by religious groups or having biological families who shun them around every turn, these two have a bit of catching up to do with a few adult things that any decent parents would have helped them with years ago. Like I said, the boy wasn't able to work at the nursery.
So, people who are definitely behind the track, and they have you and them to okay. There's a lot of danger here. What do you say? Are you prognosticating, single queer girl, that trans people can't help out trans people and also queer people? No, I'm saying that this YouTuber should not be posting about this content on a live studio broadcast platform, that it can be seen by other people, and act as though that this is not a danger that is potentially showing the risks and harm that can come with children who are in need of a development environment that they necessarily cannot properly get to assist them with their issues, needs, and concerns. Unorthodox lifestyles will have unorthodox and strange outcomes and consequences. This is one of them.
to transition until about 3 months ago, so he still has all sorts of lessons to learn. Talks about genital preferences and his validity as a man, or the effects of testosterone. Those hard-hitting lessons about the types of guys who will happily prey on a trans man's yearning for affirmation just to score some ass. It's a scary world for a young trans person with nobody to help prepare them for the hardships. Just being able to be that for them just felt like such an honor. I've, of course, gone out of my way to find a few trans mask-specific resources for him, Discord servers and all that, but I've been surprised to learn how many of the lessons of a male-to-female transition apply to the life of a trans man as well. Things like that, and the constant affirmations of consent on their parts are what make it feel okay for my fiancé and I to take these parental roles so seriously, in spite of the relatively small age gap. Yeah, it does get a little bit infantilizing at times, and that side of it is still a bit uncomfortable for me from time to time, but quite frankly, if somebody has trouble with leaving food out, or talking romantic interests, or living peacefully with their new family, or expressing themselves, and is consented to us helping them, sitting them down and talking them through it, using motherhood as a framing device, that discomfort really quickly gives way to some of the most beautiful relationships I've ever shared with people. Relationships that I want to trade for the world. Sorry for that little aside, it's just that I know how weird some of this stuff sounds. I know that in the hands of a less responsible pair of parents, this dynamic could be extremely toxic for these two. So I felt the need to justify this role to you all before I move forward into some of the nuances of my fiancé and I's parenting techniques and how they've developed. Now is also a good time to mention that both of them have read the script and given me their blessing to go forward with it.
They have read the script and gave blessing to go forward with it. Hey y'all, no big rush, but here's the script about parenting. I'd really like it if you could give it a read at some point and let me know if I have your blessing to go ahead with it. That's beautiful. I teared up a little bit. I completely approve. Thank you, sweetie. Made me tear up a bit, too. If you're passing your script through people inside of your housing situation, and they're not on screen with the content, and it deals with privacy, I think there's a way for you to write this script without you needing to involve them. Okay. I'm just so stun locked, oh my god.
So initially, my fiancé and I kind of gravitated to a good cop, bad cop style of parenting. Only, unlike actual cops, we were using the style to keep them feeling both safe and motivated, rather than trying to coerce them into dubiously consensual testimony. I'd be the emotional support for one of them, while she'd be the one pushing them to grow and calling them out when it seemed like they were stagnating. And she'd be the emotional support for the other, while I pushed them to grow. And we'd switch out who had which duty with which kid every few weeks to not create a situation where the kids were ever too anxious of confrontation with one of us or too comfortable stagnating with the other. We figured switching it up on them from time to time would be a good way to make sure that they're honest and open with both of us. My fiancé and I are really good at conflict resolution and confrontation, so we kind of just silently fell into these roles before we ever started to actually discuss any sort of conscious strategy for handling certain problems. But when we did start planning out how all these big talks would start going, we stuck with the good cop, bad cop thing, as it had been working well enough so far. There was only one issue, though. What if one of the kids was going through something big that would take a long time to get through, like a really problematic behavior finally being addressed after they'd been doing it their whole life? Suddenly, whoever was the bad cop at the time just had to feel like an asshole, having practically daily talks with them for weeks at a time, constantly talking about how they're acting unfairly or being dishonest or something. It got pretty emotionally tiring for both of us. Well, a little bit before the time of the hurricane hit, we sort of started to fall into a more dynamic approach to our parenting. I had been the bad cop for a couple of weeks to one of the kids who was having the most problems at the time, and I just told my fiancé I needed a break. I could feel my tact starting to slip with the stress. I was more likely to approach parental situations from a biased perspective and handle them in ways that, while far from being bad parenting, weren't the top-tier parenting that our kids deserve for putting so much trust in us. So I took a little break and stopped pushing the kids to improve and stopped calling them out for toxic and immature behavior, and my fiancé took over in those duties for a bit, until she suddenly had an extra load of occupational stress tacked onto her typical work week, and I didn't want her to be stuck with being the bad cop on top of all of that. In a matter of a week or two, we wound up switching from good cop, bad cop to, don't worry baby, I'll take care of this one. Her and I would use a lot of our alone time to discuss things that we thought needed to be addressed with one of the kids, like our girl's overuse of the internet as a dissociation tool, or our boy's difficulty calling it out when something someone does or says bothers him because he's just such a people pleaser. Then we would just have those talks with the kids whenever the opportunity arose, and anytime there's something we didn't see coming up, like a sudden panic attack or bad news bringing one of them down, one of us just volunteers to be the one to comfort them, or we both go, or whatever. There's a lot less strategy involved now, and a lot more of my fiancé and I just trusting each other's ability to handle any situation kids present us with, and us just working together to make sure neither of us gets overwhelmed with constant conflict resolution. There used to be a part of my mind that would get jealous whenever my fiancé would have a talk with one of the kids and instantly get them to understand our perspective after me saying basically the same thing to them for months straight. But now there's so much trust built up between the kids and us that it really feels like there's practically no jealousy on either of our parts. And phrases like, you were the one who had to deal with something like this growing up, you should handle this one, are exchanged all the time between the two of us. We never have to worry about one of the kids not being receptive to one of us about a particular topic because my fiancé and I shore up each other's weaknesses and gaps in relevant experience. And suddenly it feels like we can handle any situation the kids throw at us so long as we work together. And at the end of the day, it's better for us, and more importantly, it's better for the kids. So to give an example of how this actualizes, I'm really familiar with how it feels to date somebody who tends to shut people out and seek isolation when they're in a bad mood. So I'm really good at comforting our son when his girlfriend is doing that. However, I'm fortunate enough to have practically zero experience with genital dysphoria outside of yoga pants, and so I'm not super good at being relatable when one of the kids is struggling with that. That's just one example, but my fiancé and I both have our strengths and weaknesses when it comes to the kids. Just dropping our pride and learning how to acknowledge when one of us is better equipped to handle a situation than the other has been such a huge load off my mind, and well, as I said, it's better for the kids too. I suppose I'm kind of repeating myself and over-explaining. See, again, I understand just how bad some of this will sound to the cynical viewer, so as I write this, I feel this constant need...
To just the cynical viewer. Really. To just the cynical viewer. The cynical viewer will have a problem with how you're hearing this. No. They'll get caught on the trans stuff. No. We're talking about things that your own comment section is eating you up about. And, we'll get to the comments. We're almost done. Because there are different type of comments that are here. But we'll get there.
Need to explain how we operate as parents, just so that you guys will hopefully know that it isn't taking the form of us just yelling at them until they clean up the house for us. The whole appeal of these relationships is to give two massively neglected people the love that they were so dearly deprived of by their biological families, and to give ourselves that constant assurance that we're a healthy influence on the people we care about. The line between being someone's guiding light in life and being a manipulator is admittedly a thin one, but I never, ever let my gaze drift from that line. I've been a manipulator in the past, and I know myself and cherish my personal growth too much to ever risk becoming that person again. If I felt, even for a moment, like I was using the trust they place upon me and calling me their mother to my own benefit, instead of keeping their best interest in mind, I don't think I could live with myself. Anyways, as I've already detailed in my previous videos about the family's experience with the hurricane that destroyed our town, the kids have gotten so much better about not just saying I'm fine when it's clear that they aren't. They're a lot more willing to tell us when they have a problem, even if it's a problem that they know will make us sad, like all of that business with my biological sister I discussed in the last video. This mutual trust is building between us. We trust them more to tell us when something is wrong, and as a result, they trust us more to not have secret grudges that we're holding against them, and to be honest, if we have a problem of some kind. Okay, now we just gotta wait for the oil train. Hey, can you hear me the mic now? I'll be real.
What the fuck am I looking at? Okay. Did you have to dress like this in a way to bring attention to your body? You're trying to go about this like, yeah, I'm going about my regular day and I'm just vibing, bro. I'm just vibing. Bro, you set up this entire set. You made these set pieces. You're doing this shit for attention. You're doing this shit for attention. Because honestly, for a second there, I thought there was no shirt. I thought there was no shirt with their overalls.
This mutual trust is building between us. We trust them more to tell us when something is wrong, and as a result, they trust us more to not have secret grudges that we're holding against them, and to be honest, if we have a problem of some kind. Okay, now we just gotta wait for the oil train. Hey, can you hear me the mic now? I'll be real. It kind of breaks my heart to say it, but I feel more like these people care about me, the real me, than almost anybody in my biological family does anymore. Why do you think I'm not afraid to say things like that in these videos? It's not like any of them will ever watch this. Well, this list keeps on growing longer and longer, forcing me to revise this section of the script over and over and over again, but let's settle on 3. There were these 3 particular moments, each with my son, that really affirmed for me that this is where I'm supposed to be in life. That being a mother is just part of who I am. It's my place in the world. The first was just a few days ago when my son told me that me saying that he taught me a new kind of love I've never felt before was one of the reasons that he felt like he could never take his life. Then you've got the time that he gave me the spare key to his car without me asking for it or anything, after going on a whole tangent the day before about how he thought it was really toxic and controlling that his biological father kept trying to get it from him. The last was just a few weeks prior to that when he said something that nearly made me instantly burst into tears. This 19-year-old boy neglected by his family and rejected by his church-going community. This 19-year-old boy who is easily the most sensitive and one of the most easily hurt people that I've ever met. This 19-year-old boy who spent his whole life feeling so incredibly alone in this world told me, some random girl who happens to really, really care about him, that I was everything he wished his biological mother had been. And that's how I know that this whole experience has been the next step of my discovery of my place in the world. Okay, kiddo, that's probably gonna be done draining in just a minute, and then all we gotta do is clean it up and put in the rest of the oil, and we are good. I'm just gonna drive again. So, here, let me go ahead and grab the oil dish.
Okay. Let's talk about what's in the comment section, because I don't know what the fuck the rest of this shit is. It's a bunch of blurbs that have a lot more fucking ads going across it, or conversations going across it, but that's their supposed end of the video, with their Patreon links inside of it. Alright. Let's address the comment section. To be honest, the fact you openly admit to seeing most friends as potential partner options right before this person then filled the role of offspring in your life speaks to a potential issue with boundaries. I don't think this is some issue special to you. Seeing options in your friends is actually a widespread thing. But if you care about having a found family and doing things with intentionality, then there's something you should examine in the role of your life more. It has potential to cause large unforeseen problems, especially when you're in a position of power with another person. I don't think it's enough subliminally into caretaking. I think it's important to understand that it's not a way of looking at others, really concerns their personhood. No offense, but calling yourself a mother because you adopted 2 legal immature adults who are old enough to work and take care of themselves is like buying a max level account in an MMO and calling yourself an expert player of that MMO. It's not even close to being the same thing as true motherhood. I see this ever-increasing sense of importance you seem to place on your actions and thoughts that makes you feel like you're extremely certain of everything at age 26. Please take a step back and rethink before you make decisions like this. It's okay to teach someone something who should know better, to show them things that you know, to tell them about life. It's another thing to take a mentor-teacher role and think that's motherhood, and to do that with someone you had a relationship with is just something I don't want to get into. Then, I ate 3 bugs today. I don't think I can emotionally handle this anytime soon, or commenting, but I'm commenting for engagement. My heart goes out in all greetings in good times and bad. Save the dog. I really thought yesterday's video was touching. I'm excited to watch this one. You guys have been through a lot. This hits home so hard, especially the parts about parents looking for postcard moments more than really caring about health. I wish you were my mother. As a 19-year-old trans woman who had an emotionally neglectful / abusive upbringing, this video brought forth a lot of envy, but also hope and happiness that queer people who are finding their place in the world, finding people they can be safe around and genuinely loved and feel loved. Thank you, black heart emoji. Leadhead, I say this with nothing but love and respect. This isn't healthy in any way, shape, or form. There's a difference between being anti-traditional and being completely unhinged. The family you claim to hold on to is not normal, nor is it something that people are meant to sustain in this way. From the bottom of my heart, I genuinely hope you and everyone involved find the help you need, but this path isn't it. This is a fantasy that can only end in tragedy. Please take these words to heart. I have wanted to be a mother my entire life. I like to say that I don't care how I would end up being a mother, just that it happens to me, but I do care. I want the ability to give birth. This is being said by somebody who has a pride fist with a trans flag. I think we know the background on what the fuck's happening there. But I do care. There's no feasible way for that to happen to me. I hope modern medicine can get there eventually, but I know that it won't be able to get it. I'll most likely never be able to have biological children. This fact hurts me a lot. This video genuinely helped me come to terms with it. I know that I still have to be a mother, but I'm a little less mad at the world that those children won't have my blood. What's stopping you from using the biological material that you have on hand and biologically creating a baby, and then telling them that you're they're pulling one directly out of Billy and Mandy. Go ahead and call yourself their dad bumdy. What's stopping you? Honestly, what's stopping you? But yeah, I'm not comfortable with the material in this video. This individual, Leadhead, is very clearly an individual who puts a lot of intentionality and a lot of thought on, quote, being a parent, but they are themselves not a parent. This is a danger. This is a danger. It only ends one way. That's a bit shocking, but I'm less shocked than I am annoyed, I guess. Alright, the time is now 5:27. We're 27 minutes over. Let that be the moment of Zen to have a palate cleanser. Let us not think about what Neil Gaiman said or did to that woman ever again, despite what he did with the what and her who with the sticker. Goodbye, chat. I will see you all. Bon nuit. Word to your mothers and your fathers. Don't just think that I'm a sexual aggressor about women. I talk to men too. I joke. I'm not that. GG. No re. Easy. I'm leaving. Goodbye.